maybe.
Or, like you even work
should figure out.
Speak for yourself.
I went to the gym this morning. Yeah.
Oh wow!
I did 100 kilograms on the leg press. I'm more productive than you
should
guys.
figure out what a
so-
water
God
level is.
damn!
Wait, who? Wait, who?
Can anyone mute this owl?
Who's the owl?
Cares?
Dude, I don't work out and I
That
could
joke
beat you
didn't
up.
work. Didn't work. What? That was sad. Anyways, the globe's a.
Okay,
I
we
mean, the
done
Earth's
here?
the globe. The globe's an Earth. It's a globe.
Yeah, we get it. You love
Golly.
nursing your globe fancy. That's
Hey,
cool.
wait, why did you mute the puppy at the very top of the channel? Like, did you just not like what he said? Like, he was having a
No,
perfect
you
normal
keep moaning
discussion
in the
with you guys.
mic. I don't want to hear that.
Hey, you both could make a
Wow,
channel
you're
and you
so
can do
sensitive.
exercises on camera.
He
You're
only
like
likes
worse
it
than
when
an
I
the-
American
you-
feminist, dude. What?
You and the puppy guy could make
You're
a
that triggered
channel
by a little like
and you can
like a
both
sigh.
watch each other making workouts.
No, could you stop monologuing and please just explain why the Earth's a globe?
Monologue. Monologue.
Why the Earth's a globe?
Oh no!
I was talking to Luna because Luna made the statement, so I wanted to converse with her.
Well, I can't when I'm muted. Anyway, yeah, I can explain that. So my explanation is that you guys all seem very jealous of someone that is like productive and grunting and working out. So I think
This fucking Luna.
How am I jealous of that? I work out as well. I'm
Golly.
productive as well.
I also work out. I stand up, go to the kitchen, eat something, sit in front of my PC.
No,
I go
genuinely
to
though,
sleep.
I work out, so I don't know why I'm jealous of him. I have nothing
Yeah,
to
I
do
don't
with whatever
work
happened
out.
there.
I don't work out.
Just
You know
wanted-
why?
Why? What's up?
Because I don't need to. That's
Yeah, I
the
feel
point.
that. I just wanted Luna to back
actually,
up
you
her claim
do.
though of why the Earth's a globe. Can you stop
being
just
being
making?
being a sedentary person can actually kill you. You actually do need to work out, even if you're skinny. So
Yeah, Luna,
You're
why is the Earth a
welcome.
globe?
that's gonna be
That's
$100
bullshit.
Luna, why is the Earth a globe?
because. Why do you think it's flat?
it's supposed
Like, no, it just seems like you just believe something just because like some fucking
Isn't that
schizo
what you
came
do?
up
You
with
can't even
it,
tell
and
me
you're
why
like,
it's a
"Oh my
globe, but
God."
I'm the one that just believes
Dude,
something,
if
right?
I'm sorry, like with your logic, then I guess we just can't believe in anything whatsoever, right? Whatever
with yours, we
footage
should
that
believe
there
everything.
is to show proof of some sort of evidence, you know what? God forbid that you end up in court and you have like some video, and then someone's gonna be like, "It's a video. Let's not
Yeah,
trust it."
you should work out and tell yourself that the Earth is a
Really? You
ball.
want to talk about videos? Can you take a video of the curvature of the Earth, though?
How about you fucking take a video of your fucking
Yeah.
curves, your non-existent curves? Fucking flat
Sounds
fuck.
like a projection.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's angry with no proof.
Sounds like a
It
projection.
just
It's not-
upsets me how retarded you guys are. Like, I don't get it.
Whoa.
I
It
don't
sounds
get
like
it.
another
We
projection.
understand you're
No,
upset.
I'm
We
just saying.
understand you're upset. It's okay.
Countries-
We understand you're
Oh.
upset.
Third world countries
When-
are dealing
You know,
with so
listen,
Third
Luna,
world
I'm not going to
countries,
fault you
yeah.
because, like, when I'm really sad and upset and frustrated and don't really know how to convey my point like a toddler, sometimes I just call people names as well. So I don't really fault you there. It's okay.
I thought going to the
I'm
gym
just
makes
saying.
you like balanced or something. Balance and chill. Doesn't
Anyway,
really
listen.
seem like it.
I just have to
helping you
say, I
much.
think it's ridiculous that third world countries.
What a
Third
loop.
world countries.
Reset.
Sorry.
a lot about third world
Sorry,
countries and not the globe. But wait,
Sorry,
look
sorry.
at me.
You have to say that again. What was your third world countries?
Third world countries are
No. Sorry, I missed it again.
Thought so,
It was
Luna.
about third world countries. Sorry, what was it about third world countries?
It's shitholes.
Yeah, you know what? Continue being
Okay. Very good. Yeah, we get it. You're upset. That's okay. You go and calm down.
Oh my.
I think your mic is broken.
Sheep are having an internal conundrum.
I mean, like the UK is basically a third world country now, for being real.
You're not having a debate, Luna. You're just spiraling and ad homing
yeah,
us. How do you call
yeah,
that
you just-
debate?
Like what? What part of that was a debate? You were just insulting us and told me to just trust you, bro. Like what the fuck? What a psycho. Discord's an outlet for apparently your trauma dump while you fucking insult everybody in the room. Jesus. Because everybody in this room is already just well under
Me, quite a
the
spiral
observation
there.
that the Earth is not a globe.
I'm
So
under the
far.
observation that people think they need to go to a gym.
So far, we have evidence, and well, this seems to line up with all the predictions, but there's no proof. That's what I'm looking for.
You know what's funny though, Jerry, about this whole thing is like after how many years or whatever, all these people have supported this idea of like a globe Earth. It's supposed to be such a well constructed, well formulated, such scientifically backed idea. Yet not a single one of them can hop in here and ever provide a constructive debate that can be debunked.
Chad Daddy, may I ask? Okay, let's put it this way: if you're most of the world, right? You know, people with brains, let's say, and
Like you?
you look at something where okay, governments like government scientific organizations around the world like do different things, but they all have some sort of space agency where they want to pump a satellite up there, someone on the moon if they
Propaganda
fancy,
and shit like that.
maybe a few robots, right? But to them, they don't think that something's amiss, someone's lying to them. They just go, okay, that's that. I see that. That's what it is, right? Now, if you're here on Earth on Discord and you haven't left your room, I suppose for like 10 years, I don't know how long it would be for you, but you might then think, okay, no, I can't prove it myself because I've not been there, obviously, but I'll assume they're lying, right? Because I have a narrative to prove, right? And if I assume they're telling the truth, it goes against exactly what I want to believe. So you assume they're lying, right? Why would they tell the truth? It's the opposite, isn't it? It's the opposite way around.
It's not a lie if you believe it. All right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just works the opposite way around. So, like when you say why is there no scientific proof? I mean, there are. You don't have access.
I'm not
to
saying
it,
there's
and that
not a
upsets you, right?
single bit of scientific proof that has ever support. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that like whenever I ask somebody to come in here and give me a constructive set of reasoning on why the Earth is a globe and not flat, they can never do so.
Reason,
it's like we get like 3 or 4 questions in and they're already going, you see, just trust me, man. And it's like I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with that, but like,
are you talking about
just trust me, bro, is what you're telling us not to do.
Yeah. Well, would you say that you'd prefer a more, let's say, argument sort of style, where it's syllogistic or whatever? Because I understand that maybe me saying that obviously to some they have access to information that we don't have access to, and they might have come to that conclusion that you're not satisfied with. Are you saying that you would prefer to ignore that bit and focus on a syllogistic sort of maybe a deductive proof?
I would just rather focus on the point you're making, where you're basically insinuating that you don't have the tools, the methods, or the reasoning to be able to come to the same conclusion that they did. So you just trust them, and then you convey their message without any proof of them doing so themselves. Makes sense.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think that it's more the case that there are observations you can make to lead one to think one might be on a globe, right? It might not be the case it's conclusive or absolutely, but I don't think that's necessary. I think at that stage you have every right and rationality to think you might be on a globe, but you might not have fully sold it yet to maybe people around you or whatever, right? So what would you do then? Well, you think you're on a globe. What would you're on a globe? You actually need
You're
to
saying
go
you're
out
like
into space
lagging
to
out.
find that out. You could figure what out. Say if this radius has any utility, then it should produce X, right? And then from there, yeah, we might lose the access. That might be the end point of where we have access to that information. But we have still the rationale for why we might live on the globe, right? It's still there.
There was a good bit of that where you like lagged and I missed half of it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Did you capture the gist though?
Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't really capture the gist. There was a lot to it. I wasn't really sure if we were like if that was a question or if it was like a statement.
Okay,
I honestly
right.
don't even know if you disagree with me yet. I really just have no idea.
Okay,
what you're saying.
can you hear me
Maybe
now?
keeping
Hello,
a buck
test,
with
test,
you.
test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Hello.
Yui, I just have to ask,
Yeah.
would you say the same thing about God believers? Well, if God exists, then I
yes.
expect to see all this stuff. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
I think that God, you can have reason for God, right? People do all sorts of good, logical arguments for God. I wouldn't dismiss them. And to be honest with you, a lot of the counter arguments that atheists make aren't that strong. But, right, some people have maybe not persuaded by it, right? Maybe they have some circumstantial reasons for why they're not persuaded by it.
Well, the atheist argument
not quite satisfied with their argument.
Isn't the atheist argument just like I don't believe? But when was their belief even required to begin with? Either it is or it isn't. Belief is not required.
I think it's basically irrelevant. But I can understand why someone would or wouldn't be persuaded by one of the theological arguments for God. But there's some good ones out there. Take the cosmological argument, pretty good.
Do you know about orcs in Warhammer? You ever heard about like Warhammer 40K?
No.
See, they got this really cringe thing where they can just believe whatever they want to believe, and if enough people believe it, it creates this psychic energy where they can just manifest it in reality. That's kind of why I akin atheism or third wave atheists too. The other waves of atheism have a different take on how to debate and how to discuss. But third wave atheists have this idea where if you just get to 51%, you can just change the fabric of space and time, and whatever you want to believe is now true. It's so subjective. Everything is so subjective that all you have to do is get to 31% or 51%, and bang, it is what it is.
Okay. I don't think it's just that. I think we have an element of, I think there's an element where we say, okay, we could all maybe rationale a globe based on observations here and there, and say maybe we're probably on the globe, and then say, okay, now a lot of the rest of the work is given to other organizations and people. And this is where this is why people say, why would they lie, right? It's because at that end where you stop and they begin, they already accepted the probabilistic argument. Now they're sort of going, okay, now how likely is it that I've been deceived on this particular topic, right? And they might find that hard to believe based on the idea that they already probably believe in the globe, right? Because there's observations to support it. They just think it's just a confirmation done by others on their probabilistic rational belief, right?
So they'll ask a question based on their rationale that if they can't figure out why someone would lie, then the only logical conclusion is they don't lie.
No, it's always possible. It's not like saying they definitely didn't lie. It's to say that there's a lot of mental gymnastics one would have to pull to figure that out, right? In fact, that is exactly why flat earthers take the opposite position, because they think that their observations of the Earth confirm flatness. So for them, they don't start at the same point as the glober. They probably, and they don't know it's flat. They probably think it's flat, and then they hear all this other jargon about people claiming that they've confirmed it, and that seems far away to them. right? Because they already think it's probably not flat, so they probably think they're lying. It's just the opposite way around. Why would they tell the truth? Why would they lie? Right?
Yeah, that's the
Both
brain fuck that
people.
third wave atheism is in. They'll tell you that they can't figure out how government would lie. As government says, do not trust government, only trust God. And you're like, well, fuck, dude. If you can't think government can lie to you, you have to now trust God, just like they said to. And even better,
No, they
second wave atheists didn't trust government either. And now
yeah,
third
they don't
wave
think.
atheists cannot figure out how government would lie to them. As government
I
tells
think,
them, yes, we lie all the time. Government will say all they do is lie. That's why you have to have God to keep government in check. And
I
then
don't think
atheists will be
anyone's
like,
that
well, I don't
irrational.
believe
I
in the
think
God. Well,
I don't
fuck,
think anyone's
dude.
that irrational. I think globe earthers and flat earthers both agree. Sometimes government sells the truth. Sometimes it sells a lie, right? But it's passing it out. What do you use to pass it out? Well, you use what you already think is probably the case, i.e., what your
You know what I
observations of the
do?
Earth are, and then you
Just
come to
say
that
no, thank
conclusion
you.
based on.
I just say no, thank you, and see how they respond. If they're like, yeah, whatever, okay, sure, you said no, thank you. If they respond and then going from the soft sell into the hard sell, then I know they're full of shit.
Well, I mean,
Just say
I don't.
no,
I
thank
don't have
you.
I don't fall on the
Just
hard
try it.
position
Be
on
like,
one way
no,
or
no, thank you, and just see what someone does.
another. No, I don't. I don't
The
fall hard.
globalists will suddenly call you a flurman, you're a vermin, you need to be re-educated, rounded up and gassed, take your children away from you, find out where you live, find out where you work, like all these things they do just because they heard the word no.
Yeah,
And
well,
that
think
does
about this,
not
right?
make sense on the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
There should be
think about
enough
this,
room
right?
for no's.
There's because I mean, I don't think anyone takes a hard position either way. Look, for instance, know the government lies about all sorts of things related to what I'm interested in geopolitics. Obviously, of course, they would. And a lot of people on the flat Earth side probably accept that when your country says something like, "Oh, we've bombed Yemen," you probably don't really think, "Nah, you haven't," right? You probably think, "Oh, they probably did," right? It's just based on what you already think is the case, right? And you accept or don't accept what follows from that. Neither of us are irrational as to whether we think the government are lying or telling the truth, because we're all basing off something for why we think that government are lying or telling the truth.
There's a really good interview from I'm drawing a blank on her name right now on Fox News. Megyn Kelly, there it is. Megyn Kelly interviewed Dick Cheney and asked him, "You lied. You basically, you're paraphrasing. You lied your ass off. You lied about weapons of mass destruction. You lied about the connection with Iraq and WMDs. You lied about the connection of Iraq and state sponsors of terrorism." She went through and just said, "You lied. You lied. You lied. You lied." And all he said was, "Nuh-uh. I was working off the best information I had at the time," which is all a lie. So basically, if you're going to lie to yourself and try to convince yourself of something you don't want, that you want to believe anyway, that's not my fault. It's not Flat Earthers' fault. That's your fault. You're a fool's paradise.
The thing about these sorts of things, and this is why I think Flat Earthers go an extra mile, is because usually, with Iraq or any instance of government lying you've ever known about, it's a reason why you know. And that's because at the time, people were saying, we don't think so. I mean, the CIA told the executive, we don't think so, right? And even members of the executive said, regardless of whether they have the WMDs or not, we're going in anyway, right? So it's like, yes, the government do lie, but there's always those people, right? Like who sort of, there's a lot of oversight, right? Where, lies are usually self-evident at the time, at least by maybe a minority of people. And they try to speak about it, but people usually just go with the flow with whatever the majority thinks, right? That happens in government. The government's quite a big apparatus, of course that would be the case, right?
Right.
You ever feel like you just spat so much wisdom out in the last like 5 minutes that you start stroking your chin like I'm
No,
an
I had a
intellectual?
call. I had a call,
Okay.
dude. In the middle of the workday. What would you say? Something impactful, or was it just a spurg?
What do you reckon, Jerry? Do you reckon it was impactful or a spurg?
I was making my son something to eat, so I didn't hear anything.
Come on, guys, throw me a solid.
Yeah, I know. I probably should have said, "Hey, I didn't expect it to take that long. I just was gonna be like, yep, got it," and hang up. And it went into a little bit more than that. But it was like, yeah, I don't know. Do you mind me saying it, or do you want me to go back and listen to the live stream?
I think his point was that there are some outliers who spill the beans, right?
Well,
Or
more
blow
or
the
less, I
whistle?
gave an example.
Right.
I gave an example of Iraq, right? The CIA were telling the executive at the time, no, we don't think there's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. France were telling the US, no, we don't think so. A lot of the reasons for why they thought there were, France actually refuted already. So at the time, there can be a lot of disagreement. A government's a big apparatus. It would be natural, right? International relations is several, more than all governments to deal with, right? Well, I don't know if that makes any sense to say more than several. Either way, the point is that there's not up. This, I think, flat earthers go an extra mile to kind of like imagine that it's a lot more watertight than we usually expect it is, right?
You're like on a loop right now. What's going on? Did you just reset?
This isn't flat Earth, dude. You don't. If you want to talk about government corruption, government misadventure, limited wars and engagement overseas, these are fucking facts, dude. And you try to match which model predicts these things. Which one? That's what I'm saying. You don't even need flat earthers for this. You got Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan said the moon mission was fucking ironic. Straight up. He said this is the most ironic moment of human history. Here's this giant leap forward for all mankind, paired with adding sugar to food, infringing on Native American rights and treaties, domestic surveillance, war on drugs, like a ramped up, like a pushback on civil liberties. All these things happened at the same time. Nixon was supposedly doing bounds and leaps forward for all of humanity. Carl Sagan's like, wow, it's fucking ironic. And no, it wasn't ironic. It was par for the course.
Yeah, what's nothing new under the sun, right? You do you.
Yeah, see, it matches because if you're going to do what you're going to do, and you don't even give a fuck what the environmental conditioning is, nothing will change that. How are you going to sit there and say, oh, all of humanity's answers, all the answers to creation and why we're here, the biggest question of all, why am I here and what's my purpose? If you don't even give a fuck to begin with, no change.
Okay. Glad we resolved that one.
Yeah, here, I sent you a video. Check it out. It talks about how the internet and why the internet is actually bad for you.
I watched that. That was good.
You don't need to tell me that. I already know that.
Did you like it? It matches what it's almost like what I talk about all the time.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, like, if Physics in a Minute can articulate virtually the same ideas I'm talking about, will they get it? Will they suddenly snap? See, my take is they've got this thing that flat earthers can't be right. No matter what a flat earther says, it's fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. They can't hear it. They can't parse it out. It's completely gobbledygook. It's psychopathic talk. It's deranged crackhead freak. It's schizophrenia. Now here is Physics in a Minute, breaking it down, Big Bird and Barney style. Will they still brick it? I would say about 50-50. Half of them will get it, half of them will brick it. because half of them will play. They'll play along like, oh, I don't get what they're talking about. That doesn't make any sense. Because they'll have
Will
to
I get it
maintain
or will I
character.
brick?
Yeah, I know. Watch it. It's short. It's like 15 minutes.
Let's see. 15 minutes short? No, I don't think so.
How long is it? Did I send it to you or not?
Yeah, well, yeah. When
I didn't send it to you. I didn't send it to Brad.
11:34, I think it was.
Oh, Jerry.
Yeah. See, I actually watched the stuff that Crit sends me.
Oh, you're on your own on that one. Ha ha ha!
What the?
There you go, Brett. I sent it to you. Why the internet is the worst thing ever. It's interesting too. One of the seasons of American Horror Story has this built into the plot line of it about like how the government was able to make everything a conspiracy theory, but what they were doing that's not a conspiracy theory.
Mr. Quiet Noobs. Now, when you post that concept, it's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled. I mean, yeah, but how? Like, that's just like, I don't know, a quirky little quote, right? I mean, how does it not apply to flat Earth? You got to think about that. Because if you're trying to associate with the globe, then it's just you use it both ways. I mean, it's just we don't have those memes in our back pocket, you know. It doesn't actually mean anything.
It's not quite the same, bro, because most of us.
You think a flat earther can't be fooled very easily?
No,
you kidding
no.
me?
Let me finish. I'm sorry. The whole my sentence was going, well, yours started. But anyway, what I was going to say is that we all started in the globe lie. And the flat earthers are the ones who allowed themselves to be open-minded enough to look at something else and not just follow consensus.
They allowed themselves to be fooled. It could be either way. Who knows, right?
I mean, that's not exactly what happens. That's not what the math shows, but you can say whatever you want. It's a free country. Oh, wait, you probably may or may not be in America. I don't know.
It's what you believe, right? You believe that this is the position, right? That this is the correct one. You finally got it. You figured it out. You know reality now, right? Or, right, just as well, as the quote describes, it's easier to fool than to tell someone they've been fooled. Someone on YouTube just fed you the wrong information and the right set of words, and you bought it, right? Could be either way. No one likes to be told that they've been fooled.
Okay,
but
so what's the radius of the globe?
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay,
Not
the
that it
radius of the
matters.
globe is 3,959 miles.
Scripted, yeah, you know that off the top of your head, don't you?
No, that's not scripted. That is the radius of the globe. You look it
Yeah,
up
but like you've
from
had this
NASA.
conversation a million times. You've been told all the
Yeah,
lines,
yeah.
right?
I
What do you
get
got
it.
next?
And so you're just gonna hand wave, factual
You
information.
just told me a radius. What do you want me to do with that?
Okay, so with that radius, from a 1 foot observer height, there should be several. I don't know, depending on
Pause.
how far
Who
you're
told
looking.
you that that's what you
can
should
see
see?
miles. You can.
Who
I know.
told you that?
I have. I've looked across a lake, man.
No. Who told you what you should see based on that that measurement?
It's not about what I should see. It's about like looking out, going to a lake, getting down, and like with a camera or whatever, and seeing how far you can see. I didn't use a camera. I just saw that I could see the other fucking side of the lake.
You said
And
this
that
is
lake
what you
is
should.
miles.
Like this is not what you should see. So, should see. I think you mean globers or people who pervade the globe are telling you that's not supposed to happen. Where did you hear that?
What do you mean?
Where did you hear that from any glober that you should not be able to see that far?
It just makes sense. I mean, there's a curve. There should be a
This is
physical
where
horizon
we're going to
at
go full
1.22
circle.
miles.
We're going to go full circle now. You
Yeah,
were
I mean
told.
that's all there is.
Look,
That's the whole point of
Al,
this fucking chat. And
yeah,
if you're just gonna hand wave all of it, then why the fuck are
I'm
you
not
talking?
engaging. Right? You were told that that's what Globers tell you. You didn't know a Glober who said it. You were told by a Flat Earth YouTube channel, I imagine, right? Now, think about it this way. When did
Actually, no,
terrestrial...
you're wrong. From a Globe Earther YouTube video, they were showing how, oh, boats actually do disappear behind the curve, blah, blah, blah. But really,
Yes.
it was camera tricks.
Okay, camera
Someone did
tricks.
the same thing,
Perfect.
and
My
oh no,
favorite
there's nothing
subject.
that disappear.
My favorite subject is camera tricks recently. It's my thing right now.
Yeah, they're
What do
pretty
you
cool.
think a camera would do if you zoomed in on a boat going over an obstruction?
I've seen it, and when you actually take a camera and zoom in, all of a sudden the shit reappears.
Ah, well, let me introduce to you the Grand Mahuta. Right, 1 second. I'll just go get it for you. Give me a second. The Grand Mahuta. My flat Earth killer really is something to behold. There we go. Right. Look at the side chat for me, sweetness.
I am not your sweetness, but I am looking at the side chat.
Okay. Right. So we have we have a P1000 Nikon camera. Some of the best quality here. 30 feet up in this where the observer's standing. We have a ship, the Princess Polar, which is the further one away, the sinking ship, 12.6 miles away. No, it's not good, is it? We have the glorious Mahuta, which was 8.86 miles away.
You shouldn't
Now,
be
if
able
you
to see
watch
either
him
one. What's your
zoom in,
point?
if you watch him zoom in, 125 times optical zoom, why doesn't that ship reappear? What's going on?
Where's the geometric
It's not this
horizon?
refraction that you guys love so much.
Well,
Sorry,
we're
what?
kind of missing the geometric horizon here, man. Where is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh, the
noticing.
geometric horizon's
See
approximate.
either
It's
one.
I think what's
Where is it?
30 feet. He's 30 feet, so it should be around about just in front of that first ship. But we believe there's always refraction, so it's neither here nor there.
That shouldn't be your argument to begin with.
Assume refraction.
So what you're observing,
You haven't confirmed the radius.
What you're
Because the
observing
refraction
is
uses the radius. So
just
how are you going to use
pause.
it without that confirmation? Where's your
Let's not go
measurement?
off topic. Let's not go off topic, right? So I think that isn't like the literal horizon. It's the effect of an obstruction caused by a physical horizon, right? Now, let's see who's more accurate. What do you think is going on in that video?
Where's the physical one then? What can't we see it?
Well, it's always going to be incongruent, right? Always. Anyway, back to the question. Brandon,
So
what do you think is going
is
on
the
in the
physical one behind him?
Oh, let's not get allergic to questions now. Brandon,
Okay.
what's going on?
Behind and in front of him at the same time?
I've
Is that what's
answered a
going on?
question, or I've answered like 2 or 3 questions. I
Too,
want
is,
an
like,
answer.
we shouldn't be able to see either boat. So what's your point? You can't assume refraction without a measurement of the radius.
But what is going on in the video?
I don't claim to know that. I just know that you can't assume refraction without having a radius measurement. So what's your point? You shouldn't be able to
don't know. So boats do sometimes go over the horizon and you zoom in and you can't see more of the boat. Is that correct? That's been confirmed today, right now. So you've changed your view on that, right?
No, because I am
No.
sure that if you had a better fucking camera,
a P1000 Nikon, what would you prefer?
Plus, oh, you know what this could be? Actually, this actually happens. Temperature and humidity levels have a huge effect on, like, I've seen the Earth seem to breathe, but that doesn't actually happen. You know, hills of water don't actually exist. So like, what is your point here?
So
how do we know he hasn't sailed far enough away for like the atmospheric conditions to hide the boat as well? I mean, that's kind of a pretty obvious standpoint.
Does anybody have that meme of the Earth breathing?
Atmospheric
allegedly?
conditions to hide the boat, right? Now, I don't mind when people say atmospheric conditions, but I need to know what kind of conditions we're talking about.
I mean, like
what
inclement
is
weather.
required?
It kind of looks kind of foggy out there in the video that you linked.
Yeah, listen, if you don't tell me what conditions are necessitated, or
I just said fog. Yeah, fog. If you know what that is.
Do you think that's
Yeah.
a foggy day?
Looks like a foggy day. It's pretty misty.
There's huge amounts of
Well,
humidity
I
in the air
mean-
at all times.
I mean, look, if you
Like,
think
water vapor in
the
the
issue
air
there
all the
is that
time
it's
is
just
insane.
foggy, when you can see where the horizon line is, then I think you're just blind, right? Anyway, what's the other guy? What were you saying?
The amount of humidity in the air is rather insane, like all the time.
Yeah, but
The
how
humidity.
come it only
So if I
affects half
found
of the
you-
ship? If it's fog and so on, why is half of the ship disappearing behind the water and the other half is foggy? Like, sure, you could make
which
the claim
half's-
the
which
reason why
half's
it's
disappearing?
distorted.
Which half's
That's not
disappearing?
free.
Is it the half that's farther away that could potentially be in the fog that you can't see, and the other half is protruding out of the fog that it hasn't entered into yet?
But you can
go
see the
elaborate on
horizon line.
So what we are seeing
can
is
see the horizon line.
what we are seeing is the cockpit of the ship, which is centered. So it should be further away than the edge of the ship. So I mean, it's not a cut. It's not like a clear cut when it ceases to exist. It just becomes a horizontal cut, not a vertical one. And the rest, I mean, you could make the claim that the fog is the reason why it looks so wobbly, but clearly half of it is gone.
How long is this video?
2 minutes and a half.
Yeah, just skip in a little bit if you want to see the zoom in. But like,
I can give you
to be
the
honest with you,
screenshot of it because I'm already there. Just looked at it.
if you can see the horizon line, right? You can see the boat. Basically, you see a mountain behind the boat, even further away. You could safely assume we're seeing just about everything we need to see to make an assessment of it, and you can't run away from that. Someone said something about a hill of water. Now, I've heard this one before. If you're on the Grand Mahuta, the greatest ship ever made because it's in this video, and you're looking now at the other ship 4 miles away, do you think they're going to see a hill of water between them? The answer is no, right?
Another really good question is why isn't the curvature right to left? Is it only forward and like?
Well,
near
that's
the bar, or-
irrelevant. We're talking about the zoom, right? Do you agree? This example, P1000, one of the best cameras ever made, zooming in is not revealing any more of that ship.
I'm gonna disagree here because I watched the video and just everything looks so distorted, and I just feel like maybe the image is possibly distorted beyond belief, or like
You're a
I don't
troll.
know, maybe
You're a troll.
even
I'm not doing this.
no, because like if you can even look at the image, you could tell like maybe that's even
why does half
copy
disappear?
pasted
Like,
and
I already
descaled.
agreed
I
with
could-
you.
You give me an image with just the boat, the middle boat, I could recreate that image of that the sails or whatever that is sticking up, just barely popping over the
Listen.
water in Photoshop, and I could get it handed to you in 5 minutes in a passing grade, where you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference of it between this image.
Well, the main, I already agree with you that the reason why it looks kind of wobbly could be fog or any other effect, and I wouldn't disagree with you if you want to make the claim that that is the reason why it's causing it. The problem is you are ignoring the fact that half of the boat is behind what it seems to be water. It's disappeared. What is causing
Sinking
it?
almost.
Fogginess
See, it's
doesn't
kind of
fogginess doesn't make half of the boat disappear and the other half blurry.
I don't think you really understand my point. I honestly think this image is doctored. I think that's why they keep.
Oh, you
pausing
think
it
it's
and say-
Photoshop?
No, he's a
Yeah,
troll.
because
He's a
like
troll.
you can
Let's
easily
focus on
make.
Brandon. You're trolling.
I'm not
You're
trolling.
You're
If
trolling.
you allow me to explain, you'd understand that I'm not trolling. You
It's a
can
video.
easily
It's
Photoshop
it's
this.
not a picture. It's a video.
There's
right.
but the picture of the boat that's half covered never moves. So explain that one, genius.
How fast do you think a boat?
even
Because
even
it's a
with the video
picture.
moving, the boat never moves. So explain that, please.
The
If I'm
video
the
is
troll,
not
explain that.
Wait. This is not a video. This is a picture. Why are you acting like this is a fucking
No, I'm
video
talking about the
movie?
actual video. The one I
You talking
posted.
about the Black
It
Swan?
is a fucking video, you genius.
No, it is.
What the
no,
fuck are you
it
talking
is,
about?
It
Yeah,
Watch
is.
the
a-
video where he'll play it for
Adrian,
3
don't make-
seconds and then he'll pause it, and then he'll play it for 3 seconds and then he'll pause it. I'm literally watching the video right now as we speak.
Oh,
Yeah,
does
Ardian,
it
don't-
play it in between?
Ardian, don't be
Does it play
stupid,
in
bro.
between?
Ardian,
Oh, yeah,
don't
you're
be
right.
Yes,
You're
you
right.
can see the
I
waves moving. You can see the
Yo.
other ship moving,
No,
and
no,
the
I
ship that's
take
half hidden
your
doesn't
point. You're
move.
right. You're right.
It's
You're right.
crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that it's a still from a video. That's what's going on.
No. He's right. In the
It's
times where he
bro.
zooms in,
Do I need to
he
like live
plays the
stream? Can somebody
video.
live stream this? Because these guys are brain dead.
Yeah.
Video.
Okay,
the
Okay,
last
you
video.
don't
I know
have
that.
to insult me.
Right.
Calm
I'm
down.
going to
I agreed
suggest-
with
The
you. I
last
said
video
that you're
that
right.
they linked,
Chat-
the fucking waves are moving. Like the only thing
Daddy,
that's
I'm
not
gonna
moving in this
suggest-
entire image
I'm going to
is this
suggest
half-hidden
that
image.
If you
That's the only thing
don't,
that's not moving.
if you don't want to engage, right, and you want to say that's doctored because the boat's not moving fast
I'm
enough
saying
for you
it
or
could be
whatever,
doctored. I mean,
that's fine.
pretty obvious
But
it is
you
doctored because
now,
we're not on a
now
globe.
you can
but
sit out, right, because you don't accept the evidence, and you just won't. There's no
I
point talking to you any further.
that's
Now,
fine. Go
Brandon,
ahead. Continue. Continue with your
Brandon.
fake evidence. Yeah.
Chad Daddy,
Brandon,
Or you
what's
can
going
just
on?
completely.
What's going on?
Yesterday you
question
were
for
a
the
Glober.
I don't know what the
You
fuck you're
were
talking
in
about.
your
You can go
phone
scroll
about
through
a
my
I knew he
messages.
was a
I
troll.
definitely
I knew he
wasn't a
was a
You're
glober.
a troll, dude.
I'm
I mean, he's
literally.
called Chad Addy King Schlong, so I don't know what you're expecting
Yeah.
from him, really. But regardless,
Brandon, what's
I got a
going on in the video? Tell me what's happening.
I have a question for the room. I don't claim to know exactly what's happening because I've seen a meme that shows the Earth and the ocean literally looking like it's breathing on a long distance photo with a camera. So like I can't accept this as evidence of whatever you claim because over time the humidity, the temperature, whatever was causing the atmospheric conditions, which gas can't form into a sphere, it always fills the available space. But either way,
Are you just thinking of like slogans to say, like
These are
I'm not.
literally like buzz sayings.
No, I'm not.
It's like
These
random
are-
flat Earth like
these are
quotes.
just
I don't
things
know what
that
to
I
do
have
right now.
noticed.
Water always finds a level. Toss it out.
Yeah, use them all.
yeah, but that is true, isn't it? Is that not
No,
true?
the funny part is
Gas
it's just
always-
not. It's not
Level.
part
Tell
of
me-
the conversation. That's a funny
Yeah,
Why is
tell
it
me
not
the
part of the
sub-
conversation then?
To
Tell me the
flame
substance
gas.
saying
Yeah,
gas
I
fills
don't
the
get it.
available space. Tell me the
Well, no, but
substance of that.
you were just talking about water, Ardian, and now you're talking about gas. So
We were
you
not
just
talking
changed.
about water.
You were. You just said water finds its level, pass it on, and I said, is that not
There
true?
was
And
just
then,
another quote that
and
I
then you
just tossed
started
out.
laughing and talking about gas, and I don't know what the fuck you're
Because
talking about.
I just used the flat earther buzz quote. Like that's just all it's fun, haha meme.
But is it not true?
I know it is true, it is true.
So then
I
why?
don't disagree.
Right,
So you're
Brandon, let's
wasting
try.
everyone's time. Well done.
No, I disagree with his initial statement. I think it is not true what he said about gas, but about water I do agree with the quote.
All right, Brandon, let's
Well
try
done
again.
for wasting
Right?
my time. Thank you.
This is where
You're
we're at. You said this is what Globers tell us, right? I agree. Globers, or I would say Globers do not say that 100% of the time you shouldn't be able to see past X distance, but I do think Globers do, quite rightfully so, suggest that boats go over an obstruction. This is where we're at. We're looking at the obstruction. What's wrong with that picture? Are you saying that what's happening? This is like the whole thing for the globe. Take it down right now.
But
Show
I mean,
me. Tell me.
you're implying that it's a physical obstruction, and therefore it must be a curving Earth.
Well, if it's an implication, then sure, whatever. But I think that
That's the.
I think I'm interested in hearing what he thinks is going on there, because he said if you zoom in, the ship will reappear. It's obviously not the case. So I'm seeing what's going on next.
But you
No,
seem
it's
to be
not-
using your assertion as the evidence. It's like, dude, you need to prove that the Earth's curving. You can't just say, well, it's being obstructed optically, and then just leave the implication there that it must be Earth curve. That's the thing.
Well, that's not exactly. Well, I guess you just joined because the idea is that
I've heard
boat
Brandon
will
talk plenty of
reappear. Okay, that boat will reappear if you zoom in. That's what, like, when people say obstruction, which is what you're saying there, doesn't matter if it's Earth curve or not. I want to know what's going on, right? What's happening? Why is that obstruction there? Did the Earth change size? I don't think so. Right. So what happened?
Well, you're asking me.
Brandon, you're up. Brandon.
I already told you I don't claim to know exactly what happens, but I know that, water doesn't form hills.
Okay, then. All right. I guess that's a W for me. I don't know.
No, you don't just get to claim a W.
Find that meme, it would be the perfect example to show you what I'm talking about, but It's like it's the Earth. I call it the Earth breathing meme, but I can't. I don't know what happened. I had it saved, but either way, it's
Yeah,
whatever.
you
I'm not.
agree. Okay, I'll explain why it's a W. Just to be clear, 100%, Brandon. When that guy zoomed in, one of the best cameras around, that boat did not reappear. Correct. Yes? On board?
I suppose, but
Different
Yeah,
days,
well,
different footage. You're not gonna get the same every day.
Oh, sorry, I was talking when you started. My bad. But yeah, it
No,
doesn't.
I mean,
Earth curve. That's
this
all I'm
this guy already knows.
That's as
Different
good as the
days you can
concession
actually
I'll
zoom
get.
into the boat. Different days you cannot. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth at all.
Gary
When you say
Falusi.
can't zoom in, do you mean like the camera's broken or like what's going on?
Atmospheric
This is
refraction.
painful, man. You've heard all these arguments before. I don't know why you're.
Oh wow! Look at
Yeah,
this.
he resets every day, man.
No, it's the Grand Mahuta. It's my best.
At certain
I was
points in
talking
this
to
movie-
This is
Brandon,
your.
really. To be honest.
Hold on. This is
So
your best. I worry for you.
But yeah,
This is crazy,
well,
man.
to be fair, I was talking to Brandon, and I've not known Brandon very long, so it's new for him, and that's important, you know. Just
Wow,
like how
this is amazing, man. All of a sudden, this whole city seems to be disappearing behind the line of water. What is going on? Can you
yeah. So we
explain
have
this to me?
two observations. Sometimes there's obvious obstruction, sometimes there isn't. Now you, for some reason, and I can't fathom why, have picked the one where it isn't is the reality. I don't know why you've picked that one particularly. And you said the obstruction one is just an inexplicable phenomenon, right? That you could never explain. Where I mean, I would go with the side that say the obstruction is the obvious one, and the other one, the way you see far, is where you have a different phenomena which can just be explained through light bending, right? Pretty simple, straightforward. Job done. We're done. You know?
Hey, you're British guy. I forgot your old name. You changed it. Can I ask them a new question?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Which British guy?
The gay British guy. I don't know his. I don't remember his.
He is pretty
The
gay.
lesbian one, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't using it in a demeaning way.
It's still really funny, like the gay one.
I know he's not. I know he's actually gay. I just thought it was funny to put it like that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know any other qualifier. Regardless, I would like to know your opinion if that is okay, and it probably will take a bit. So if you guys have the time and the will, we can do this. If not, just let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's really going to be interested in two Globers circle jerking about how the Earth's a globe. So try and keep it short.
Think he means like
I'll try to keep it short, but I think the convo will turn out a bit longer. So basically, I'm referring to shadows. You probably have heard of them, probably witnessed them. On a flat Earth or on a non-globe Earth, at the equator, the shadow should not be the way it is we're experiencing it right now. If the Earth would be flat and the sun is spinning in a circle around the Earth, we shall see an shadow that moves from side to side, just like how we have them in Europe and shit, when people used to use like shadow watches because they like leave a trail, you know, they like swing. But when you're at the equator, on our current observations, the shadow goes inside of the object and then perfectly in a straight line out the other way around as well. So there is no swerve of angle. It is at the same angle the whole time, the shadow. If the Earth would be flat though, we should see an angle that changes when the sun comes and goes. Why is that?
Are you having a global circle jerk, or do you want flat earthers to answer this?
No, I mean, I'm asking the flat earthers. Sorry.
Oh, you said you were going to ask the gay British guy, so that was the global.
No, I was saying I don't know his name. I was asking him if I can abrupt his conversation because I didn't want to be rude.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought, yeah, fine.
Because you guys were talking about Horizons and that ship video, and I felt like it was kind of reaching a dead end.
Yeah, so you'd need to actually have some data to then address, right? So you'd need to say, well, here's the shadow data that I've accumulated, and here's where it proves the globe. Do you have that, or?
Yeah. Sure. Give me a second.
Okay.
So here you go. This is a video of Ecuador. There is a monument there.
Ecuador.
And I'm sorry, it is not on YouTube. I apologize. It's on those like thingies where you can pay to get the video, like these stock video thingies.
I'm not gonna pay for that.
Huh?
I'm not going to pay for that. Do you have?
No. You don't have to pay. You can watch it for free, but if you want the copyrights of it, you would have to pay.
Ah, I see. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Don't worry. It's for free. In a video, you can see that the shadow casts in a perfect angle. It starts initially with no shadow when the sun is above it perfectly, and it then starts casting perfectly into an angle, and it comes from the same angle to the shadow initially. If the Earth would be flat, let's say the sun is spinning in a circle above a flat Earth, the sun would come in an angle, right? It should not come perfectly above it, swinging from side to side. Initially, the shadow should be pointing at a different angle, then becoming smaller while moving the angle, and then going the other way again, and slowly becoming a longer shadow again while changing the angle. But that's not the case. Why is that?
Well, I'm looking at the video. Give me a sec. This is in Ecuador. So Ecuador's on the equator. Do you know the day this was taken? The date?
I have no idea, brother. Maybe it says it there.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, you'd have to. I don't know. Making any assumptions would be stupid.
Say one shadow or one stick casts a shadow and one stick doesn't.
No. What he's saying is that the basically the direction of travel of the sun would inform the shadow on the object, right?
Yeah, I will give you I know this is not your model. I know. So before you say this is not your model, but regardless, this is usually how most models get encompassed in some sort of this perspective where the sun is circling around the flat Earth. In that instance, the shadows should be shifting in angle. For example, let's choose I don't know, it doesn't matter. Let's choose Africa, okay? Sub-Saharan Africa on the equator. Let me draw a line to make it easier because I feel like that would explain it a bit simpler than to just talk about it. Okay.
Yeah, I get your argument. Yeah, someone else wants to go. It's fine.
So let's say the dot I made there is on the equator, by the way. That is on the equator as well. The sun should make a shadow in the white grayish line that I drew, and the black line should be the angle, right? And the blue dot is the stick or the monument or whatever the fuck. When the sun passes, it should become an angle, should angle in towards it and slowly become shorter and shorter to the point where it's perfectly above it on the flat Earth and casts no shadow. And that would probably happen on a flat Earth too. But the issue is, when it then goes away again, it casts an angle at a complete different angle back at it. That's the problem. So, yeah. You see, it causes two complete different angles on the object, on the shadow, while coming in and going out. But what we actually witness is, on the equator, if we put up a stick on the equator, the angle of, if it's on the equator, of course, and not off, if it's perfectly on the equator, like the monument that I showed, what ends up happening is it comes at the perfect angle in and keeps the same angle and goes out again. There never is a shift of the angle of the shadow.
I'm convinced.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to go, Jerry? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to observe. Okay, it's interesting to observe and think about. I think there's a couple of things not being accounted for, and this often happens when we talk about optics and the sun. when we're talking about globe versus flat Earth, and that's that the atmosphere is having an effect on the shadow angle and how the light's coming in. So yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see that monument like every single day, see if that always happens.
Oh, there's multiple videos of it. Like there's like
yeah, but
people
this is
that
why I
go
asked
there.
you. This is why I asked you what date it happened on, because and you didn't know, right?
Every
So-
day the same happens there. Like every
Right,
day
well-
tourists go there, watch it, the same thing happens. They even marked the spot where the shadow goes, because
That doesn't
the
even
same
make
thing.
sense. That wouldn't even happen on the globe.
No, it does. The
No, it
shadows are
wouldn't.
the shadows are precasted for happening at certain times. They like have multiple spots on them because they know what
Guys,
angle it will
I,
take.
I stopped being a flat earther. I did it after such a long time. I finally have a correct brain.
So anyway, yeah, that wouldn't even happen on a globe, because on on a globe the sun would move as well. That's what the explanation of the seasons is, right? So with the tilt.
I agree.
So then, how is that happening every day in Ecuador on a globe?
No, what you're not understanding me. Every day the angle doesn't change. That's the point. Every day when the sun passes, it doesn't change the way the angle comes in and goes out. That's the point. What you are right about, though, is that depending on what day of the season it is, that it will be a different angle. But the angle in the day itself won't change.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that on a daily basis the angle changes.
Correct.
But not intraday. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, it doesn't remain the same angle every single day. It just remains the same angle for every day, like in itself, 24 hours.
Yeah. I mean, it is an interesting argument. I think you have to just remove the atmosphere as having an effect, which is what a lot of the globe arguments are based on. Is just ignore the biggest factor that would actually have an influence and just act like geometry is purely Euclidean. But we know that optics actually work in a more hyperbolic sense, and then there's also atmospheric effects as well. So I don't know. I don't know that you can just say here's a basic model and therefore the Earth's a globe based on this.
So the monument is called, in case you want to research it, the monument is called
Well,
La
not actually
Mitad
with
del
specificity
Mundo.
address either of the things I've said, because I've given you two issues there.
I could, but I just fully disagree with them. So I heard you.
Can you steal, man, my position at least?
Yeah, I don't think any atmospheric. What's the word in English again? Sorry. Effects would cause any difference upon the angle of the shadow.
Okay,
That
so
makes absolutely
you're
no
just going to
sense to
assure me of that. And do you remember the other thing I said?
The other thing, I will be honest, I've not conducted. No, sorry, you have to repeat it.
Wonderful. I mean, I was talking about the hyperbolic nature to optics, and we know that that's the case now because AI is being trained with hyperbolic geometry. Because when they were trying to train it with other types of geometry, with regards to its optics, it wasn't. It was like overestimating or underestimating things at distance. So this appears to be how optics actually works. And I mean, I don't know this for a
That
fact.
thing, because I will be honest, I don't know what the fuck that is. How would that extrapolate into the sun casting
Because
a
if that's
different
how
angle upon the shadow than it actually should?
if that's how this shit works, then we should be aware of that before making basic models and then misunderstanding what's going on.
Yeah, okay. Do you understand it?
I already told you I don't think I understand it to the degree, but I certainly understand it more than you do.
Sure, then would you mind explaining it to me?
I just did.
No, I'm asking how would a shadow be swifted? Like, what's the methodology? Like, how would that happen? Don't just like give me the word of what the effect
But
is called.
You just
Explain.
assured me. Like, see, the thing is, you're holding me up to a very different standard that you're holding yourself up to in this conversation.
All right, then don't answer. That's also fine. I mean, I didn't
Well,
want
no,
to
I'm not
continue on.
answering, but I want you to be aware of what you're doing. Like you're just assuring me of
I
things.
can't.
Like, when I give you certain points, you just kind of go, doesn't matter. But then when I give you a point, you want me to go into like X amount of detail. Well, I would like you to do that as well.
I did it. I think that the way
And
how I
like I say,
understand angulars and the way that I see the sun working is it always casts a shadow when it comes to opposite of the angle where the sun hits. If you have any other counter evidence to an effect that causes that to be broken, that rule, you may show me and I will gladly look into it.
I've already made 2 points, and you don't seem to be interested in them.
Yeah,
So we
but
can move on.
you mentioned the effect. That is not
Well,
enough
no,
for me.
you're not interested in actually discussing them, are you?
Okay, then let's don't.
Okay, fine. We can just not discuss the things that I said, so this conversation is pointless.
But you can explain it. You choose.
I tried to.
You haven't.
This is painful. Yeah.
That's why I didn't want to continue. I just wanted to leave it at that. I heard your answer. I heard you, and that's good enough for me. I didn't come in here for you to change my mind. I just came in here because I'm interested in what your explanation would be. And I heard that. I got what I wanted. I hope you did as well.
No, I didn't get anything that I wanted. That's why I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore.
Sorry to hear that, man. I came up with this, by the way.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
I'm convinced.
You should.
Yeah, you have an angle. Tis globe.
Correct. And the angle doesn't change. Regardless, I appreciate the respectful conversation we had, Dick. Even if it wasn't maybe productive, I still appreciate that it was civil.
That last conversation made me depressed. Somebody needs to call somebody a cunt right now or something.
Quiet
Can
noobs
I
are a
say
cunt.
the N-word?
Thanks.
You asked for it, bro. You asked for it. But I'm sorry, you're not really a cunt. You're actually pretty chill. You've been chill since like I first joined Discord.
Buddy. anybody know the shape of the Earth in here?
You assume Earth shape?
No, I'm asking if anyone knows what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, it appears flat and level, but flat's not really a shape. It's more of a description.
So do you know?
Come here, buddy. Mr. Peter. Peter.
I'm coming.
Peter, pumpkin eater.
Besides flat and level,
Duncan Darth, why am I hearing horrible stories about how little you know about surveying from Jerry? What happened?
There's some in the car.
What?
I've got to take it out.
He said Duncan Darth doesn't know anything about surveying.
I didn't say that. I told you what he told me, and then you make up your own mind.
Hey, Peter.
Let's see.
Hey, Peter.
Are you a surveyor, Duncan Darth, or no?
I've already, okay.
license, but yeah.
So I trust you over Jerry. I don't know if Jerry knows what surveyors do.
Look like Peter. Hey, Mr. Peter.
Appears flat and level. Do you got anything else besides that?
Good boy, little Peter. I see, boy.
Can someone mute that guy talking to his fucking dog?
Did you have your breakfast, little skinny boy?
Why am I listening to this still?
Into the break, you are. Yeah, I was gonna say you're hot mic and bro. Of the.
So someone was saying it appears flat and level. So they're not even saying that it is flat. They're just saying it appears flat. So, you got anything else besides that?
I don't think they want to challenge you today, Duncan Darth. I think they're scared of you.
I just find it funny what brings these kind of people back here on a daily basis. If they don't, but
it's
give
fun
a crap.
for me.
It's fun for you.
Yeah.
Why don't you have a listen at the YouTube instead and close your mic?
I've listened to YouTube Flat Earthers before. I like to speak to the actual person, though. It's more fun that way.
Come on, Quetzalcoatl, play nice.
You got someone that says it appears flat and level. Anything else? Is that all we got?
I think we should start saying it appears globular. I'll just say I call it a day.
I mean, I live on the East Coast in New York, so there's very few places that appear flat and level to me. I can level something, but the ground is very rarely, flat. At least where I'm from.
I say it appears pretzeler.
Appears what? Say it appears perpendicular. What? What was that?
He said pretzeler. As in a pretzel.
Yeah, why not? Just pick anything I want and say it matches that, because that's what I would expect. Right? Isn't that how it works? Just pick
No,
any.
that doesn't.
Isn't that how
No.
it works?
Any
No, that's not how
phenomenon
it
that you can't explain, and pick your preferred shape. And,
All right, so
that's
let's
what I'd
take your
expect on that shape.
let's take your hypothesis. Let's take your hypothesis. So the Earth appears pretzel-like. What's your evidence as far as it appearing pretzel-like?
It has to be.
That's not evidence.
Yeah.
Not.
See, people think that globe earthers are like attached to the globe, like the shape of a globe, but I actually am not. If I could pick a shape for this Earth, I would pick a cuboid because I like the idea that we live on a Minecraft rock, right? But unluckily for me, I have to settle for some other shape, right? So it's not good. So no great attachment to an actual sphere for me. Not about you guys.
Because it doesn't appear to curve, so that's what happens.
Does it appear to curve?
Nope. Not when I look out. Not when I've been on a plane. Not when I've been to the ocean.
But
Do
you
you
can
think you
see
could
as
spot
far
a
as
curve if it was there? Or a better question, what would
the
you
curve look
expect to
like?
see if it was a
Yeah.
sphere?
What would the curve look like? You said it doesn't appear to
Well,
curve. So
there
what would
should be
the
a
curve look
physical
like?
obstruction at 1.22 miles, according to your globe's math.
So if
No,
I
no.
show you an
Now,
obstruction of 1 point...
hang on, real quick. You're stating something like you know that the globe is this or this or that. I'm just asking you, what would a
stating your
curve?
math.
What would a curve appear to look like?
It would have it's. Have you ever seen a ball and put it up close to your eye?
Be a pretty small Earth if that was the case.
Have you ever seen a hill and put it up, like walked up to the top and
You know what's
barely
funny? When I
looked
see
over?
a hill? So know what's funny when I see as I see the hill, stuff appears from the top up, and as I get higher to the hill, I can see more of the bottom of it. So it's like as I go down the curve, stuff disappears bottom up. So that's what a curve looks like to me. Like things would disappear from the bottom up if there was a curve. So does that happen?
I don't think so. No.
Stuff doesn't disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it
Share a
down the
video with
curve.
you,
I'd
buddy.
call it around the curve.
Because I've seen so many videos of things disappearing bottom up over the water. Why is that?
Oh, I can't even tag you or whatever. Never mind. I'll just share the photo
So like
in the chat.
Like a hill is curved. A hill is curved. As I go down the hill, things disappear bottom up. I see things disappear bottom up as they go away over the ocean. So I guess I'm seeing, like, what am I
Why
seeing?
isn't the sun disappearing bottom up when this guy's looking at it and watching it just kind of disappear into a spot of light?
Do you think it evaporates?
No, like look at this photo, this set of photos. I don't understand
I
what's
think.
going on.
Well, I mean, let's not forget that you are trying to answer the question of what you're trying to look, what you expect to see if it was a sphere. Obviously, the sun has nothing to do with that. So What on the ground would you say?
Disappearing bottom up.
expect?
So I was answering that question real quick, and he asked.
In
The
each
sun-
one of
the
those
sun's
pictures, is he
suspended
zooming? In each one of those pictures, is he zooming out a little bit each time when he takes a picture of that sun? So it looks like he's zooming out. Looks like he's zooming out on each one of those pictures of that sun. Is that not what he's doing?
No, it's a time lapse, dummy.
And mine.
It looks like he's zooming out on each one of those pictures.
I don't think.
I'm sorry.
In the picture I show, he's zooming out at all. I think it's from the same zoom, and he's just taking pictures of the sun over time.
Doesn't appear that way.
Oh, that's a really good one. I'm gonna have to save that one. Ooh, that's nice.
You want to save an evaporating sun?
No,
You know,
the one
like-
he just now shared. It's not evaporating.
Oh
it's
yeah, okay. That one we've
disappearing
seen that
due to
one has
ocular
like
resolution
no.
limit.
Yeah, listen. Show me that without clouds. Show me that without clouds. I could show you the sun going below the horizon as you usually see. So again, two observations. We have one observation without clouds where the sun goes below, and you have one with clouds where it looks like it's going away, right? Or evaporating. So what's the occurrence
Also
there?
seeing the sun disappear. I'm also seeing the sun disappear bottom up.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm also seeing the sun disappear bottom up. So thank you for showing me something disappearing over the horizon bottom up again. Does that mean there's a curve? So you're showing me a curve then? Because I see things disappearing bottom up over hill, which is curved.
Yeah.
So that
here,
must
check
mean
it
that
out.
water is curved.
So to make everything easy for you, you don't have to come in here anymore and just pretend it's curved. Then you'll be all right.
No, I'm just saying you just showed me a picture of something disappearing bottom up.
Prove it.
Prove what? That it's disappearing bottom up? Look at the thing you just posted. Which way is it disappearing? Is it disappearing top up or bottom up?
Goes away from you.
Which way is it disappearing? Bottom up or top up?
Away from you.
Which way is it disappearing? Bottom up or top up? Like the sun's a
amazing.
circular light. I see the top of the circle still, and the bottom of it's disappearing. So it's disappearing bottom up. So why is the sun disappearing bottom up?
It's moving away from you. It's moving farther back. Like it's moving in a linear. It's not going up and down. It's moving away.
Why is the last part of it you see the top of it?
Because it's moving away.
Why is the last part of you?
Do you know
that you see
anything?
the top
Hey,
of it?
I have an art major. Okay, it's to say it's like when you draw something. It's when you're making perspective, and you're drawing it to make it look like there's depth. So it starts to go farther and farther away from you. It's not going
As an art-
down under. It's just moving farther and farther away from you because our eyeballs can't see that well. It looks like it appears like it's going down, but it's actually just moving away.
Okay, so as an art major, if you were to draw a sunset, would you draw the top half of the sun or the bottom half of the sun? Which
That
part would you
doesn't
show
mean I just told you my eyeballs can't see that far. Just because artists don't necessarily draw anyway. I'm an expressionist, so it doesn't mean that I'm drawing reality. I'm not a realist. Okay.
Very simple question. As an art major, if you were to draw a sunset, would you draw the top of the sun disappearing, or would you draw the bottom of the sun disappearing?
Well, I draw the sun in the sky with a smiley face. I don't draw.
If you were to draw a sunset,
sunsets.
would you draw
I
the
draw the
bottom
same kind
showing?
of sun. Hey, yeah, I draw the same kind of sun. Mine has I put points on the outside of it too.
If you were to draw a sunset, would you show the bottom of the sun disappearing or the top of the sun disappearing?
Again, it doesn't. I would draw however I would feel for it to draw. But just because I'm not drawing the entire sun, it doesn't mean that it's going under or around. It's just going
But what
away.
disappears first? What's the first part of the sun that disappears first? Is it the bottom of the sun or is it the top of the sun?
I don't know.
You don't know which is the first part of the sun that disappears?
I mean, I'm assuming whichever one goes out of range of my eyesight, and if that happens to be the bottom, but that doesn't prove that the Earth is round, darling.
No, it just disapproves that it disappears bottom up. That's all I'm going
Okay,
for so far.
okay,
then.
okay, but then there is a reason why though it's doing that, and the
Yes,
reason
there is a
why
reason
it's
why.
doing that. Okay, so what's the reason why? You think
Because
the
there's
Earth's
something
round because it's going down?
Because there's something obstructing the bottom of the sun. That's why.
Mhm.
That's why you can't see it.
Well,
'Cause
then
there's something obstructing it.
maybe that's why the Earth's flat and it's going off it. It's going off the curve there. It's or off the end.
So there is a curve.
No, she misspoke.
I don't know if there's a curve. That's just
If you did not hear that, but no, she's right. It's like the further away the sun gets, the more atmospheric obstruction there's going to be. The more of an ocular resolution limit you're going to have. Like, have you never looked down a long hallway and all the lines converge at the point? Sorry for like cutting you off, Dove.
No, you're good.
I was trying to edify what you were saying, but yeah, that's all I have to say.
No, I don't get uptight about stuff like that. I think I said what I had to say.
And in this flat hallway, I can zoom in and then I can see it again. I can't zoom in and see the sun again.
Well, that's. I mean, do you really expect me with like half a brain to even acknowledge that? Because we can't zoom in.
Kind of. I do expect you to acknowledge what you
We
were about to
cannot
say.
zoom in. We cannot zoom in real life. I mean, that's a function of our
Yes,
computer
we
and
can.
stuff. No, we can't.
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can.
Okay. Well, how about this? Why don't you get in a plane and start flying from where you are and come back and then get back to us and let us know how it went.
And the point of that. What's the purpose of me flying and coming back again?
Well, I mean, isn't that one of your theories? I mean, you're trying to prove that the Earth's round, right? Isn't that what you want to say? Which is fine.
So
I
what does
respect
me
that.
flying somewhere have to go and coming back? What does that have
Well,
to do
here's
with
the thing. I mean, this is what I would think, right? If you're going to create a full circle, right? Regardless of whether it's a circle or a globe or, if you start at like New York and you get in your plane and you just go, right? And you keep going, let's say, and with an unlimited amount of, or whatever, you stop and fuel up and keep going, you should be able to come back to New York as long as you're following some type of compass, I would guess. Right? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Well, go do it and get back to us.
What does that?
And then,
what does that
I'll
do
make you
for it?
dinner. I'll make you dinner if it's right.
So I posted a sun not setting and not going down. So what do you call that?
Hang on, let me check.
What? The sun doesn't move. That means it must be flat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What does that show?
Just heading west, right towards the sun, basically. Heading west, following a compass, and you can notice it's little turns it has to make to keep up with it.
So, are you saying that their sun is going in a circle? What are you trying to say?
Sun's not going down; it's going away.
As you keep going west.
So if you can't figure it out, just leave it at that. Just accept that you might be slower than other people.
Can you show this on the flat map, please?
So if you keep going west, the sun doesn't set. So are you chasing the sun? What are you doing? Explain that to me.
They're flying west.
Okay.
Can you please show this on the flat map? Or do you not have one? Oh yeah, forgot. You don't have one.
So are you saying the sun's staying still, and in order to keep in track of it, we have to constantly go west? As if we, like, in a circle? So we need to spin in a circle to constantly see the sun? Is that what you're saying?
What's this? Is the sun going in a circle? Is this plane going in a circle around the North Pole?
That's what you just told me.
Is it going in a circle around the North Pole?
You didn't specify which pole was going around. You just said it was going west.
Yes, I did. I said it's heading west, following north.
Yes, you said it's heading west. You can go west around the South Pole. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
All right, I'm done talking to you.
Okay, that's cool.
Why can't you go west? Because they'll shoot you down?
There's no South Pole to follow. Compasses only point north. You can only follow west from north.
Does the compass point north in a line? Does it point?
Well, the compass, I mean, at least on my phone, has a north, south, and east and west. And no matter wherever I spin, it keeps picking one point, right?
Yeah, my car only has one arrow. It only points north. My phone has an arrow. It points north. The two compasses I have
You're
never.
talking about an electronic screen, though. I'm talking about on a real compass. Is there a line on the compass?
I'm assuming yes. Usually it's red. I remember in movies.
Okay, so if one end of the point's north, where's the other end of the line point?
Oh, south.
So the line points
other
south as
way.
well.
I mean, but that's what we were learned.
Thank you.
Huh?
That's
Thank
incorrect.
you. So the line points both.
Dummy.
The line points both north and south.
Here, I'll take a picture of a compass, and you tell me where the arrow points south. Okay.
I'm sorry. If the line points north, doesn't the other end of the line point south?
Yeah, we already went over that.
You tell me. I'm gonna post this, and you tell me if there's an arrow pointing south. How's that? This is a military compass. Here we go. I'll just post it for you. It's right next to me. No big deal.
But just because it said that doesn't necessarily prove that there's a South Pole. All it proves is the opposite direction of one way of a path, Just like they said, if you take the vaccine, you won't get COVID, which we all know that didn't happen.
Okay, yeah, we can't talk about that. Anyway, where is the south pointing arrow on that compass?
Okay, so you see how they have a painted arrow, the green, opposite of the south one? And
There's
for
no
the
arrow.
east and
There's
west,
no arrow pointing south. It's just a little dot, just like west and east have a dot. Same dot.
I'm sorry, you don't see the line there?
You got him.
I'm sorry, you don't see the line there? I see a line. You don't see the line? Do you really not see the line? Do you not see the line?
Yeah,
You
the
want me to
government made it.
Do you want me to
Government
do you want me to
made the line.
Photoshop the line? Do you want me to Photoshop the line so you can see it?
Are you talking about the
NASA
one that's
did it.
pointing to like 2020? That thing right there?
So
that
right
like a
now,
shadow?
the one line is pointed to the 30 degree, and then the line continues all the way to the 210th degree.
No, I think it's just 220. So there's
Or whatever.
the green line, and then there's like
215.
a little hyphen. No, it says 220.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
You're not
does.
reading the hash marks properly.
He's talking about the cover on top where you can set your position of where you want to be following when you lay it on a map. He's not talking
So
about
that's your flat map you're saying. So how come if you fly from
All right, I'll talk then. So he's not talking about the actual compass that floats in the liquid underneath. That's just an arrow. He's
I'm
just
talking
trying to
about
make,
the compass
he's just trying to make up shit, folks.
I'm talking about the compass that you showed. There's a line
Okay.
that goes across the entire. Actually, there's two lines that go across the entire compass, the grid to T. I'm sorry you don't see that. And then you showed a map showing how you go east and west, and you have to go around a circular path. So, all right. So, are we getting a shape to the Earth now? The Earth is circular.
It can still be circular and flat.
Okay, but like, are you claiming to it be circular? Because that's how he.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of new here. So, I mean, the only reason I popped in was because I understood the theory of the perspection because I have actually a degree in fine arts. So I figured I was, educated enough to speak on that.
Yep, you are.
The rest, I don't know.
So he's trying to show how a compass works, and you have to go on a circular path.
No,
and everything circles around the North Pole.
I did not show how a compass worked. I showed you that there's a north pointing arrow and the others are just lines.
I'm sorry you don't see the lines in the compass that you posted. I'm sorry you're blind. If you want, I can Photoshop it and I can show you the lines to make it more clear for you.
Sure, do whatever you need to do.
Will you acknowledge the lines as I show them?
Do whatever you got to do. Still doesn't make it point south.
Will you acknowledge that there's lines?
I will acknowledge your lines for you. Won't make it point south.
Let me take a screenshot.
So, YouTube listeners, this is what it sounds like when Glovers get desperate to be right about anything at this point.
Have you got a flat map? Okay. I'm still asking.
Yeah, he posted it.
All maps are flat. All maps
so why
are
don't
flat,
you go on
yeah.
about flight times? Or are you doing that?
All maps are flat, son.
Yeah, but on a globe you can go around it infinitely many times. On a flat, there's an edge.
Yeah, I can walk my dog around the block too.
So, how do you fly from Australia to South America?
Also reposted your compass showing the line.
In a short amount of time.
It's not the compass part, dummy.
What?
That is not the compass part. That is not the part that moves when you turn it. When you hold it in your hand,
so I like how you avoided the question.
Nice and flat, the arrow underneath moves to north. Then you set the top one where north is.
You're so wrong. That green arrow is the thing that moves. You're so wrong.
Oh, let's take another picture then and find out.
That green arrow that I have my line going through is the part that moves. That other green arrow is painted onto the thing. So when you spin north, it lines up with that one. And guess where that other line points to when you line up with that north triangle? It points south. Your compass a little bit and post another picture of it. Spin the compass and post another picture of it. I guarantee you that other green arrow stays opposite of the south, and then the east and west are to the left and right of that, respectively. And that other green arrow is the thing that moves. Well, look at that. The green arrow that I have the line going through moves.
And look at the other picture. I turned the top one. That's with the dial on the outside. The bottom one stays pointing north no matter which way.
And I'm going to Photoshop this one again, and I'll show you how that is the line that moved. I was right.
Yeah, because I moved that one, dumbass.
No shit, that's what I said is the part that moves.
So you tell me, how do you use a compass? You just draw an arrow in your hand, and you move your hand around, and then you just follow that arrow because you moved your hand?
So now point that arrow to the north, and guess where that other line's going to point? It's going to point to the south. You're going to acknowledge that basic reality.
Should I get a simpler compass for you?
No, use that same exact compass and have it point exactly north.
I'll
And
get
I'll
a simpler one
no,
for
use
you.
that same exact. Use that
See
same
how
exact
it
compass.
works.
Use that same exact compass and have it point north. And let me show you where that other line is pointing, because I guarantee you it points south.
Let's pull another one up for you.
Just use that same compass. It's right there. Just have it point north, and I'll show you the line pointing south.
There, I posted a simpler compass for you.
Again, needle line. The opposite is going to point in the opposite direction. So when you point north, the opposite end of that is pointing south.
And you see an arrow on the south part of that?
No, that's how it's not. It's not designed that way. But you can design that
south, dummy.
You can design that arrow any which way you want. That needle you can design any which way. So you could have it designed to point south if you wanted to.
Draw the T on that for me.
Again, are you seriously denying that that line points in two directions?
It just points north.
You're so full of it.
No such thing as a south pointing compass.
Thank you for posting the compass that points both north and south. I appreciate that. You're always good to debunk yourself.
What are you saying? All you have is 2 points at a distance. On the globe map, or on the globe model, it shows at least it will go over water, whereas on the flat one, it goes over land, which doesn't happen.
How do you know?
Because I know people that have flown to Australia.
I know people too. That's cool.
What's that got to do with anything?
Australia, the flight path from Australia to South America, it's over water, right? Mainly over water. On the flat map, it shows it would be over a lot of land. And also, I'm pretty sure it would go over the water.
It's 2 points in a distance. I don't see what your beef is.
Yeah, exactly. 2 points in a distance. Show on the flat map, 2 points in a distance. It goes over land. What?
Okay, so what? It's just a distance. What's the problem?
Yeah. So, but I'm pretty sure in reality you don't see that. You don't go over land. How does that work?
How come reality on Flight Tracker they don't go over the ocean?
What?
Uh-oh.
Do you want to see a flight path from? Okay, let's go Sydney and Santiago.
He's gonna pull up somebody's drawing.
Are they gonna now? Wait, hold on. Are they gonna draw that flight path on a flat plane, or are they gonna draw it on a globe
Look,
card?
I put it in chat.
Okay, so they drew it on a flat. Okay. Oh,
But what I'm saying, I'm not even on about times here. I'm not even on about times. I'm on about on your map. It shows it goes over land. On this one, it's actually correct. It goes over water.
Dummy, you drew it on a globe.
Okay.
Why is the path curved?
It's on a globe.
Well, no, but here's my question. To go off that, why doesn't it just fly straight across in a horizontal?
What do you?
Plane does fly.
It doesn't go through ground, I guess.
No,
But,
as in without the curve, like a flat plane.
Yeah, without the curve. If it didn't fly horizontally, it would hit the ground, or it would go up into space. Get real.
We have less sugar than any other flavor milk on the market.
It's the military. What kind of flight maps do they use?
Yeah, but I'm not making the point of like exact map. I'm talking about your map doesn't even. It's not even close. It goes over land. Like what? At least this one's right.
So the one
in
I
the sense,
posted,
it
so the
shows
one
what
I-
you'll fly
yeah,
over.
Yeah, don't have a heart attack. The one I posted is U.S. military from World War II. Their flight distances, so they can estimate fuel when they have to fly to these different points.
Yeah, but can you show me this flight path on a
Yeah.
flat?
Yeah, it's right there. There's the flight path right on.
Can you draw
Read
a
the
line?
map.
Can you
Read
show me a
the-
line?
Read the map. Read the keys, the legend.
Okay. Yeah, show me a line.
You know, you can click on it and you can blow it up to high definition so you can read everything, right?
Yeah, it looks like it'd be a pretty long distance, right? Compared to what it actually is.
Well, what is it actually since you measured it?
Well, I don't know the exact distance.
Oh, so you're just talking out your ass.
Yeah, but do I need exact figures? I think you know yourself. Why lie to yourself?
Why did I lie to myself about what?
Like you lie to yourself. You know that distance is shorter than if you drew a line from, or even followed this, because on a flat map, how can you possibly go? It just doesn't make sense. Like show me the flight path. Just highlight
I
it.
did. I just posted the U.S. military flight paths. That's what they used.
Okay. What's the distance on the map? What does it come out to be?
Use the scale and figure it out.
No, you do it.
For what?
I'm not reading your shitty map.
This is your beef, man. You figure it out.
Yeah, he wants everyone else to make his argument for him. Classic. I think the pilots are like dipping their nose down for curve, calculating that spin.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I showed that Cyclone and he had a heart attack about it because they said the sun goes down, so when a plane chases it, it looks like it's just still in front of the plane the whole time. And so when I showed that, they didn't like that one.
Because the pilots aren't adjusting for curve, are they?
No, and the sun just stays right there. All they do is adjust for west. Because the plane naturally just wants to fly in a straight line unless it's broken.
So then how would flying level over the Earth prove Earth's a globe?
It's a good question.
Is he gone?
No, Alex is
falling out?
Googling like crazy right now. He's lit up and you can hear him typing.
Okay, so America to China, the flight time should be less, right? But it's the exact same time as Sydney to Santiago.
Are they flying over a level surface or a curved surface?
I'm on about the flat map here. I'm
Are
on
they
reality
flying
in your
are they
flat map.
Are they flying over a level surface or a curved surface? Once again,
Well,
like-
according to you, it's a level service.
All right, so where's your confusion? No curve.
On your flat map, it should be a shorter distance.
Don't fly over Bolivia.
We're not talking about maps. We're talking about flying. Are you flying
Yeah, we're
over a
talking about
curved
maps.
surface or I thought you were talking about flying.
Yeah, and the map, like I'm saying on the flat map that if you're
Are you
going from
flying over a
America to
map?
China, surely why is that the
You
same
flying
flight
flying
time?
over a map or the Earth?
Yeah, but a map can give you a vague overview of what the time is going to be, right?
Right, but it's not going to tell you whether the surface is curved or not.
No, but you know if it's completely wrong, then there must be a mistake in the map. Is that
Well,
is
the
not is that
military
not a
must,
good inference?
yeah, the military must have been fucking up the whole time then, huh?
Or maybe
Well,
they
they managed to do
knew
their
the Earth
flights,
was a globe.
assuming they managed to do their flights without assuming any curvature, so they're doing all right.
Yeah, but surely you're not playing this dumb. You can see that the distance from South America to Australia is longer, and America
Yeah, but
to
you're
China.
claiming, but you would be having to assume that distance was a curved arc between the two.
Yep.
Yeah. So what's your evidence for that?
I'm just saying.
Especially
what
after you said
flat
that the
math
plane
shows.
flies level.
Yeah, the plane flies level. So where's that curve?
I'm showing. Look, I'll put the map.
No,
I
not
can
the
show.
map. The pilot, the flight. You're saying it's going in an arc, but it's flying level.
Look, all I'm saying is the
Neither
line
can
from
know what you're
Australia
saying.
to South America is longer than the one from America to China.
You might just have reset. You didn't even hear what he asked you, did you?
No, because you haven't responded to me.
There's nothing to respond to. He's asking you a question.
Yeah, because you're not answering my questions. I'll start answering yours when you answer mine. My questions.
What's the distance?
What's the distance? I don't need to because I can see that the line is longer.
Well then, yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about since you didn't do any homework.
I don't need to because what? That's the dumbest argument I've heard so far. It's like arguing with a retard.
Well, dude, whatever the distance is, it's a horizontal one. It's a level one. So who cares what the distance is? Like, what's your beef? I don't get it.
Yeah, and you're saying your whole argument revolves around the distance, but you just said you don't know what the distance is.
No, but you can clearly see that one's longer than the other, right?
Well,
as
what's
in the
the
line's
scale?
length is longer.
I don't see what the argument is if
Why are the flight
you're
times
flying
the
over a
same
level surface.
if the distance is different?
Well, you can affect your flight times with trade winds and
What that
the type of
on
plane
average?
you
We're using
use.
average times that wind has an effect. Then
Well, the wind always has an effect. They're always going into flight corridors.
yeah, but by
and picking
that
up
long, that
certain winds.
much of a time.
Well, you would need to know exactly what trade winds they're using, what their flight speed is, and what's boosted by their trade winds. What type of airplane they're using, its max speed.
Fair enough, but I'm sure it wouldn't make that much of a time effect. I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty.
Not too sure, but pretty sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't make that much of a time effect of it being the same, no matter what.
Well, you could say that, but you wouldn't know unless you did know.
No, but then we're just delving into you just trying to hang
which
on to
is
your
just-
flat Earth.
No. It would just be you making a claim that you can't make.
Well, yeah, because they can be asked to look into it, but I'm sure if
so
you're
that's
so
not much of an
interested
argument.
in flat Earth, you would yourself.
Well, we don't need to. You just made a claim that you can't evidence because you can't be asked, so there's not much to respond to.
Well, you just deny the obvious.
Well, I don't deny the obvious. The obvious
Well,
is that
you
we
do.
experience a flat, motionless Earth. That you do.
Yeah, well, can you? Why is no one here? Just all I'm asking you to do is go and paint, draw a line from Australia to South America. If you can find those on the map, I know it will take you a while, and then draw.
I mean, you're talking about
Path.
denying the obvious. When you go outside, does it seem like the Earth is a spinning ball to you?
Why does that determine the shape of the Earth?
Well, you're
Of
talking
what
about denying the
brightness?
obvious. It's pretty obvious to me that the ground isn't moving. Is it not obvious to you?
That what? I observe
go
it to not be
outside-
moving, but does that mean it's not
Right.
moving?
So that would be what's obvious, that the ground's not moving.
But that isn't
But
necessarily
you
true.
deny that.
What?
You think it is moving. You deny the obvious
I
observation.
believe it's moving.
You believe it's moving, but you don't observe that it's moving or experience that it's
No.
moving in any way. Yeah,
Well,
so
do not
you would
observe
be
it's moving. We haven't seen it from far
Yeah.
away, have we? We're on
Yeah, so
it,
you
so
would
it's
be
not something you can just
Yeah, so we're not
really
denying what's
observe.
obvious. Yeah, so we're not denying what's obvious. We're accepting what's obvious. You're denying what's obvious.
Yeah, but you can't say it's true by saying you
We're just
see
talking
it.
about what's obvious. We're just talking about what's obvious right now.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can have that one, sure.
Okay.
But what does that mean?
We're
That
not
doesn't mean
denying.
anything
Well,
to me.
it means we're not denying the obvious, like you said. You would be the one denying the obvious. We're accepting it.
What? That you're saying that the flight path,
No,
the
it's not about
flight
the flight
times
path. This is
from
about
these
being
two
outside in
places
reality.
vary because of the wind, probably, and maybe because the planes are different. They go
No, that
slower.
was a different topic. We're talking about what's obvious, which means what we observe.
But you're just
which
trying to
means reality.
protect your belief over every obvious.
No, it's not belief, remember. This is what we've just agreed is obvious. What we observe.
Right.
Like, the belief would be, I don't experience the Earth moving, but I believe it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That would be a belief. You see the difference?
Yeah, you're just saying you observe it, which is literally impossible to argue, because
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you'd be arguing
that
against
doesn't
reality.
mean anything to me because it doesn't.
That's what you're trying to do, though. You're trying to argue against that reality.
But it breaks with flight times and distances.
No. Reality doesn't break.
Yeah,
Your
because
mind
you
might.
can map everything out, surely, right? You can
No,
create
how
a
would you
map
do
of
that?
everything, whether like drones and things.
Can you? Is that something you've done?
No, but you can.
Feel free. Let us know how it goes.
Why don't you do it if you're so?
Because I'm not trying to. I'm not making a claim to.
So why?
You just said you can.
Waste your life away trying to say that the Earth's flat without actually trying to prove it.
Well, we're just talking about what's obvious. It's not wasting my life away. That's understanding what's obvious, which
And
you're denying.
we're just in here talking to each other. You guys say
It's
"Show me
obvious
maps,
if you
show
don't
me-
look at any
show me-
evidence.
Show me
Sure.
airplanes flying and all this other crap. We in here talking about how nice the weather is and shit.
Is the Earth not evidence of the Earth? We're not the ones.
Yeah, but you
ignoring
say
the Earth.
this, and then
You
you
are.
go and show me a flat map that you all
No, I
suddenly
didn't show you a
believe
flat
in.
map. I told you to go outside into reality. Remember?
No, but there's people in here that say that that there is a map of the flat Earth.
Nope, nobody ever said that.
I mean, they'll say all maps are flat because they are. That's not
Yeah.
saying they have a
I
map
said
of
all
flat
maps
Earth.
are flat, dude.
Okay, well, I must have misunderstood you then, because I thought you were saying that there was a map of the flat Earth.
That's all right. Misunderstanding cleared up. So, do we have any proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
Not that you'd
Yeah, not a
agree with.
computer picture with a line drawn on it.
Well, I don't know how else, what other proof you want, unless you were sent up into space.
Well, what proof were you given?
What proof? I don't have any proof. I just believe it because well, I'm a
Because you're
sheep.
normal. Because you're
I'm
normal.
a NASA tart. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I don't have those beliefs.
Can I ask you, Cyclone? Do you observe things disappearing from the bottom up?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, you can sometimes do that.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
That that thing is getting out of my angular resolution limit, crushing into the vanishing point.
Why is it always from the bottom up?
Because you're closer
That would
to
be
the ground than you are the sky.
I'm trying to have a nice conversation, so just try to keep
Yeah,
quiet.
that's right, because that's the surface. That's the surface that you're close to. That'd be the smallest resolvable angle. That's like when it gets its smallest, because it's against the surface.
Would you expect, if we did live on the globe and the sphere and the size that it was, that objects going away from you would always disappear bottom up?
Yes.
They would usually appear to, and they would do so at a specific distance, depending on the size of the ball claimed, and they would appear to tilt over that curve, wouldn't they?
Yeah, just like the windmills.
Okay. Again, trying to have a nice conversation with this guy. Just try to be quiet if that's possible for you.
But we don't observe that.
Okay, so yes, you would expect them to disappear at a certain distance. So now
Which
we
we
can
don't
jump to
observe.
the next thing. That would you agree that light can be bent through different mediums? For example, if you ever held a prism up where you have a light going through it and you get that rainbow, that's you affecting the light and how it's and the angle that it's coming at, and you are
So the
bending
angle
the
would
light.
the angle would change, like a redirection.
Yes, but so all I'm asking you is, can you bend light?
Well, within the example that you gave, I could pass light through a prism and see the angle change. Yeah.
So light can bend. It's possible for light to bend.
If you put it through a prism of some kind,
Yeah, some
you
type of
can
medium.
redirect the light ray. Yeah.
Like even like a laser through water, you can see like as it enters the water, the angle of the light changes. Right?
Through air to water, yeah. You could get a redirection of
As it
angles
goes
into
through
the
different
medium.
mediums. All right, so we know for a fact that light can bend, and water is one of those things that can bend light. Do you agree that?
You cut off at the end there.
I was going to say, do you agree that there's water vapor in the air outside?
Yeah. That can
So
be.
it is possible for light to bend as it goes through the air.
Bend in what way?
In the same way that it goes through the water, like it changes its angle as it goes through, as it travels.
No, water into air would be different than air to air.
Right, but there's water in the air.
Right, but that's not the same as shooting into a body of water.
It's not the same, but
No.
the light is going through these water molecules in the air.
But
It's not as great an effect.
You couldn't say it would have the similar or same effect as shooting into a body of water, because they're not the same thing.
What?
That's one medium.
I don't expect it would have the same effect, but it would have a similar effect because it's
Well, then
just
we'd
light
get into
traveling
what
through
nature
something.
of. Yeah, then we'd get into the nature of what change you're claiming specifically it would make in the medium of only air.
Yeah, I'm not claiming anything. All I just wanted to establish the fact is that it is possible for light to bend and change as it travels.
Well, if you're meaning it can bend down in air, no, I wouldn't agree with that.
I'm not getting there yet. I just wanted to get to the point. Like we can learn more about how light can be affected later on. I just want to get to the base point.
Seeing some kind of demonstration, I wouldn't really make a claim as to exactly how air would behave in the air, depending on the conditions.
What?
No, that's fine.
Provide some demonstration of
fine.
what the air is doing.
I just want to get like the base point down that we see light change. We have the ability to bend it, and part of the thing that bends it is water, and water vapors in the air.
I cannot bend light.
No.
No?
No, you can't. you can individually bend light, but yeah, the light will do things in the atmo.
What?
Yeah, so like different atmospheric conditions changes how light moves.
To a degree, yeah.
Okay. So the fact that like Earth is a certain shape and that you would expect to stop seeing things at a certain point, atmospheres would affect that certain point as far as how far you can see something in some way.
Well, yeah, the atmo always plays a role in how far we can see, but I wouldn't expect it to let me see further around the curve of the ball. No, if that's what you're getting at,
Why not?
because I haven't seen any evidence for that.
The evidence is that light does bend. We can show that light bends. One of
But
the
not in
things
that
that
way.
bends light is water, and there's water vapor in the air.
But that's not allowing you to see round the curve. Those would be different things.
Otherwise,
Why not?
Otherwise, we just have to spray mist around buildings to see people on the other side, according to you.
What?
Well, what would your
No, because it
evidence?
can't
No,
bend it that much.
that's not what I'm saying.
Well, you said why not, but the question would be, what evidence would you have for that?
So here's my evidence, and I'm trying to do it step by step. Is that light does bend? We know light can bend, and we can see that through prisms, and we can actually make different mediums and shine a light through it, and we can get its refractive properties.
Yeah, but you're not modeling air through air, which would be one medium. You're talking about multiple mediums.
Yes, so as light travels large distances, there's sometimes there's
Through
parts
one
of the
medium.
atmosphere that have higher water moisture content, and others that
still
don't.
just the one
And there's
medium.
there's also different temperatures. So because of these
just
different
one-
conditions, as it's traveling, it is technically going through different mediums. It's still air. It's always air, but this as the light travels, this air has different contents are in that air as it travels. Some has higher moisture, some has a higher temperature, and all these things affect how the air is moving.
So I should be able to spray some mist on the corner of a building and see people behind it.
No, it doesn't bend that
What
much.
are you saying?
No, it doesn't bend that much.
Well, how much?
Have you ever took a physics class?
Dick. Stop interrupting, Dick.
How much does it bend then?
You can Snell's law.
No, that would be multiple mediums, not one medium.
I really don't even want to get into how far you can bend them. Just the fact that they can bend.
Right,
I
but that's the problem.
I want to get to
So
that
that's the
bottom
problem,
line.
because you need it. No, because you need it to bend a certain amount to make your claim plausible. And if you can't tell us how much it can possibly bend, then you can't tell us that it can bend that much. Or do
I'm
what
not
you're
getting.
claiming it does.
I'm not getting that far just yet. I'm not going there just yet. I'm just trying to stick to the bottom base points. We know light can bend. We do know that.
But not
We
much.
have the ability to bend light, and we would
But
expect
not
that
in
light
the
would
amount that you
bend.
require.
Well, I'm not getting there yet. I'm not there yet.
Well,
I
that's
just
the
want
whole
to.
crux of it, though.
No,
Because your claim requires that.
No, because in order to understand the globe, we have to build a foundation of base scientific truths, and that's what I'm trying to do.
This is what you were. This is how you were taught the globe in school, is it?
I mean, yes, we need to set up these foundations in order to move forward and control for these different variables. We need to discover these variables and how they work. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get some very base points starting off. So, is everyone in agreement that light bends? Or does someone want to disagree with that?
I asked Google if I can spray mist to see around a building, and it wouldn't even give me an answer to that.
I'm not surprised, Dick.
Yeah, because
Stop
it's so
interrupting, Dick.
retarded.
Stop interrupting,
Yeah,
Dick.
it's quite retarded.
So, are we with the fact that light does bend? Are we there? Are we at least there?
In what medium?
In different mediums. Does light bend? That's the
So like
simple yes or
one
no question.
medium to another. Well, your example in a prism, yeah, you can redirect the light with a prism.
And what about shooting a laser into like a tank of water? Do you see the angle change in the light as it goes
Yeah,
to the
that would
water?
be air, glass, and water. So 3 mediums. Yeah, you could get a redirection of the light there.
Yep. Okay, so water is one of the things that changes the direction of the path of light, right?
If it's with a number of other mediums in the other examples, yeah.
Okay, so there is water vapor in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, so the air can bend light.
Air can bend light. Well, how much and in what way?
I don't know the exact things. I would imagine different atmospheric conditions would bend light in different ways,
Okay,
depending
so
on
what
how much
model would you
moisture
be
is in the
using?
air. I'm not using a
What
model
model
yet.
of refraction would you be using?
No, I'm not using a model yet. I'm just trying to account for certain things, and right now I just want to get at that light does bend through air as it travels through different air pockets. Different moisture contents in the air. It does bend. That's all I want to get to so far.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how you're defining bend. So
Change its trajectory.
in what way?
It doesn't go in a straight line.
Yeah, but like up, down, sideways.
I don't know yet.
You don't know.
It does, but it does change direction though. It bends.
Okay, but if it bends in any way, then what does that tell us?
Okay, so if we now acknowledge that light does bend, and we expect on a sphere, on a large object, that you would stop seeing things at a certain distance, that distance would vary depending on the atmospheric conditions. Right?
Right. So you could see not as far as the geometric limit. It might appear closer.
Maybe it's not as far, and maybe it's further.
Oh no! How could you see further?
Because all we got so far is that it changes. We don't know in which directions it changes. We just know that it does change. So we're not establishing it.
Further.
I didn't say that. I said I don't know which way it changes. I just know that it does change. Light does change direction.
You said it could be shorter and further.
Yep, because we haven't established which way it's bending. If it's bending.
So that's where I'd have the problem, and I'd have to say, well,
no. My point is that there's a variable which affects how far we can see. Whether it's shorter or further, we don't know yet. We just know that there is a variable that affects how far we see. Whether it's shorter or further, we don't know yet, but we do know that light does bend, and light, as it travels through the atmosphere, it's bending because there's water in the air. We don't know if it's helping us see further or if it's hurting us see further. So we're not sure yet. But it does affect how far we see.
Except you can't see further than the edge of the ball on your example.
What? Edge of the ball.
I'm not aware of what's an edge of a ball. Can you help me out there?
Yeah, a ball has one surface, one edge.
What's the edge of the ball?
You can take a profile of it.
I've never heard of an edge of a ball.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
So that kind of doesn't really make any sense. Maybe you should stop interrupting, Dick.
Yeah, so you use an optical comparator to look at the edge of a spherical object. That's exactly how you do it. We have about 80 of them at work. They're like 15 to 20 grand a piece.
There's 0 edges on a ball.
So now we've established that if we did live on a sphere, you would expect to stop seeing at a certain point because the object that's getting away is the sphere, but that distance that we would see would change based on atmospheric conditions.
Yes, it would only get shorter, and then longest it would ever go is the edge of the ball.
Well, if you're seeing the shortest distance at one point, then at another point you're going to see a distance because that's what makes it the shortest distance. Stop interrupting, Dick. You're not helping.
Yeah, so 1 foot off the ground, we see farther than 1.22 miles, don't we?
Well, maybe it's the
Sometime.
atmosphere that's causing that. We've established that atmosphere bends light, so maybe it's the atmosphere that is why we're seeing further.
You got that all
But
wrong.
one thing we do know is that you can't see forever. At a certain point, things do disappear. And no matter how far you zoom in on something, it always disappears from the bottom up. So why is that?
Because Earth is a globe. I love easy questions.
Who's the sleepy guy?
It's the President of the United States.
So I'm glad we established certain baselines. Now, if you want
That
to,
took so long just to go over refraction, though.
I know, but
simple
like
concept.
He didn't go over
it seems like you
refraction
have
yet.
to.
He didn't go over refraction
I did go.
yet.
Start paying attention, Dick, and stop interrupting. Maybe that's why you're not helping the conversation.
I'm definitely not helping you. That's
Really,
for sure.
and seriously, thank you for changing your name to Dick. It makes me feel so much better that you changed your name to Dick. It makes it's great. Thank you so much, Dick.
What's going on? What the fuck?
Holy shit, that's funny, man.
That's really funny.
It really is. Honestly, you don't know how happy it makes me that I can call you Dick and I'm not being offensive. It brings so much joy to me.
You wouldn't
Thank
call
you,
me,
Dick.
calling me Dick wouldn't be offensive anyway.
I know, Dick. I know you don't understand, Dick. It makes me so happy, Dick.
Can I just make one comment and I'll shut up? It's amazing the mental gymnastics these guys go through to try to hang on to their fictional globe. Y'all continue.
Could say the same to you about the flat model.
Anyone else want to talk about the things that I just brought up besides Dick?
Yeah, you got
You
no
didn't bring up
you got no
anything.
ball edge to block things.
You didn't bring up anything except try to confuse people, man. I'll shut up.
What? No, you did not. He went over basic science that you learn in like year 11. I don't know what it is in America, but
What did I bring up that you don't understand? Please, by all means, I want to hear your point of view.
Oh, you don't want to hear mine? I got a bad mic and I'm driving. Somebody else go ahead.
yeah, driving and on your phone. Typical flyover.
What is the problem of the people who live on a spinning wobbling tilted space ball, according to the delusions? What is the problem?
Is this a joke?
The spinning wobbling space ball? Yeah, I think that's a joke.
No, I thought there was a punchline.
No, it's a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball
Oh my
flying for an
God.
ever expanding void total
argument.
Can someone
Dude,
please
it's
send
a-
me the link for the YouTube account? Because I would love to just get what
It's
I
a
just did.
spinning,
for the
wobbling,
past
tilted
20
space ball
minutes.
flying for an ever expanding void
Oh
of
man, it'd be
darkness.
great.
There you go. He said the thing.
Yeah, he said the thing.
Now we need to say backwards, okay?
They didn't like that you can see the edge of a ball using an optical comparator, which is the same exact thing as seeing the edge of a ball.
There's no such thing as an edge of a ball. I don't know what you want
What's an
about.
edge of a ball?
Sure it is.
Dick, what's an
The
edge of a
surface-
ball?
It's the surface of it.
What's
What?
the edge of a ball, Dick?
It's not. There isn't
Dick,
one.
what's an edge of a ball, Dick?
Well, the ball has a diameter, right?
What's the edge of the ball, Jerry?
It's where the extremities are. So from the radius out,
What's an extremity of a ball?
like the circumference.
That's an edge.
Circumference is the measurement.
Right.
Okay.
That's the
That's not-
limit of the diameter or the radius.
Okay. No, diameter and
What's the
radius are not the
definition
same
of
thing.
an edge?
What's the edge? Yeah. What's the edge of the ball?
Where there is
Explain
no
that.
more ball, that's the edge. Where it stops being a ball.
Where does a ball stop being a ball?
When you go past the circumference.
What does that even mean?
What does it mean?
Yes.
Like if you're inside of a ball, like picture yourself inside of a bubble, right? And then you go to the edge, to the bubble itself. The skin
You're
of
now
the
at the
bubble,
ball.
that's the edge. You go
You're no
outside of
longer
that.
on the ball. So when you're no longer on the ball, you're on the edge of the ball.
Yeah, you're outside the ball.
When you're no longer on the ball, you're on the edge of the ball. Explain that.
I didn't say that. I said you're
You said
past
the edge of the ball is when you're outside the
yeah, the
circumference.
edge is the circumference. Yeah.
You're outside the circumference of the ball. You're not on the ball.
So, is my skin the edge of my body?
Yes, dummy.
Okay.
Yeah, the surface bounds the solid, right? So it's bounded. That's the edge. The bounds.
I had to mute Darth Brooks because he didn't understand what you were saying at all. He
What?
really
No, that
couldn't
isn't an edge of
understand.
a ball. I'll say it again. Simple maths.
Simple
maths.
Geometry, yeah.
Huh.
That is very interesting.
So if somebody threw a basketball in your face, would the edge of that basketball hit your face?
Oh.
The skin of that
hit your
basketball would hit your face. The skin of that basketball would hit your face.
So the skin.
I'm
of
not
the
even going
earth-
to argue this because this is
Yeah.
just retarded.
Yeah.
I'm losing brain cells listening to this.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
should-
you,
you
you sound
you
kind
are.
of edgy.
Yeah, you are.
Alex, you already agreed that you deny the obvious.
I don't deny the what?
Yeah, remember
I'm saying you
said
can't
don't
use the
experience Earth
obvious
moving.
as a. Okay, the
Oh,
Earth
the
outside doesn't
obvious.
appear to be
You have to use-
spinning.
you have to use the
Oh, so it's not
imaginary one.
spinning. It can't be spinning because I
So
see
you-
it's not
so you-
from
so-
on
so we
the
have to deny
surface.
the
When
obvious
I could
and
be
go with
moving as
what?
well along with it.
So if we're not going with
you
the
gotta
obvious,
know
what
that
are we
that
going
isn't
with?
evidence.
Right. Okay. So if we're not going with the obvious, what are we going with?
I'm not going with anything. I'm just saying that you can't use that as a
You
fact.
don't believe that the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, but you can also say, you believe that the Earth isn't spinning?
No, I observed that. Remember, it was obvious.
Yeah, but you use your observations to make a belief.
No. An observation is an observation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you observe it to not be spinning. Sure, that means nothing. Okay.
Right. So does it mean it's spinning?
No, it doesn't mean anything.
All right. So how do you get? Why are you saying it's spinning then?
I'm not. I say I believe it's spinning.
Yeah. Why would you believe that?
Because of the tens of thousands of other scientists that believe that.
What? Who?
Because of the tens of thousands of scientists that believe that as well.
And
Which one?
everyone else. I mean, I think I can't really be bothered to go into proving it. I'm just going to go along with everyone else who agrees with it, and the lack of proof
Alright.
is flat.
Right. So which scientists are you believing, and what did they do?
Okay, what? So you're saying I'm saying the normal opinion of most scientists is that the Earth is a globe. That's a fact. I don't need
Okay.
to say
Which
names.
do you know of any that are saying that?
Okay, Einstein.
Okay, and what was his
Newton.
evidence for it?
I
What
never
was
said he
his
had
evidence
evidence.
for?
I'm just saying.
Wait, none of them have it. Well, none of them have evidence.
Well, they believe NASA.
Newton and Einstein believe NASA.
Wow.
Well, I'm guessing, but all I'm saying is that most scientists
What?
believe it. That's what. There you go. I'm not going to go into proofs.
Right. So you just believe what you believe other people believe.
I believe that we don't need to prove everything. I think if you needed to prove everything
Okay.
in life, then you'd
So you
waste a lot of
deny.
time.
Okay, so you deny.
You can rely
what's
on other people
obvious.
sometimes. I think that's perfectly fine, especially when.
Okay, so you deny what's obvious, and you believe what you believe.
I'm
some
not
other
denying
people
what's
believe.
obvious. I
Yeah, you are, 'cause
agree.
remember you said
We
it's obvious
observe
and we
that
don't
the Earth isn't
experience.
spinning.
Yeah. So that's obvious.
But I'm not going to use that to make any point on the
No,
shape
you
of the
deny
Earth
that. That's
or
what I'm saying.
the movement.
No, but you deny that. That's what we're saying.
Sure.
Yeah. So you
Well,
deny
I
what's
believe
obvious.
that it's. I know. I never said I'm right. I'm just saying I believe that.
Yeah, based on Newton and Einstein believing NASA, right?
No, based on the tens of thousands of scientists that also believe that, and the general opinion. I'm not believing it because of Newton. I'm believing because of the hundreds of thousands of, or millions of, billions people that believe it as well. That's my opinion.
So do you think something's true if more people believe it?
It can be, sure.
But is it made true by the virtue of many people believing it?
Well, I think it's different in different scenarios. With science, then it's a bit different. Yeah, I think
Yeah, but
you
science. But you're talking about belief, not science.
Well, it's okay. Well, what's your point?
That you're talking about belief, not science.
Belief in a scientific
belief in science.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what science would that be?
That. Well, not.
How many sciences are there?
Quiet, Brandon.
Well, not necessarily science. I just believe that the Earth's a globe. Sure. Go with that.
Okay, so
You've
it's fair
really
to say
given
you
up,
just
haven't you,
believe it, and you don't really know why you believe it.
No, I
just
haven't given
heard
up because
the
I never
story.
made a point.
Yeah. Well, you were
An argument. I
laughing
never
pretty
made an
hard.
argument. I said giving up on an argument if I never made one. I'm just saying I believe the Earth's a globe.
Hold on. You were laughing pretty hard at the notion that people in here don't believe that the Earth is a globe, and yet when we ask you why you believe it, you just say it's just a belief. I've no idea.
Well, it's not just that. It's that there's hundreds of millions of other people that agree with that as
so
well.
Just people believing it makes
I'm
you
laughing at your lack of evidence.
You're the one who just
flat.
said you don't have evidence. You've just said you believe what other people believe.
Yeah, but you can't just go and say that the Earth is flat. I know you're not saying that. You're saying you observe it. You can't just go out and say that the Earth's flat without any evidence for it.
Well, we already discussed that it's obvious that the Earth is motionless, right?
No.
Yeah, you just agreed that.
I never said that the Earth was motionless. I said you observe it to be motionless.
Yeah, which is what's obvious.
But that doesn't
That's
make
what
it
that means.
motionless. I'll go over
Right,
this again.
but does it make it in motion because you observe it motionless?
No.
Right. So how do you know
Doesn't
it's
mean
in motion?
either. I said it means nothing.
Right. So why would you believe it's in motion when the observation doesn't indicate that?
Because that is what hundreds of other millions of people believe as well. I'll go over
You're right.
this
So
again.
it's just based on this idea that loads of people believe it.
Yeah, and all of those people can go into this and try and prove it wrong, and no one
And
has.
do any of them have evidence for it, or do they just believe it because other people believe it?
Don't know, don't care.
Well, there you go.
So just because you see something a certain way means that it is a certain way?
No,
I never said it is. I never said it is.
That's what you said.
No, I never said it is. I said I believe.
No, the other
I
guy.
can help you out, Alex. It's a
The other
Foucault
guy, not
pendulum.
you.
That's how we prove the Earth is spinning. It's not that difficult.
Oh,
Foucault pendulum.
wow.
Done.
Nah,
Unless
I'm
you have
not.
a
Any
counter
proofs
argument.
because there'll be some flat argument.
Alex already knows. All right. We've got Foucault's pendulum on the table. Who was that?
That's me.
All right. So what's your argument?
Well, the Foucault pendulum proves the Earth is spinning. I think you know the experiment. Unless you have an experiment that counters that claim, I'm happy to look at that experiment.
Magnets on it.
Why don't you explain it to us? What's the experiment?
It's the most direct evidence we have for the rotation is the Foucault pendulum. So simple, if you put it on either pole, the spinning plane mirrors the Earth's 24-hour period. Some
Wait, so
rotations
you're doing
assert
what?
on all
You're doing what at
locations
the-
on the
you're
Earth's
doing
surface
what
as
at the
well,
poles?
except for the
You-
equator.
Hold on.
You're
You're
welcome.
doing what at the poles?
You see the spinning?
What are you doing at the poles?
Spinning. That's what the
You
Foucault
are
pendulum is
spinning-
doing.
You're spinning what at the poles?
Oh, you're asking if I ever went to the pole? Yes, I actually visited the North Pole 6 years ago.
And you swung a pendulum there?
No, I was looking at penguins and having a nice glass of champagne because I was on a cruise.
Oh, okay. So who was swinging the pendulum there?
Scientists, you know, people who research things. It's amazing.
Okay, who?
But if you would
who
like to
was that?
see
Can
one,
you show us?
you can actually see footage in the museum on
Yeah,
YouTube,
hold on.
and
Yeah,
you can
hold on.
actually
Chill
see
out.
the pendulum in
Chill out, Mr.
France.
Watch Guy. Chill
Hold
out,
on,
Mr. Watch
shut
Guy.
up and listen to the conversation. You're in the power
Chill
of
out
debate.
for a second.
Yeah, you
Oh,
shut up
wow.
and we'll have the debate. Yes,
Well, you
it's
wanna-
fine. Be a stupid American, it's fine. Please continue
Wow. I
with
have
your
a
arguments.
question for you about your cruise.
Yes, you can ask that after we had our conversation. Wait your turn.
Okay, on your cruise, were all the scientists on one deck, or were they all spread out all over the place?
All right, amazing. Have you ever been on a luxury cruise, or are you too poor? I guess you don't know how cruises work. Amazing. Next question.
Wow. So you said that they were swinging pendulums at the poles. Who was doing that?
Scientists.
Which one?
You can look it up. Foucault pendulum. You can read.
Well, it's your argument. Could you present it?
Yes, I can link it inside chat for you.
Yeah, let's see that pendulum at the poles.
Yes. I'll give you a whole article on Psylink.com, you know, that famous website, that will explain it to you in details, and I hope you
And
can learn from it.
Which experiment are they showing in the article?
Here you go, my friend. Psylink.
Did you read this?
Please read the
Something
article.
tells me you didn't read it.
Oh, I have not read that exact
which poll is
article.
it?
Yes, I actually admit it.
Which
But
poll-
here's a
which
funny
poll is
thing.
it at?
I went to school and I got a degree, so I learned about Foucault pendulum.
Which
So
poll-
you're gonna
which
move
poll
the
is this
standard
one
to like,
doing?
oh, you have not read the article.
Oh,
Yes, but I still
wow,
understand
wow.
the article.
just said you
Basic
haven't
shit,
read it.
boys.
It's on the South Pole. Is a PhD candidate from University of Washington and York University and also Sonoma State University.
Oh. Look, thank you for reading the article. I just use my knowledge I learned in school. My apologies. I don't have to read anything to understand it. I went to school, I learned things. Really helps in life.
So where's the write-up of this experiment at the pole?
You can go to southpolestation.com. There's a write-up
could
on
you-
there. If you look up South
Can you
Pole
send the link?
Volcom experiment, yeah, I can.
I love it how they immediately go like, oh no, the experiment is invalid, but they don't bring any counterclaim or any empirical evidence on that level. Kind of a bit of
We're
BS
waiting
move.
for it to be presented. What are you talking about?
It's in the side check, you can read it. Very simple, actually.
There's no experiment in the side chat.
I just posted it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I posted
Oh, well, this is
upstairs
a
as well,
different- this is a
Psylink.com.
different one. This is a different one. He didn't post an experiment.
Oh no, I give you the paper and
There
how
is
it
the-
works.
You didn't give us a paper.
How to
Oh,
prove
you
gave
want
us
the
an
paper
article.
now?
You gave
Luckily,
us
if
an
you
article.
read the articles and you go to the bottom, you
There's
can
an
actually see where it came from. So if you did a bit of due diligence, you won't say that stupid shit.
So if
Okay,
you don't
so
start it, will it move?
Okay.
What?
If you don't push it to start with, is it
Oh
moving?
my god, do we have to explain the
Uh-oh.
basic of physics now? Do you know
Uh-oh.
how physics work?
What do you call a Foucault pendulum that's not
Oh
swinging?
my god. Oh my god, they don't know the law of motion. Unbelievable.
It's a
We're dealing with idiots.
It's
So,
called a plumb
guys,
bob.
that's simple. We've delivered
Called a plumb bob.
evidence.
That's
Where's
right,
your
Jake.
evidence that the Earth is not spinning? Because you're making the claim. I've proven my claim. Where the hell is yours?
you haven't proven anything.
Oh
Well,
You're
yes, please
spiraling.
give me one empirical.
right?
Man, he's already off the handle.
He
That's too
always
much.
is when he comes in here. I'm surprised he got on the mic this time. He usually just crash and burns in text.
Yeah, that was a spiral. Who's the guy who posted the South Pole Foucault he's talking about?
Oh, I did.
All right. So is there a video of them doing this, or is it just this
I don't
paper?
know.
You
I
don't
just
know.
searched up the write-up. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's
I
photos
don't
of
know.
it.
I don't know. I'm just gonna post shit
Alright.
on these guys.
So you just
No,
searched
I
it just now.
yeah, I looked it back up
Okay.
and I posted the article. That's what you guys asked for, right? Like,
Yeah, does it in the article does it say what kind of power is required to run the magnets that run that thing?
And whereabouts exactly is
it's a
this?
pendulum. There's no magnets.
Uh-oh. You like how I word my questions, don't you, Jerry?
Oh yeah.
It just traps him every time. His head melted. He said, "There's no magnets. It's a pendulum." Then we're gonna read about it runs off magnets.
Well, I don't know about the fucking experiment.
Oh well,
I
then don't talk
but
about it and don't post shit about it.
what? So you can't post the article you guys requested?
No, because we're gonna ask you about it and how everything works.
You know, Ray, when the only thing the Foucault's pendulum proves is how gullible these globe believers are. Back to you guys.
I mean, you would expect if they're doing all this, they would have filmed it, right?
All right.
So did they?
I don't know.
It's actually a plumb bob, like Jerry said. It's excellent for getting a great vertical.
Yep. Perfectly still. No motion.
Unless you bump into it, then you got to wait for it to stop again. Unless you turn the magnets on. These guys think that you pull back. No, they think that it just starts moving by itself, I guess. But if not, you pull back, you let go, and it's a perpetual motion machine.
A good parlor trick. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I agree. It's a creative way to get people that don't really think about things to actually not think about things.
How come they put such a gigantic ball on the end? And isn't that a lot of wind resistance against it?
So there's nothing valid about that. Anybody else got proof of Earth motion? Go ahead. Okay, so we'll just go with the Earth's not moving like we all experienced. Back to you guys.
I mean, it does rotate. We have a giant pendulum at our science center that does it.
Wow, that's impressive, man. Go ahead.
The pendulum moves.
Yeah, because the Earth rotates.
Oh. What if the pendulum's
Amazing.
not moving? Then what?
Then there's no motion attached to it. There's no kinetic energy. I don't.
Right. So if it's just a plumb bob, then there's no motion, right?
I mean, technically, it's moving
What?
No.
because
What?
gravity's pulling it towards the center of the Earth. The Earth
Oh
is
my
rotating.
god. Oh
If you
my
put
god. Oh,
if you put
stop.
motion if you
Stop
put
first before you
motion
go
to
any
it,
farther for a second.
if you put motion into it, it'll stay on a plane. But because the Earth is spinning, it'll go in a circle on that plane. I mean, in the science center, at our science center, they have a big one that does that, and it rotates in a big circle.
At the
In
science
Cle-
center, huh?
The Science Center in
Yeah.
Cleveland?
No.
Hmm.
I mean, you could set one up right now, depending on where you are.
It's called a plumb bob when I do it. That's how I create verticals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So if it's not moving, then all you have is a plumb bob. So you need no motion to get a vertical line. That's the only way you're going to get a vertical line is with no motion, right?
What? No.
Yeah.
Depends on where you are on.
Well, you can't. The thing can't be swinging, and you get a vertical, right? Got
If
to be
it's
still.
just hanging there,
Yeah.
you're still moving because the Earth is rotating.
How can you tell?
What do you mean?
Because
how
the
can you tell?
pendulum is still.
Yeah, it's still. So how can you tell it's moving?
That's how you tell.
There's outside. There's outside
what?
forces that are moving around us.
Let's help
and
him
us
out real
moving.
quick. Let's help
That
it,
we
what
couldn't
he's trying to
determine.
say so everybody understands. We're moving. It's moving because gravity's pulling it down, and it's staying still because it's moving because gravity is pulling it down. Is that correct?
The gravity is pulling it down, so it's relative to the surface, but the surface is moving, and because an object is in motion, it'll stay in motion.
Wow, this dude is like level not even 101 yet.
You need to go back and re-listen to what you just said, man, and see if you can make any sense of it. Back to you guys.
It does make sense.
It has to make sense. Just say whatever you want and make sense
Yep.
to this globe.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're basically
Anything
telling
else?
us since we can't feel any motion, we know it's in motion. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, our bodies develop to live on Earth, so I don't.
So the fact that we feel no motion means that we are actually in motion.
Well, because we don't feel any gravity per se, like doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist. Like we
Okay,
just
got it.
we developed in gravity. So like if you go to a different planet, it's going to be different gravity and you're going to feel it.
How come gravity doesn't pull fire to the ground?
Because fire is it's an element, it's a
It's
reaction
it's anti-gravity.
No, it's a reaction that eats oxygen that is above it. I mean, it's reacting to the oxygen that's above it.
Don't worry, it's nothing related. I just wanted to see where you're at, like
No,
in
I mean, like
reality.
if you get a
Hey,
fire
I got a
pit,
good question for you. This is a good one. You can. It's easy to answer. It's yes or no, or it's 0 to 100%. Are you talking on Discord right now?
yes,
How sure are you from 0 to 100% you're talking on Discord?
like 100%,
Like 100% or 100%?
100%, because Discord is a software. I mean, technically, I'm talking to my mic that is going through wires to a server.
So somebody that's on the other side of Earth, how does that signal get to them?
It goes through wires.
Oh, interesting. How come they don't use the satellites like all the other Globers say?
There's a combination of both. I mean, have you not seen the internet wires that run through the ocean and stuff?
Yeah, everything runs through cable.
Yeah, most of our internet does.
All of it
There
does.
are-
All of it. Just
there are,
saying
like,
most of it.
Starlink.
Saying at 0.0001 because somebody's sending ham radio packets doesn't count.
What?
Anyway, it's all connected by cables. No satellite.
Majority, it says here.
There, a majority, yeah, but not all of it. There
Yeah,
are
all of it.
There are satellites, like
Did cables? Where did they go?
the cables. What do you mean?
Mm,
Where
I'm
they
not-
go? They
I'm asking where. I'm asking Mr. Other guy.
Oh.
Where did the mounted cables go? That we apparently don't know why.
I do. So my computer's plugged into the network, and it goes into the router, and it goes through the cable company's routers. Then it's going out to the Discord server.
You're saying that,
which is also wired.
You're saying all of them are run by cables, right?
Yeah.
They're saying only the majority. So where are the unaccounted cables for? Where are they?
I don't understand your question.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Yeah,
You have Wi-Fi in your house.
Yeah, what
doesn't
about
count.
The question is fine.
So the internet on your phone, it's ran by a cable. You got
Yeah,
like
it goes to
freaking
a cell
landline,
tower. It goes to a cell
smartphone?
tower, down a cable, into the other routers.
So you're just ignoring the wireless.
I just
capability
told
of
you
a
it's
smartphone?
wireless. Your Wi-Fi
Well, then
in your
it's
house
not
is wireless. It goes. Your Wi-Fi is in the router, which is in a cable, which goes to the rest of the cables. Your phone goes to a tower, to a cable, down into the ground, to the rest of the fucking routers and cables, just like everything else.
My smartphone doesn't do that. It goes through Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
and
which
then
goes
cell
to a
towers.
router, which is wired, which goes to the rest of the
Yeah, and
internet.
satellites go from
No,
a
satellites
wireless
don't
signal
go anywhere.
down to a server and
No.
through the cables.
No,
That's
they
what
don't.
that's what it is.
They don't.
It's like a cell phone but in space.
Yeah, that space is fake. So sorry.
The zero gravity vacuum that can't have a pressurized system in order to
Oh, here we go.
plasma
Don't go into this one.
the ether of everything in existence. Are you referring to the zero gravity vacuum that doesn't exist?
Okay. I don't
The non-zero gravity vacuum that does not exist.
There's
Well, I don't know why
gravity
you
in
guys bring up
space,
this point
it's
because
a
it doesn't prove either way.
Well, I could prove there's multiple realms. That's been proven by Edgar Casey, and I could go into that if you want. But
No, I thought you were on about
I mean, there's many people who've proven that there are multiple realms. I could prove. I
Yeah,
could
we're
go
not
on
going
and
to do
on
that
for
in here.
days
We're
and
not
days
going to
and
go
many
walking
people.
around sidetracked in here today.
Well, there's definitely multiple realms. Earth is a stationary realm. We know that because the stars revolve around us. So,
Yeah, so that's what we're
and
talking
the moon
about.
and the
Earth.
sun also revolve around us.
Yeah, so we're talking
if you
about
could prove
Earth.
against that, if you could experiment
Holy
against
crap.
that, if you could disprove that, I'm definitely here to listen. You know what I mean?
All right, great. So we're here to talk
Okay.
about Earth.
Yeah, Earth is a stationary plasmoid, morphogenic field, electrically conductive, plasmatic, enigmatic
Crazy.
realm
You sound like
of the
Whitson.
third dimension. Of the third dimension. And the third dimension connects in various other dimensions and realms. I could prove that too.
What are you waffling about?
The Emerald Tablets, which are 56,000 years old, Thoth the Atlantean wrote them. He also built the Great Pyramids. He said, I buildeth the Great Pyramids. he proved that the Earth is stationary and flat, and it's geocentric Earth, and that we live in the one universe of the third dimension. And
Okay, so for people out there, I'm not sure where that comes from. That's not a flat earther. That's a wacky earther or something.
Wait, what? Are you saying there's only 3 dimensions?
No, we're not talking to him.
Oh.
The views and opinions expressed by him are his and his only. Thank you.
That was easy.
So how about some of that globe proof? Got any of that, Redwood? Anybody?
So I tried to draw a ball, hollow ball, for something I'm working on. And you can't just draw a ball. You have to first draw a line, then you have to draw an arc, 180 degrees, and then you have to rotate that arc into a ball. Isn't that crazy? That's how you draw it, because they don't really exist.
So you drew something that's supposed to be 3D on a 2D platform, and then you're just like, oh, crazy, I have to use 2D techniques to make something look 3D?
No, that's not it.
That's exactly what you just said.
You would figure it would be easier in SolidWorks.
Again,
your dig landed poorly and
CAD
failed.
drawings are still 2D representations of 3D objects.
Yeah, and it's going to be a 3D object when I send it to my printer.
Yeah.
Yeah, your summary of what he said was nothing close to what he actually said. But go ahead, go.
So that's called a flat earther always has to be wrong no matter what they say syndrome.
No, I was just trying to summarize what you were saying.
Almost exactly how Euclid defines a sphere is when you have a semicircle and then you rotate the semicircle about the diameter.
Yeah, it has to be done that way. We have to I can't, it's 0 to 360 or whatever. 1 to 360, 0 to whatever.
Wait, Dick, how many
Wait, so you're saying
how many
spheres
edges
don't
does the ball
exist
have?
at all?
I still wanna.
One.
You're still sticking with that?
Yeah, because I can touch it. Can't call it a side because it doesn't have any sides.
What's the I swear a definition of an edge is where 2 lines meet. In maths.
So that would be where the sky meets the ground. That would be that line you guys call the horizon.
I'm on about a ball. I don't remember there being a
ball on the bottom, sky on top. Line is formed.
I would think it would be more where 2 planes meet, but maybe that's just me.
No, I'm talking about just a ball.
A sphere doesn't have edges.
Yeah,
But
it shouldn't. But this guy thinks it's one. Who knows?
But if you look at a sphere at a 2D point, like as 2D, then it does have a line. A circular line.
2D point? Is that what
Yeah,
you
if
said?
you look at a sphere from a 2D perspective, there is a line, a circular line that goes around the outside.
Yeah, where 2 lines meet is an edge.
So like the photographs that we
But a
get from
sphere
space.
doesn't have.
Yeah, so like a photograph
If
from space is
uh,
a 2D perspective, and that would be the edge going all the way around.
Alex, two lines
yeah,
meet
the
at a point. Come on, man.
photograph has an edge because it's a 2D perspective.
There's no photos from space,
There-
so it's just an image.
Oh, so you just don't believe that the photo exists.
No, there's no photos.
You
Just
make
go
the
and look it
argument.
up.
You just
Go look
make
it
the
up.
argument
It
and
says
then you
on
say it
NASA's
doesn't
website
exist.
they're composite images, dummy.
I mean, there are non-composite edges or non-composite images of Earth.
Well, those ones are obviously fake.
Yeah, clearly.
That's why NASA told us the other ones are composite, so that we can figure out the other ones are fake.
Why even trust NASA?
I don't know. I mean, why do you believe anything they say? Maybe telling us that the composite image is a part of the PSYOP. You never know. They're very tricky.
I hope so.
I frankly don't even believe NASA exists.
What? Okay.
Scott's a coping globe earther. He doesn't know what to do anymore.
Well, why do you believe NASA exists?
What do you mean? Why do I believe they exist?
Yeah.
I've met people who worked for them.
Have you ever met a NASA?
Yeah,
A
been there
NASA.
100 times. My
Have you
dad
met
worked there.
Singular
Hmm.
NASA. I'm guessing your dad didn't teach you much.
But how do you know it wasn't just like a movie set or something?
Nope, it's connected to Cleveland Hopkins Airport. Look it up.
Yeah, but movie sets can look pretty real, right? Nobody's really doing anything there,
Are you
right?
saying the city of Cleveland is a movie set?
No, I'm saying the NASA is.
It is?
Yeah. It's obvious,
Definitely
right?
have
I mean,
simulated
I don't
environment.
know. When I walk down because buildings don't go up there, they only go down underground. When I went down, they were working on shit.
no, at least they made it look like it to you, right? I mean, that's what their job is.
No, I know how to read prints too.
Read prints. So you're reading things off a piece of paper in order to determine reality? That's kind of silly.
Yeah, so the prints are on the table and the things they're working on are on the other table, and you will stand on one, you read the prints, you look.
Hmm.
You've never built anything in your life, have you?
No, I never have. I'm just here all day long. I don't do anything. Can't understand anything with my own feeble little brain. And 3 years ago, when I first talked with Chemo Spurs, first time I ever talked with the first flat earther in my life, he told me that it was all demons.
That's cool.
Yeah, they were there. It was demons fooling us, making us think that we're seeing a solid spherical moon when we look up in the sky, making us think we see a sunset, making us think we see boats go over the horizon. Demons fucking with our minds to separate us from God. Made sense to me.
I mean, it makes sense if a demon was fucking with his mind.
It would.
What if
That's
he
the
makes you think he
yeah,
thinks
that,
it's all
yeah,
fake?
yeah. That's the other alternative, right? But we have to figure out
I've
which
met
one's
a
right.
lot of homeless people that think things aren't real,
I know. Me too.
and
Me
they
too.
literally say the devil's making them think things aren't real.
Yep. But how do we know they're not right? I mean,
Wow,
come on,
guys,
let's be
compelling
real.
globe arguments here. I'm really blown away.
That's all they've got left.
You guys just gonna suck each other's dick all day? Is that how we're gonna reverse the ball?
No, that's your job.
Talk all about depression and shit they're going through.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Mackey, this
I'm not
sad loser,
depressed.
he's just told you he spent 3 years of his life spiraling over this subject because he knows the Earth's a ball. Fucking
I mean,
loser.
technically, it's
He's in other
more
servers trying to
egg-shaped.
get us shut down. I mean, he can again just get lost. So come on, what was the globe argument that you were making there?
I mean, it's not a ball.
So no globe argument.
It's more of an egg.
Now it's an egg, and Neil deGrasse Tyson calls it a pear. It's a pear. It's an egg. It's a perfect sphere. Everything's
not a
perfect
perfect
sphere.
sphere.
Now it's not a perfect sphere.
You know, the
It
NASA
is.
images are of like balls, not eggs. What's all that about?
Scott didn't like that my dad worked at NASA, did he?
I don't think anybody cares that your dad worked at NASA.
He asked if I ever knew anybody that worked at NASA or if I ever been there, and I answered his question, dumbass.
No.
So why do you think the Earth's an egg? Where'd you get that from?
Well, it's a bit more elongated than a perfect
Well,
circle.
NASA's pictures don't show us an egg, do they?
Well, it's not like an egg.
So it's like a ball.
A little bit. But
So why did you dispute it when I said any evidence that the Earth's a ball?
shits and giggles.
Yeah, because you don't really have anything, do you?
The watch guy says game, set, match. He posted a Wikipedia article.
A Wikipedia article down.
Game, set, match.
Oh, he was the guy yelling about the pendulums. He thinks pendulums prove the
Yeah.
Earth's a ball.
He thinks plumb bobs do things.
No, the pendulum just proves that the Earth is spinning, depending on where you are on the globe.
You need magnets to run it.
Does the pendulum spin on its own, or do you have to start it?
The pendulum. Well, see, that's where you don't believe that
No, it's not about what I
gravity
believe,
pulls.
Hey,
Well, I
simple
mean,
worker, simple worker. In the example that you gave of a pendulum proving the spinning Earth, do you have to start the pendulum swinging, yay or nay?
yeah, it has to have.
All
It
right,
has
so
to
it's
have
not
kinetic
the Earth.
energy put into
So the
it.
Earth isn't. So
But
the
you
Earth
guys
isn't
don't
spinning it
believe
then.
that
You are.
you guys don't believe that when you hold relative position on the surface of Earth that you move with the Earth. And
That's
it doesn't feel like.
inconsequential. That's inconsequential.
How
So
is it
what we believe,
inconsequential? It's very important
what
for
we
this
believe
discussion.
is not relevant to what you're doing with this pendulum.
Well,
So
it's
you swing a
relevant for your
pendulum.
argument.
No,
and
I'm not
how
making
you're
the argument.
dissuading
We're
the argument.
asking you about your argument about the pendulum. So you
Yeah,
swing a
so-
pendulum. You swing a pendulum, yeah?
Yes, I'm in
How
the
does
northern
you swinging a
hemisphere.
pendulum?
So it
How
will.
does you swinging a pendulum prove that the Earth's spinning?
Well, I'm of the belief and of the data that an object in motion stays in motion, and we are objects in motion on Earth's
So
surface that is spinning. So when
so
you
the
have a
pendulum will just stay
pendulum
in motion
hold
forever.
technically, as long as the Earth is spinning, it will stay in motion forever. We're all
Wow.
in
So can
motion
you
right
show us?
now, even
Can
if
you
you're
show
not
us the
moving.
pendulum that's been in motion forever and is doing so
If
through
it's
no
on,
assistance?
if it's on Earth, then it's moving. A building is technically moving because it's
Right. So what
spinning.
about like a crane? A crane
Earth.
that's hanging down. You know, the front of a crane, the hook that's hanging down. That's not moving.
What do you mean? Like
Like a crane that's got a crane arm. Yeah. So it's like a pendulum hanging off the end of a crane, but
anything
that's
that
not
is
moving.
on Earth's surface is moving.
Right, but the crane hook
Even air
isn't
is
moving.
moving because of turbulence and stuff.
But the crane hook isn't spinning around, is it?
Yeah, because it's not spinning around because it's an object in motion.
But you said pendulums would spin because of the Earth spin.
No, that's if you put. I don't think you understand the pendulum because
Right,
you
you
have
said
to.
swinging a
So
pendulum
it
proves the Earth is
when you
spinning.
put motion into a pendulum, it is on a plane, one line. It goes back and forth. When
A
you are,
plane. That doesn't sound like a ball to me.
oh my god,
Is a
it's a
plane curved?
linear plane.
Right. So is a plane curved?
It's a mathematical concept.
You're saying you're doing this in reality, though.
It is a math explains reality. I don't know, like.
So in reality, it's a plane.
Oh my god, I don't. Do you know what a plane is?
A flat surface. Do you?
Yes, I'm trying to explain the pendulum
Right.
argument to you.
Yeah, and you just said it's swinging above a flat surface.
It's not. Oh my god.
That's all right.
Okay. So okay, I want to explain. You did well. Hold on. Anyways, so I was going to ask you, because to be fair, at this point, I really do not care about the science or empirical evidence or whatever. To be fair, I do not care. I just want to know what is the point of all this? Like,
What's the point of all what?
of all this flat Earth thing, of going against the elites, the global.
To annoy Globers on Discord.
What?
We're just
Yeah.
talking about reality as it's observed and measured.
Yeah, but no, but here's the thing. Why do you believe in the flat Earth?
Right, so we're not talking about belief in things, we're talking about reality.
Okay, why? Okay, but why
Why do we care about reality?
No, why do you care about that reality of the shape of the Earth?
It's not that reality, it's just reality, what we experience, what we observe, what we measure.
Yeah, okay, but like, here's the thing.
Why do you prefer fantasy over reality?
No, but
Yes, that's
a good question.
You've acknowledged reality.
Okay. Now, I said this the other day, but I'm going to get back at this. I don't like to repeat myself, but I'm going to get. So apologies. Imagine if the flat Earth movement is a success. Okay, the flat Earth, it is proven. The globalist elites are thrown away. Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't know, has to dress in a clown suit for the rest of his life or whatever.
He's starting to spiral, guys. He's starting to spiral.
Okay, imagine.
They'll all find something else to do.
Please. Okay. So if everyone.
He answered you. He answered you already. He said, everybody knows, so now we're all going to do something different.
Okay, but
it doesn't really matter what someone else does. We're interested in the truth. You understand that?
Here's the thing, but it is a productive truth. Are you really going to
What do you mean productive truth? As in there's productive and unproductive truth?
Okay. How do I say it? What I reckon, I'm not like some other Glovers that just go around. But what I see on this is a high distrust of the elites and people on power and over.
No, it's not. The argument isn't based on trust or distrust of the elites. It's based on observation and measurement of the surface.
Okay. But there must be some reason why people tell you that the Earth is round, right? If they're wrong, if the science is wrong, if they are.
Yeah, the reason that all these people are telling us that they believe the Earth is round is because they believe the Earth is round.
Yeah.
But why do they believe that?
But here's
because they were told it as children and shown
okay.
images and
Exactly.
videos.
Who told them?
Yeah, but
Who
if
told them?
uh,
Who told them the Earth is
it
round?
had to start from somewhere, right? So where did it
Yeah,
start?
they've been told by whoever told them, their parents, their teachers, whoever,
Okay,
the
yeah, but
TV.
who told the
But
teacher?
where did the all those people know it from?
They didn't
TV.
know it. They were given the belief as children, just like you
Okay,
were.
yeah, but who created the belief?
Yeah, that's what I
Who
mean.
created the belief?
Who started this?
Someone
Who
who's no
started it?
longer around.
Well, if you really want to go back to it, most of it came from the Catholic Church.
And
But
most of
what
it came into the 1900s because there was being taught still into like the 30s and such that the earth is flat, and that's what they were teaching in schools.
That's not true. Nobody taught it in 1930.
that's just not true.
Okay,
Well,
but like,
it doesn't matter. We're just talking about reality. What people
look,
believe or have told other people is inconsequential. We're interested in reality.
because as humans we comprehend reality towards our own our comprehension, and that includes belief. And if you're
Nah, but we all observe the same thing about the horizon being horizontal and the earth being motionless.
okay, yes, but here's the thing.
But that's
Why
just one perspective.
why will someone
That's your only perspective.
look, I'm not going to get into the horizon. I'm beginning from the base that you are right, that the earth is flat and motionless. Okay, we are not going to argue that. I want to know
Okay.
why people say it's round, and you say, oh, because they were told. But who began? The Catholic Church. Why? If it is so easy to know about if the earth is flat, that so it's easy, no?
Well, basically, I guess I get what you're getting at. So you want to know why people in power have made you think you live in a place that you don't live.
Yeah.
More than a
Yeah.
place, the shape of a place, because Africa.
Yeah. The shape of the place, what the place is, how it got there, where it is, right? They've given you a whole new creation story, yeah?
Okay, so this is about the Bible,
The
right?
construction of your reality is what they've done.
But here's the thing. It is true that we live in a constructed reality by several social constructs. That is true. But the shape of the earth seems something so inconsequential that
Not really, because that's tied into how they told you it began in a Big Bang and where it's going, where it's located in space, all this stuff. They tell you everything about it, how it got here, how old it is, right?
okay.
Yeah, how can something be an unproductive truth if it's inconsequential?
Because here's
Which one is it?
okay. You guys know what psyops are.
Now he goes to something else.
No, I'm not going to something
No,
else.
he's just trying to prove his point.
Look, I'm just trying to.
Are these listen? Are you calling these things unproductive
But can you just let him talk?
truths? Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say is that okay, so they've constructed this reality when the earth is. By the way, for all the people who saying, "Oh, you're a glober," I'm a fucking teenager that has nothing else to do. It is true, and it's fun to do this. So here's my freaking answer to all the memers out there, which are horrible memes, by the way. Anyways, Komi is in a world of hurt. Indeed, I'm hurting so much. Okay, but here's the thing: if they create an entire reality of the age of the earth, the shape of the earth, the universe, the planets, the whole thing, okay? What do they win with this, with creating this whole reality? Because for example, social constructs such as, for example, money do help a few, because hey, I can accumulate money and get power over people. That gets you a power over other people, and power, it is a thing that humans crave. Now, the things such as creating an entire fake universe have no reason because absolutely no one benefits from that. I do not see the benefit. I do not see the reason why someone will do that.
So you don't see a reason in why someone would want people to read through the first chapter in Genesis and put it down like, oh, this is unscientific nonsense. It's literally in the first chapter of Genesis.
Does it say in Genesis that the earth is round?
It said he called the sky the dome. A dome is a semicircle.
So do you think the sky's a box, or
You can't
it
put a
could just
dome
be
around
a
a
dome
ball.
over?
It wouldn't be a dome by definition if it was around a ball.
So how is reading the Genesis and saying that it's unscientific then, if
Wait a second.
it's
Wait a second.
proving that
You
the
are
earth
now
is flat?
contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself because before you said that this whole thing of the globe Earth was started by the Catholic Church, right?
Yeah.
I never said that.
No, that
Someone
was
did.
two different people.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay, I see that this is grounded on religions, on religious matters. Okay, so basically your concern, at least the one I don't know who I'm talking to right now. I'm looking at other stuff right now. But look, the
Sounds like you're
concern.
talking to yourself.
Look, so apparently the concern you are making is that the globe Earth rejects Genesis. Okay.
You're talking to the entire internet. We're live streaming.
Okay,
Where?
man. Okay, man. Like I care. Like I fucking care.
Is there like a YouTube channel?
Okay.
Cool.
Whatever. So okay. So
Is the nature of water a religion?
what?
Is the
No.
nature of water a religion?
What the? Wait a second.
Because you said this was all about religion, so I was just wondering.
How
Okay.
does? What do you mean the
No.
nature of
Okay,
what?
because you are quoting Genesis. So you are quoting Genesis as a source, which it is fine. It is fine if you want to be a creationist.
Well, that
and stuff.
wasn't me, but that was quoted. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out. You can cut to the chase and go to water.
Yeah, nobody's talking about religion anyway.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing. I'm not talking about what as I said before, I am beginning through the base assumption that you guys are right. The Earth is flat. The Earth is not a globe. I want to know why. And then I got told, okay, people have interest on people not reading the first chapter of Genesis. Okay, do you guys agree with that? Do you guys agree with that? They want your soul. Okay. Now here's the thing. Even though we can get into the theologic aspects, and if we see that the Bible doesn't speak about literally the flat Earth, let's forget that. Globers still practice Christianity. Like I think most Christians believe the Earth round. You know, are their souls not saved because they believe in the wrong shape of the Earth?
No, your belief about the shape of the earth does not influence your salvation.
Yeah, no one's making any claim as to what you should or should not think. We're just talking about reality again, as it's observed and measured.
The thing, I'm not talking. You always get back to the same.
To reality, yes. We always come back to reality.
Deadly sins.
But here's the thing. I'm trying to understand why will people say the Earth is round, And
Because
we
they want to give you a plausible reason for denying that you're in a created environment.
Okay.
If you want my speculation, I'm not going to speak for
But
other
what
people.
does what's the difference between the
Well,
difference
hold
between
on. Let that guy think about and respond to what I'm saying before you go and try and change the subject.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay,
Hold on.
how do you explain Christian Glovers? Okay, they were
2 seconds.
cool, whatever. What? Okay, whatever. Look, what I'm trying to say is that Christianity is still one of the biggest religions in the world. It's still a fast-growing religion in several regions of the world. Like, I don't think anyone is taking their soul. There's a lot of Christians. Like, you guys are a very powerful group.
Yeah, I'm not religious and I'm not Christian.
Yeah,
Thanks anyway, though.
we didn't claim to be a religious or Christian group.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Every time I talk about the reason why will people hide this, hide the shape of the earth, you quote, oh, they are trying to hide us from Genesis.
No, they say hiding you from the creator has nothing to do with a book.
Someone quoted Genesis.
No, that was something different.
Someone right now.
Yeah,
Well,
the
it could
pine
be-
cone guy, the
it
guy
could be-
wanting
it could
to
be
just
either.
throw some people like to throw a little, screw into the works.
Okay,
Well, it could be any, right? Because the Bible says the same as the Quran, which is that it's flat, which is the same as pretty much every ancient culture in history. So it doesn't really matter which one you talk about, which group of people believe what.
Hey, Kami.
None of them believe the globe.
Listen, if a Jain believes that they're stardust, why do they walk around backwards?
What?
Exactly. You're wanting to pigeonhole this thing for whatever reason.
No, I think it is important. It's the whole thing. Because
Yeah, that's what you've convinced yourself. You've convinced yourself that it's these auxiliary convictions that have funneled here. No.
No.
To the contrary.
No, that's not what I'm trying to get the point. The point is that you can look this at any angle, and the whole thing why someone will lie to you about the shape of the earth, it's so weird, because there's people who believe in a creator. Even hell, half of this server is about people arguing for a creator. Christian, Jewish, Islam, whatever, Hindu, they're like, the globe earth is not killing the religious faith. And before you tell me, oh, but we're talking about reality, you still haven't. Okay, if we fucking
Yeah, correct, Kami. I agree. It's weird that they got everyone in agreement on this Big Bang idea, an idea of Einstein Ayal's crew, including priests, and now they have everyone a half century later chanting "Kumbaya." They've
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
solidified
I'm a
everyone.
Christian Glover.
They've solidified everyone under this Big Bang. It's, they've encompassed all the traditional religions under one religion. Outer space. That is weird. Correct. I agree with that.
Well,
It's
I'm a
weird they were able to
Christian.
pull that off.
Yeah, I don't worship the sun. I'm a Christian and I'm a Glober.
Yeah, but you're on board with the Big Bang ideology.
I think God created the universe, yes.
Yes, and you're kumbaya with all the other believers on Earth under one belief.
Matthew,
No.
you're the perfect example of what he was talking about. Kumbaya guy.
No, the general mainstream science says that the universe and life came about naturalistically. In fact, there are methodological naturalists, and I disagree with that.
And so, but
Yeah, they've ironed out all the wrinkles.
But here's the thing. So that okay. So I think we are getting somewhere. So basically, the elites, those elites, those people who are trying to convince you that the masses that the Earth is round and not flat, are trying to unite all of the religions into a world religion, which is space.
It's funny you say try. It's been done.
Okay, they do it. They did it. Why?
Go ask them and find out why. I haven't asked them.
Asking the wrong people, dude.
Maybe
The
they
NASA,
like
listen.
getting $80 million a day.
Yeah, the NASA merch sales would be worth it alone to somebody.
NASA doesn't get government from fucking t-shirts. It gets through
what?
government.
Yeah, they sell sweatshirts, they sell hoodies, they sell hats, they sell whatever they want.
Those are public domain. NASA doesn't receive any revenues.
Bullshit.
You're telling me there's no licensing agreement?
That's right. It's public
Actually,
domain.
the licensing agreement,
public domain, BS.
Now, the licensing agreement's an interesting one, actually, because NASA did give away to a number of manufacturers the rights to use it, royalty-free, because they like spreading their image. And if anything, that's
if
even
that's the
more
case,
the
that's
question,
crazy.
because NASA could be offsetting the costs that they are to the taxpayer by getting some revenue from selling their image and likeness on merchandise, but they give it away for free because they care more about the propaganda aspect of having kids wearing all their shit from H&M and wherever else.
Yeah, and you can always go backwards and find out who owns the hoodie factory.
Okay, yes, I get it. NASA bad, I get it. But here's the thing. Okay, so NASA has fooled.
Not bad, just peddlers of fantasy.
Okay.
J.K. Rowling is not bad. She's very creative.
Yeah, like no, they're not forcing you to believe this. They're making an offer, and you're accepting it.
Okay, but okay, so what? So basically, unlike other, let's say, alternative point of view, this doesn't have what? Okay.
Wow.
Look, I'm trying to. So basically, if they don't win,
All right, bro.
they don't win anything of doing this. If they can just let you don't believe in the globe Earth, if they just let you talk about the truth of the flat Earth, then what's the fucking point? Why are they doing this? Why are
Well, we just explained it to you. They create your entire worldview. They tell you where you came from, what your future is. They get $80 million a day for their trouble, for giving you cartoons and images and stories. And you'll believe whatever they say, right? They'll tell
And
you up
they
is
also,
down and down is up, and you'll believe it.
They tell you where you can go and where you can't go, and you listen to that too because they know everything else, right?
And Kami, they inherited this task. They didn't hatch this plan.
But again, the thing is this, right? It's not why would they lie, and you just need to use a simple example. If someone cheated on your girlfriend or your wife, and you would find out, would it matter to you to know why would you do that? Why would you cheat on me? Or is it already done by understanding that she has cheated on you?
Yeah, he's 15, so we'll just stay away from anything like that.
What?
I don't know that he's 15.
I'm 16.
He
Same
can have
thing.
a girlfriend with 16.
Okay, anyway, yeah, we're not going to derail it.
No, I'm not. Whatever. What I'm trying to say is that if this is a task that NASA has, or the people who inherited NASA to make people have a worldview about the world that doesn't correspond to the Bible, but also they are not forcing you to believe anything and you can just be a flat earther and expand your truth, then this must be the stupidest thing. Why pay so much money?
No, because just because they're not forcing you doesn't mean a lot of people don't believe it. A lot of people like you just accept it
But here's the thing.
because you were told it as an early. You were told it as a child, right? So if you tell children something like Santa Claus exists, all the kids are going to believe in Santa Claus. Same with the globe.
Okay, but what? But here's the thing. This is not your parents. This is the real world. This is real government, real
No.
corporations.
The real world isn't a globe. Remember,
Okay,
that's
okay,
observable.
but I'm not. I'm talking it in a figurative.
Okay,
sense.
okay. Fair enough.
In a figurative sense, in the real world, like this is so complex, such an utterly big.
No, I know you think it is. I know you because you think there's this overwhelming body of science that supports the globe, but you only think that because you've never actually looked into it.
No, look, but here's the thing. What? Why? Oh my god.
I can see the smoke from here.
No, I see the smoke because I didn't know that people could be so stupid. How can people
Yeah.
be so stupid? Like this
Yeah.
doesn't make
Get it
any
all
sense.
out, bro. Get it all out.
Yes.
Like even if you
You'll be okay, bro.
even if you use your own logic.
I would suggest start looking into the Fermi paradox.
The what?
No, don't take him off topic. Don't take him off track. He's busy in his first big spiral.
No, here's the
You don't get it because it's paradoxical to begin with. It's not supposed to be like this simple realization.
like both philosophically, logistically, and basically in every point, this doesn't. No one wins anything with this, and it doesn't make sense.
Do they not? What about the people getting $80 million a day for sending cartoons and images about it?
Okay, but they could be selling cartoons and images and T-shirts and whatever.
For $80 million a day.
Whatever, like Disney. I don't know. They could be selling T-shirts of Mickey Mouse or SpongeBob or whatever. Like why?
Yeah, and they would benefit from selling that, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the people who would get $80 million a day would also be benefiting.
Okay. But why? Okay, why create an entire worldview that isn't real, which has been going for ages, that just to sell T-shirts, T-shirts?
They tell you everything else to do. If you believe that, they can tell you anything. They can make you not go to school. They can make you watch TV. They have all kinds of control over you. You don't get it yet.
But here's the thing. Of course there's control societies. Of course there's this kind of bullshit. Welcome to fucking capitalism. The problem is not that the earth is not round. No one has. That doesn't fucking happen.
Come on, bro.
Look,
we'll be all right.
Here's the thing. I think you guys are just like everyone else. Are just confused in this fucking world.
Dude, you can't even make full sentences, and we're the ones that are confused.
Yes. I think there's two kinds. Look, I think there's two kinds of flat earthers. Okay, one of them
should be good.
is a person that really wants to learn the truth, that distrusts the government, and rightfully so.
Sounds personal.
And the other, yes, and the other are assholes like you that just like to pick off people for no reason. I want to speak to the first kind. I want to speak to the kind that really care. Because if you care for truth,
No, we care. If we didn't care, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be putting up with this kind of bullshit 24/7 if we didn't care.
Okay, then if you care about truth or freedom, why don't you try to analyze the society you live in? Why instead?
We're talking. Well, we're doing all kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Instead here, look, I'm going to say a last thing. If you really want to think critically and know the truth, and just analyze the word, just instead of arguing about whether the Earth is flat or not, because that's what the fucking elites want you to do. They want you
No,
to
they don't want you looking into this, bro. They want you not questioning the globe.
no. They want you.
Yes.
No, here's the thing.
Yes, they want you
Yeah.
accepting their story that they've told you, and they want you coming in places like this being like, how dare you question the government that I don't like?
No. Look,
Yes.
I want to destroy the fucking government. You
Uh
know?
oh.
All right, well, that's not what we're doing here.
Oh. I told you that was the plan last week. Remember, coming here to talk about what are we going to do? What are we going to do? This is another example.
Yeah, he's just a
Here's the
kid.
thing.
He's just a kid.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude.
Well, well, you should be ashamed then a kid is
Oh,
more
chill, bro.
intelligent than you. A
Sounds
grown-up
personal.
kid.
If we could just stick to facts and ideas, that'd be cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then let's go back to facts. And the facts are that they have no reason to lie to you about this thing.
Money.
The
Control.
government.
Yeah, money.
Control.
You don't think the government lie?
Control. What the fuck does
Come on,
control mean? People don't just control people for the sake of controlling them. They want to get aims. People don't control.
Brought this up, man. Okay, so this is your issue with it, not
No.
not necessarily ours. This is your issue with it, not necessarily ours. You need to do. This is
Yes.
a you problem.
Okay,
You
then
problem.
whatever. I'm just going to stop being charitable. I think that you guys are just idiots
Okay,
that
bro.
don't want to
That's fine.
question
That's fine.
critically the bourgeois system. So fuck.
All right, bro. It's okay.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Who's next?
There is no need to be upset.
Wow, they must be really pushing a lot of television out there. We got some moon missions coming up or something. One's been knocked off, I guess, but maybe they restarted again.
Wait, they knocked it off? When?
Well, it didn't. They lost the rocket or whatever.
Oh, you mean the SpaceX rocket that exploded? Or is that
I don't
another
know.
mission?
I don't know. I thought the moon one went off last week with the rovers on it. Did it land?
Man, I have no clue, man.
Right. Not even newsworthy.
Yeah, I feared like they want to go like colonize Mars or something, but unfortunately the rocket exploded or something. Seems kind of like some good technology so far. Maybe give it another 20 years or something.
Ooh-wee.
I bet they will eventually get it right. I mean, it's hard to reconstruct the technology that brought man
Any more
to the
people that
moon.
want to talk about Foucault's Plum Bob in here?
What? Hello.
Hello.
Plumbob SquarePants.
What were you guys talking about?
Foucault's.
There was a kid in here. Oh, yeah. Or a kid spiraling about why would they lie.
Okay.
Holy crap. That was some furious typing.
Whoa. Hold on.
It must be upsetting to listen to this stuff.
Okay. And y'all were talking about What was it again? I'm sorry, I had to go close my door.
We're looking for proof that Earth is a spinning ball.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
It's even more fascinating when you go look for it yourself.
I'm straight. I'm good. I don't want to be.
You don't have any
I don't
either.
want to be corrupted by the Illuminati. If that makes sense.
No, it does
The
not.
Illuminati.
I don't know about all that. We're just looking for some evidence that the Earth's a spinning thing, space ball.
Ah,
If you've got any of that,
I do not.
yeah. Well, let us know if you find any.
Yeah, no problem, man. Were all these people like listening to this conversation about it?
Yeah, we're listening to you right now.
Oh, my
Yeah,
fault.
loads of people listen to it.
This is
We're like
like
the most
all
popular
the
channel
time.
on the server.
Yeah, and there's two of these, so and we're always busy.
Are y'all waiting for someone to come back?
Nope. What kind of questions you got?
Questions do I have? I don't. I don't think that. And this could it could be anything, right?
We'd prefer if it was Earth related.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to being muted then.
Yeah, I don't have a crystal ball for anything else.
Did this guy really said, I don't think that, and that it could be anything? That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it went nowhere.
I don't think that, and that could be anything. What? Golly. The globe arguments are rocking strong today.
A Globa girl with
Agree.
a Globa girl with a master's in art or whatever. Her art was obviously hers in her profile, so she's pretty good. Said things just move away from you and they get smaller and they disappear bottom up. Perspective. So she's then said, "That's really all I came in here to say," because she didn't want to form an opinion because I think she knows it's flat, but she has to pretend it's a globe probably.
Man, look at how many people on the Globe Earth channel. A big sum of one guy.
They made a Globe Earth channel again.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
25/7 Globe Earth. One person in it.
Poor guys.
Imitation
Yeah.
is the what do they say? Highest form of flattery.
Maybe they're trying to build like a training room or something. That's good. They should do that. I suggested that before. They need to get their shit together and come in here with one thing.
But yeah, that's a good suggestion.
They can do like whiteboards down there and everything. Presentations to themselves so they get it just right and then bring it. Don't bring it so we go, hold on, stop. You can't form a right angle on the surface of a ball. And then they try to continue. In the end, it's already over when you say that, but yet they try to continue.
Huh?
Testing, testing. Anybody there? Is anybody there?
No.
Okay, good.
All's well with you, man.
No globe proofs. I'm doing pretty well.
And yeah, no globe proofs today.
You know what else is a globe? A light bulb.
True that. That's the only time we see a globe, actually, is when it's man-made. In real life, in other words. So in actual life, we only see globes. We only see globes that are manufactured. We see globes manufactured for the for decorational purposes only.
Like
I
a
don't
Christmas
really ever
ornament?
see
That's a globe.
Christmas ornament. There you go. There's a globe. A cross section of my water bottle is a circle. That's lame. Never mind. Never mind that one. There's globes all around that are man-made, though. Like, and
Show me a
most of the
globe
time,
that exists in nature.
yeah, exactly. Just one.
I love how there's physics and then there's astrophysics.
Yeah.
That just like it just contradicts itself right there.
It's good that we have these moments of silence so we can actually take enough time to pinpoint with precision the idiocy and take it apart. You know, like get to look at how ridiculous that's just one good instance exactly. No globes are seen in nature. I'm sure there's probably some kind of seed, maybe, you know, but that could roughly be called a globe or a egg of some kind, maybe that, you know, but that
Oh
has
yeah.
nothing to do with what they're saying, though, like a globe Earth. But anyway, getting back to globes in nature, only man-made that we can find.
Well, some will say that the globe Earth is fatter at the equator. Like Santa Claus, I guess. Ho ho ho.
Oh gosh, had her at a little bulge. Yeah, that's a good word.
Speaking of Santa Claus,
Bulge below the south in the southern area, bulging in the southern area.
in the nether
hell?
regions,
Absolutely.
Santa Claus. You know, that's why Santa Claus comes from the North Pole, right? Because that's one of the biggest deceptions of mankind. You know,
Yeah.
how our parents betrayed us over what used to be a tradition, and now it's this thriving political agenda for our parents to be like, "Oh, I didn't buy you these presents because I love you." No, it's this fictitious character that they know that doesn't exist.
Yeah, and all
What a
of the
way to
adults are and
fuck
all,
up their heads, dude.
and
From a
then,
very from the very people that they trust.
and check it out, and all the adults are in on it. So it's only
Yeah,
the adults tricking the kids now.
it's
That's what it.
it's bullshit. It pisses me off. Every kid I see, I tell them, "Hey, man, Santa Claus isn't real, bro. Your parents are lying
And
to you." I tell
Santa
everyone.
Claus isn't real. Santa Claus isn't real, and oceans don't curve. Oh, brother.
Well, because the reason why Santa Claus is from the North Pole is because all the kids that have been decepted by their parents, of which that they trust the most, you know, this whole psychological warfare. You know, that's how it, you know, a lot of it starts, right?
Yeah.
And if you're a man, you're in America, more than likely we've been circumcised, right? That's another part of it, right?
Yeah.
All these satanic rituals, but
Done
But
against
yeah,
us
that's
without
why he's from the
our.
North Pole. Is like we realize that Santa is not real, so we dismiss the North Pole because we're like, oh well, Santa Claus isn't real, so
Yeah.
they just
That's a good
look
point.
away from the North Pole, right? But the North Pole is everything.
Hmm.
You know, a lot of people talk about, you know, Antarctica or the Arctic Circle or whatever you want to call it, whatever. But everybody can go to the North Pole. You know, that's not in the what was that treaty? The
No, you actually you are controlled in the north too. It's called DEWS, detection early warning, and the dew line is well known above the 50th
Really?
north. Yeah, oh yeah, and that's militarily tracked for everything going into that airspace is tracked. Yeah.
Hmm.
So the North is controlled too. And they just say that it's militarily. Well, by the same military that agrees on not letting anybody do independent exploration in Antarctica. The same groups of people that agree on that.
The UN, right?
And
The United Nations.
And yeah, I guess you could say they're all tied together. They're all in on it. For some reason. All this time, really, the reason is ridiculous to even ponder, faced with the facts of the matter that oceans don't curve, and we can measure this, and they don't curve anywhere, and they never have. And so, if oceans don't curve, Earth cannot possibly be a ball in any sense of the word.
You know, I just thought of something. You know, they try to say that you know, physics applies to the world around us, like what we can see with our own eyes standing on the earth, right? And then there's astrophysics, which is a different set of physic laws that apply to beyond the atmosphere or whatever we want to call that.
Mhm.
Right?
So a different scale, because that's what they go to. They go to that scale that no one can see. So they have to go to astrophysics at different scale of meaning, like that you can only conceptualize, but cannot see for real. You know,
Right.
you can't see in
Well,
the real world.
what I'm getting at is water always seeks this level, you know? Like, wouldn't that be part of physics, right? Like, water never bends, right?
Yeah.
So that is within the atmosphere. So that is within what we call physics, right? So no one's been able to demonstrate water bending within the
Exactly.
atmosphere. So somebody's losing ground here. Big time.
Yeah. They can't get around this. To
Yeah,
drop
man, the
over
whole thing is
distance.
falling apart.
I wonder what their plan is.
I look at it as like the whole thing is like a ship with no captain. It has no heading.
Yeah, that's one thing Mimas used to always say that. I kind of can agree with that myself. That
Right,
there's no
'cause-
one at the helm, really.
Right, because we have to realize the people who thought up of this whole system, they're long gone. And they're just
Mhm.
passing the torch on to the next guy.
And he's just going, what the fuck?
And they're and
I
they're
have
trying
to
to
do
pick up the
this?
pieces, and they're trying to fudge it.
Really?
But I don't think time is on their side, man. I really don't.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy that they were told secondarily By secondary means that they have to do this thing.
Yeah, it's like they're giving all these rules of all the BS that they're telling everyone. You know, oh, this is this way, right? Like, it's kind of wild.
Are you doing a floor or something? I hear some construction. Oh, it sounds like wood. Are you in a wood shop?
Oh, is that me? I probably got unmuted.
I don't know. But it sounds like a wood shop to me. So just take a
No, I'm
guess.
surveying.
You what?
Surveying.
Oh, surveying. Okay, well, you have tools then. I got it.
It's the government with their tripods recording us.
Nah.
Yeah.
We know what you're doing.
He's trying to find the
It's
curvature,
an extremely expensive tape measure.
and he can't find it without. And he can't
Basically.
find it without an equation.
Can't
How are
find
those
what
so
without an equation.
accurate? Exactly. It's just
How?
a tripod. Like, yeah.
Oh, it shoots out a light that catches like this prism, or it reflects off a surface.
Interesting. Yeah, I never looked into all that, but I see you guys out there.
Yeah, I always talk to them. Whenever I see it, I always like, this ground's moving all the time here, isn't it? He's like, oh, yeah. Because what they're doing is they're shooting like from corner to corner in a city block, right? The shit's moving, especially here in Southern California, the shit's moving around all the time. It's shifting.
Right.
So
I mean,
that's really a trip.
I mean, isn't a big part of surveying is make sure that all water goes downhill, that there isn't, water's not able to pull up anywhere? Like, for instance, a parking lot. Like, the automotive shop that I used to have. It had, like, water would collect in corners in the middle of the parking lot. It was like a little pond. I was like, damn,
yeah,
they really messed that up.
That's because
So-
Duncan's not doing his job properly.
I mean, isn't that part of surveying, right? Like making sure that it's always downhill from the shop or whatever it is,
Yeah,
Or
but now if you're
like,
talking about, but listen, if you're talking about surveying and then the actual finished product of the concrete itself, so there's things that goes on, there's variables that go on that can cause that to be unlevel, or even tilted possibly, So
yeah, it kind of blows my mind that.
I mean,
they
I can
just
give
have
you a
that,
perfect
like-
example as to why that might happen. So I was doing inverts on drainage pipes on a property, and one of the manholes where the flow was supposed to go to, it wasn't reaching the low enough elevation where there'd be an issue. So all these guys did was dig a hole a little deeper and then bent the tube down. So now there's a bulge in the middle where water will flow eventually to that second manhole. However, it has to reach a certain level first, which will cause some drainage issues. So maybe that's what's going on at your parking lot or whatever.
Interesting.
It kind of backs up a little bit before it can spill over.
Yep. That's a shortcut that people take in construction that can lead to drainage issues.
Right.
Like the concrete wasn't really flat; it had like
Yeah,
divots in it,
I was going to say that's not a drainage problem. That's a not level problem with pooling on the surface.
Right.
That's a concrete problem, not a draining problem.
So like I was saying, it's a finished the finished
Yeah.
product of the concrete itself. Yeah. That.
So here, I
And-
don't know why a surveyor would be doing level inverts on drainage, because here the survey just does the boundaries, and the height differences, and then everything else is left to. So the plumber, he'll sort out the drains. They have a separate inspector, plumbing inspector, and then everything else is done by the general contractor, which is me. And and
You're either
and
bold-faced lying right now because surveyors do inverts on the drainage. So you're either bold-faced
sorry,
lying
mate.
right now, or you
Sorry,
don't
mate.
know what you're talking about.
Sorry, mate, but I do this every day for a living, mate. I've been
I
doing this.
highly doubt
I've
that.
been doing this for 25 years, and I know the
I highly
process
doubt that.
inside and out. I'd say you know the process in Australia because I started my comments with, I don't know what you do, but in Australia, we do this. So either
Surveyors
you're not
do
listening,
inverts on drainage systems. Sorry, you're just
either
flat
you're
out
not
wrong.
listening, either you're not listening, or your ego's getting in the way. Either one of those.
All right.
All right. So if you listen to the start of my conversation, I said, I don't know what you do, but in Australia, we do this.
Do a quick
Yeah?
Google search of. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a quick Google search of surveying Australia inverts on sewage and see what happens. See if there's
Yeah,
any
well,
survey
okay.
maps that show it.
Yeah, but not
Because
on.
if there
We're not
are,
talking.
then you're
We're
obviously
not
wrong.
talking about council because they do it in council, but they don't do it on private properties. That is the plumbing inspector and the plumber. If you're talking about sewer barrel drains outside of the property, then it's done. Of course, it's done. On private property, it's not done. It's done at the start, and then the surveyor has nothing to do with the rest of the build. Because council has no jurisdiction on your private land. Only outside to the council's connection. Only thing that they can touch.
You know, every time I see people laying concrete, they're just taking 2x4s, grabbing the edges and just making it level with a 2x4. So, like,
Really? Yeah. And my guys use lasers. Laser levels.
so they're leveling the concrete with laser levels.
Yeah, so you take like a dumpy level. So you set it up at the start with your level, so it beeps. You know those ones with the story pole. So you get your level with.
So it's kind of
the beep.
like a torque wrench that beeps at you whenever you reach whatever it is.
Yeah, when you reach the height, so you have a receiver coming from the coming from what you were calling before a tripod, but it just spins a laser around, and then every time it hits that receiver, it beeps. So when you're on level, it'll be a solid, and then it'll tell you to either go up or down. So they just set that at the start, and then every part of the slab, if you want it level, dead level, which is for a house slab, then it'll beep at you every time you get level.
2 days ago, it was 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, it's snowing in Dallas, Texas. What is going on?
Yeah, so I just found it. They do inverts and surveying in Australia.
Yes, on council property. Yeah.
It was just something I saw. Melbourne surveying inverts drainage.
Of course, because you have to find the council access point. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
surveyors-
guys, this is the flat Earth room. So like, if you're talking anything else other than the Earth being flat, like unfortunately the mods they're gonna ban.
Yeah.
They've had me talk about surveying before in here.
Yeah, surveying's got everything to do with. We're talking about level, everything. So surveying's a good subject to talk about.
Relevant.
Yeah, she didn't last long, did she? It was funny. The mods are back.
You said the word level.
Level. Duncan thinks level's curved, but you know.
Yeah, yeah. Here's the thing. Talking about
Nope,
surveying
I've never
is,
said that.
surveying is
I thought
definitely
you're a
on
flat
the
earther.
level. It's topic. It's on topic because it's has to do with the practical use. That's how we practically use the surface. So in all extents, whatever we use the surface for, on, above, or below the surface, then we're talking about flat Earth because that's how we use it.
I've never said that level is curved. Sorry, you're just flat out lying.
Welcome to
No, I
flat
didn't
Earth.
say. Who said
I
that?
did.
No one said that.
I did.
Oh, levels curved. Oh, now in the definition, they're changing the definition. Yeah, they are
No
changing
way.
it.
So
Yes.
Duncan,
They're changing
you
the
don't-
definition of level.
Yes, they already done it.
Yeah.
As we were speaking. Go ahead.
And now in one of them it says equal distance from the center of the Earth.
Center. Yep.
Instead of
they're trying to change it.
Who's trying to change it? Flat Earthers?
You are.
No, the people that are in charge of the curriculum that divulge information to you and I, to the children at school, all the informational, the people that write the curriculums, the people that write in books of different subjects, topics having to do with Earth.
They're changing what
Publication
level is?
companies. The definition of words. Yeah, you haven't heard this, right?
Oh no,
They're changing
definitions of words definitely change over time. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, there's
I'd like
a
to
level.
see this definition.
It's,
You have a screenshot?
Somebody's got it. Somebody just pulled it up. Is that you, Timbo? Was it T-Dub?
Oh, you can just go to another country and the word changes its definition. Like if I was in New York and I asked someone for a cigarette, I asked for a Lucy. In England, I'm pretty sure it's called something else. And
I like
you
the
use
word
that word.
fag.
Yep. In England, it's called that.
Can I bum a fag from you?
Yep. But it's weird how in America, word doesn't mean that. So you don't even need to. That word just changes definition just country to country. It's amazing.
But now level, when you're talking about geometric terms of Earth, like and you're talking about level not being a level, like They have
Who
double
says
speak
level?
in the definition.
Can you show me a definition where it says level is not a level?
They're saying level is the center. Level is the distance from the center of Earth.
Who's saying that? I doubt that's the full definition.
Well, you're probably right because I'm just sitting in my kitchen. I'm not sitting here looking,
So why don't you read the full definition instead of just reading part of it? That would help out everybody
I'll
listening.
who had it pulled up? I wasn't even the one. I
So
just was segueing
I
onto
just
that.
googled
But I'll look it up.
level distance center of Earth, and the first result is 3,959 miles. Complete answer: the average distance from the surface of the Earth to the center is 6,371 kilometers, or 3,959 miles.
There
What
you
does that
go.
have to do with level?
That's their definition that I said they were
That is
changing.
not the definition of level.
Fucking it sure the fuck is. Go look it up now, man. They've already changed it. They're changing the definition of level. Yes, they are.
What dictionary?
man.
Because I'm looking at it right now.
Who's changing the definition, and what is the definition before, and what is it now?
That's like asking why would they lie about the shape of Earth? Who it is.
No, it's
You have
not.
to find out who they are. Who is they exactly?
I need a good
you're on
laugh,
about
so I
What
want to see
was
this
the definition before, and what is the definition now?
Why don't you pull it up? You're so interested.
You're the one telling me it's changed.
Someone else said it before me. I was just
and you're saying it's definitely changed.
It's changed in multiple places, man. You can go online and look up the definition of level, and you're going to find definitions that don't match what it used to say. They're saying it's the center of the Earth. That's the distance to the center of the Earth. Okay, well, I'm sorry you don't see that, but if you just go online,
Oh
real quick,
wait! I just googled definition of level. The very first definition from Oxford says a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
There you go.
So that's
nothing about the nothing about the
sea
center.
level.
Nothing about the center of the Earth.
Yeah, but there are places where it's saying that. That's what I'm telling you.
Position on a real or imaginary scale of amount, quantity, extent, or quality.
Level of quality.
A high level of employment is an example. So that's something different.
Okay, look up the geometric definition. Definition of level in geometry.
Geometric definition of level. Level refers to straightness side to side horizontal, whereas plumb measures straightness up and down vertical.
See, now that was a good one. See, that's the proper definition of level. But some people have level being the center of the Earth. Some of the definitions out there don't blame me. I'm not the one. They're there. All you got to do is look.
So all you need is a level and a plumb bob, and the world is your oyster. With those two tools, you can find true horizontal and vertical. Isn't that amazing? Just using a little tube of water with a air bubble in it, and a stupid weight with a point tied to a string. That's great. I love it.
Yeah, and those things basically show the layout of this place. Those two items right there that you just mentioned show out the entire layout that this place is laid out upon: a horizontal plane, vertical plumbs. No curving plumbs, no curved level. So, just in case you
I've got one here.
misunderstood
The
me.
word level has a specific meaning. Using a dictionary in an attempt to make claims surveying is disingenuous at best. Most likely should be called lying. Alright, surveying has defined level as the curved surface of the earth. For example, a book, a treatise of practice surveying level is clearly defined as a curved surface.
There you go.
In your own job.
In surveying, the job you claim to work at is where they have the definition of curved level. Geodesy.
Speaking without knowing what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It's almost the number one best debunked besides the sextant is how we use surveying in a planar sense.
The true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the earth.
There's another one.
Do you have a screenshot or a link?
Yeah, I'm driving
That
at the
level
moment.
is
I'll be finished in
they got
20
level
minutes.
is they got level is curved in the same sentence.
That's just insanity.
And then in the same thing it says level, having no elevation higher than another.
Just Googled level curve. A level curve is simply a cross section of the graph taken at a constant value. A function has many level curves. Oh boy.
I'm gonna tell my customers that I built their house curved so it was level.
It's like, hey, it's
Yeah,
forming
exactly.
to the curvature of the earth. That's level.
In this house, there are no curved surfaces because of the curvature. Sorry, I built your factory floor level, which is curved. I hope you're happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. If you told them that it conforms to the curvature of Earth and that level is curved.
They rebuild it. I want it flat.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of numpty would go, oh, perfect. That's exactly like I wanted it. You built them a level, curved floor. Hilarious.
You don't want the center of your house being the highest point so that water. So if you have a flood, it rushes towards the front and back door.
Rolls off to the sides.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have like a shop with a bay door, right? Like, obviously, you want the bay door to be slightly at a lower angle.
Yeah, you
So
build it
that,
on grade.
yeah, you don't want it perfectly level for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
I posted
drainage.
an
You want to wash it
exhaustive,
out.
Right.
posted an exhaustive list of definitions of level, I mean, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and such.
There you go, Duncan.
Even described as a flat tract of land.
Who would have thought?
So why do you guys take everything we say at face value except for the size?
Called a hostile witness. You're bringing information. We're using that information about you guys because you got. We're using that information against you guys because you guys are supposed to be on the same team and believe all the same things because Globe has one choice.
No, like so
You can't make up your own cosmology. Yeah.
for example, we say like the Earth is curved, but it's very large, and then you say, why don't you see? Why don't we build a house with a curve on it? Like that's
a joke, man. Are you retarded? That's a joke. Yeah?
Yeah, but you use it as a serious talking point.
When? Are you saying that I just that joke I made just then was a serious talking point?
Not all of it, but like, oh, the factories are built with a curve. All these buildings are built with the curve. Like, that's
He
not
was
what we
joking
say.
about it. He was joking.
Fucking
You
hell,
didn't get.
man.
Sorry, you didn't get the joke, my brother. Sorry, you
And
didn't
then
get
you
the joke.
expect
But he was
us,
joking.
yeah, but you expect us to say like, oh, because level changes over large distances. Why don't we
Well,
see
that's
it
the
like over
claim,
short
isn't it?
distance?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
the
why do you
claim,
say?
isn't it?
Why do you ask us? Why don't we see it over short distances?
Because it's a joke.
Bro, he was being facetious in that joking manner because every building is built level. So that was
Nothing changes, whether it's a huge building or a small building. That tells me that we're always building on a level surface. Does it not?
Except they account for the curve when they use bridges.
Show me. Show me that. Oh, that's right.
All right,
The last
I'll
time I
send it.
asked
I'll
you
send
that,
in
you
a link.
said, last time I asked you that, you said,
Yeah,
I'm at
no,
work,
they
I
don't.
can't do it now. And then you never sent it. So I'm still
Yeah,
waiting, man. It's
they
been
don't.
2 months.
Yeah, they don't build fucking bridges to suit the fucking Earth. They build bridges to suit their structure for one. For another, we're talking about the water. Is the water underneath the bridge curve? That's the part we need to establish. If you're saying bridges are built to suit the curvature of Earth, then show the curvature on the water that established that curvature. Show us that.
Yeah.
Because
Flat and
you
level
don't start with the
baseline.
bridge first. Yeah, you don't start with the bridge first. You start with the water must be curving if they're building it to a bridge to a curved Earth. So show us the curved water first.
So you think we're saying it's the water that's curving?
Get that microphone out of your fucking mouth.
Oh, okay.
So annoying,
Sorry.
man. Every time you come in,
I
it
keep
fucking
making mistakes.
reverberate.
Yeah.
Stop doing it, man. You fucking.
Sorry.
You've got a microphone. Stop eating it.
Yeah.
That's better.
So, is what you're saying is we think the water is curving?
Well, you must. You have to.
Yeah, if Earth is a ball and it's 71% covered by water, then the water would have to curve, would it not?
The bridge isn't anchored to the wall; it's anchored to the land.
Where's your baseline, mate? What are you leveling your baseline off? The water?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Oh,
I
Where do
don't
we get
think-
sea
levels from?
level.
I'm
What
pretty
is sea
sure
level?
bridge builders.
So you're going by the land? What is sea level?
Okay, at the sea, is it level at high tide or low tide?
It's a
Come on,
mean
there's
sea
a
level.
high and low. There's a mean sea level. That's the median sea level. So get real here.
You've got
I
a.
know
You've got
also
a. Hey
tides.
Brandon. Hey Brandon. You've got a surveyor in the room. Ask him where they get their datum points from.
Who's the surveyor?
Duncan Darth.
Not licensed.
Yeah, but you know where you get your datum points from, don't you?
Yeah, there's grid systems, very small sections of the Earth, which are assigned to grid, which we use the satellites to pinpoint where we are in that grid.
Satellites. You think they had satellites when you got those datum points? Where do they get the original datum points from?
Sure.
Yeah, sea level, yeah?
Dot, dot, dot. It's sea level. Timbo's correct. It is sea level, which is level, which doesn't curve.
These guys, this surveyor's saying that the only datum points they've got are in a fucking machine. Come on, man. How long you been doing this for?
That's a little bit nuts.
Saying in the 1800s when they're doing surveying that they used satellites? Idiot.
No, I'm saying. When did I say that?
I don't know. It doesn't matter because if you're using the WGS 84, then you're using a curvature model.
Yes, it's still a grid system, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And still, it does not represent the Earth itself. So there you go.
It's transferred onto the grid. It's transferred
small
onto
section,
the
very small section of it.
transferred onto a globe.
Transferred, yeah.
Line of sight measurements transferred onto a sphere.
Mic check.
What up, Toby Dog?
Hey, what's happening, Jenna? Did anybody
Hanging
get
out, man.
anybody get to explain to Reverend the category error?
No, not yet, but now would be your chance.
Okay, hold on one sec. Get the chat back up. Fuck, this shit is so unintuitive. It's unbelievable. Okay, Reverend, you with me? You got a mic, or am I communicating to you via the chat, voice to chat? Because I'll do that if I have to. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, for an example, let's say you go to a Foot Locker and you want to buy a pair of shoes, and you want to find out what shoe size you are. Do you need science to find out what your shoe size is? It's a yes or no question. That had to do with the comment you made on saying something along the lines of, gosh, like we're science deniers, or we don't know. I don't know. It had something to do with science. And I think that what you're looking for is maybe geometry. So that is what I meant by category error. Pretty simple. Oh, yeah. Unfounded science. So, okay. Oh, it's funny. Could you give me an example of any unfounded science claim anybody in here has made that is not a globe believer? Oh, gas pressure requires a container is unfounded science? I would like to see the tires on your car right now with no fucking tire around it holding the air in. That'd be amazing.
The definition that NASA gives says that gas pressure does indeed require containment. So there you go. If you want to appeal to your authority of NASA, it actually also says exactly what we've been trying to say. But yeah. And as you said, yeah, try and freaking lift your car without a tire. Get the him air pressure in your tire without actually having the tire. Stick it to the rim.
Yeah, go get your propane tank filled up without the tank. See how that works.
Walk up to the propane guy with your hands just held out. Like, can I get some propane? I'm gonna carry it home.
And just another small request to stop using the words atmo and sphere together, because the only time you have gases that take upon any shape at all is when man manufactures a shaped tank. The shape of the tank, the actual container, is what controls the shape of the gases. You don't have gases that are in any shape with no container. Hello, open container. Stop. I demand it.
Oh, but it is, Reverend.
I'm still laughing. Yeah, Glovers. And by the way, why isn't there a bunch of people riding around on bicycles that have no rubber, like the zero tire bicycle? Why isn't there a bunch of people you see just a bunch of steel rims supported by gas pressure? Why isn't that a thing? I ask you. Where are the rubberless car tires holding in gas pressure close to the rims? Your car should be hovering right now above the freaking surface with gas pressure. I guess you could just use, what do you use for that? Intention? Just if you direct your intentions to make sure the gas pressure stays?
I will, however, concede that you're potentially spiraling at this point, Mr. Reverend, but that's going to be about the. He's in the chat. He was chat skanking earlier, and then he was claiming that we have unfounded dogmatic science claims, and he can't produce one. Oh, he did produce one. They said that gas pressure does not require a container or something along those lines, and so got what I wanted out of it.
Yeah, where is he getting his information from? Oh, there's
no
the chat.
idea.
Oh, I see there. No scientific papers on what? Gas pressure? We'll just keep harping on Reverend.
Well, no need to do it in chat any longer because I'm right here. How's everybody doing?
Alrighty.
Hello and welcome to Movie Phone. If you like a movie you'd like to see, press 1 now.
So just to kind of recap anyone who wasn't really paying attention to the chat there, my claim was that there are unfounded scientific beliefs that are claimed by Flurfs dogmatically, and we've just demonstrated that there was one. Because you all love to say that gas pressure requires a container, yet you've not been able to scientifically verify that fact. Hence the scientific dogma. Thank you very much for illuminating everyone on my claim. It's been great.
Yeah, how about NASA's definition? Yeah, what about theirs? That's NASA. They're the ones that have the definition we're using. Hello? Wake up.
Please cite
We've
your
been asleep
source.
a long fucking time. NASA.
Yeah, please give me the where they give the
It's in
gas
the
pressure
chat.
definition.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat where you love to skank. So it's right there in the chat. Bro, where have you been?
Where? I don't see it in chat.
He's gone blind. Blinded by science.
NASA says the sum of the forces of all the molecules striking the wall divided by the area of the wall is defined to be the pressure. Pressure of a gas is in the measure of the average linear movement of the moving molecules of a gas. Gas pressure.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for you to get to the point where they defined it as requiring a container. Are you getting to that point, or?
We're waiting you to catch up on your comprehension skills to the actual
well, you
NASA
guys will catch
document.
up soon. You'll catch up soon. I have faith in you.
No, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will because it's there everywhere out in nature, and every day you experience gas pressure. So you're just like you're out of your mind.
Like you ever feel your
to be
bowels
clear,
like
NASA
getting
does
really
not,
like they're like really like
NASA does not claim it requires a
gurgling,
container.
right?
Thank
you release a big fart.
Oh, it's windy.
So, yeah.
I gotta.
So yeah, NASA does not affirm that the gas pressure requires a container. So all good.
Yeah, constant volume requires constant containment. Square area volume.
Yeah,
constant
that's fine.
pressure
If I said
requires
that it was
constant volume. You don't have constant volume in an open fucking system. You numpty
exactly.
dipshit.
I agree. What's the problem? You should probably wait to call someone a dipshit if they don't agree with you, because when someone agrees with you and you call them a dipshit, kind of makes you look like a dipshit.
So the collision of the gas particles with the wall of the container causes pressure.
Still waiting for it to show that it's required.
Causes. What does cause mean? It's the cause of the gas pressure.
Oh, does it say the sole cause? The only
causes.
cause?
The cause of gas pressure. Period.
Yeah.
Singular.
So if it's the fact that really greasy Pizza Hut pizza causes me to have diarrhea, then it's the only thing that causes me to have diarrhea?
Yeah, you're in another category error. Now you're talking about recipes.
No, you don't.
We're not talking about recipes.
Honestly,
we're talking about gas
you
pressure.
don't want to go back to category errors.
Come on, get with the program. Get with the program, bro. You're
It's
like
fine.
really
It's fine. Sonny, it's fine. Reverend, then I'm sure that you're going to provide us with a demonstration where gas pressure can be achieved without a container. Go ahead.
See, why are you putting the burden of proof on me? You're the ones
Well,
making
you said
the
it wasn't the
affirmative
only
claim.
way.
You're
No,
the one
I didn't make an
making the
affirmative claim. I didn't make an
you
affirmative
just
claim. You
stepped in from the
stereotyping me? Yeah, I
sidelines
just
to
stepped
chirp at
in.
me.
Yeah.
So please sit back down.
No, I mean,
Thank you.
relax, bro.
Thank you.
Can
Exactly,
you
yeah.
have a decent
Just chill it
conversation with
out.
me?
Oh,
Chill.
I'm really trying.
Reverend,
I'm really trying.
it's all
but you're
right,
not
bro.
making it easy.
So you're going to show us gas pressure without a container then?
Wait, why? Why? You are the one
Well, you
that
said
says that.
how
No,
is it
sorry.
that-
I thought you were trying to have a conversation here. You are the one who is saying that you require a container in order to have gas pressure, and I'm saying that's not
I
the
didn't
case.
say that. I didn't say that.
So then, why are you chiming in now?
Well, you said that that's not the only reason.
No, I asked if the NASA papers stated if it was the only reason, which it does not.
Well, in their scenario, the one that NASA's bringing up says it causes the gas pressure. If you have an example of something else, we'd love to see it. We're asking for that.
Okay, thanks for
I mean,
your
maybe
input.
you're right. Maybe NASA is
No,
not
thanks for your
sufficient in
input.
this
Yeah,
particular
I hope
area.
everyone heard
So
that, so we can
and
move
display
forward
for
now.
us gas pressure without a container. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not
Another
here to
way.
just give you what you like, right? That's not why I'm
Oh,
here.
so you're
I'm
not
not
going to
here
come
to
in and
dance
discuss the
as a
topic
monkey for you.
like openly,
Sorry.
honestly, have a good conversation.
You're not going to
That's not
discuss
why
the
you're here.
topic, says the guy who is changing the topic?
I'm
To
having the
me
conversation with
requiring
you
some
right
kind of
now.
burden of proof?
No, you brought it up.
Okay, well, so take a seat. We'll get back to the other person that was talking because I was already having a conversation with them. No need for you to chime in and add literally nothing. So if someone would like to demonstrate the fact or have any kind of scientific demonstration having been done in the past that shows that you need a container in order to have gas pressure, I'd love to hear it. And the etymological method that Victory Lap here is I wouldn't go down that road. I don't think you're gonna agree with all words that have specific portions of other words in them.
So, Reverend, you're here today to see if you can get some answers
I'm
to a
here
question that we
today to
have.
call out bad
right?
flurf logic.
What's the bad logic?
The fact that you assert because the action of a particle against a solid force, right, or solid wall, is the only way that you can get gas pressure, and you have not demonstrated that to be the case.
It's fine. It's just the only thing that we've observed and can actually,
Great. So an
display.
argument
So if
for
you want to
making-
show something for us, well, I mean, that's why you're here to help us out, right?
I'm just here to point out your logic. I mean, if that helps you, then I'm happy for it. So
Well, then help us, because if our logic is faulty, since that's the only way in history I know of, maybe you know of something different. Do you know of something different?
yeah. So around the Earth, we have something called an atmosphere, right? And
Uh-huh.
that's gas, and it has different at different heights has different density. So you have a gradient of pressure and density
Uh-huh.
along the sky all the way up.
Okay.
So you
So you
don't
can prove
have
that for me.
I
Go
can
ahead and prove that. Just go
that
ahead
for
and
you.
yeah. Maybe if you're saying around the Earth, is the
I
Earth a
was
sphere?
showing you how you can have gas pressure without a container.
No, you're not showing anything. This is just a baseless assertion. That's a fallacy.
Thank you.
Show it.
Show it. No, I don't go on camera. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence that the Earth is this thing that has an atmosphere around it?
What part of it are you really? What are you contesting? You don't think
Do
the
you
air
think
pressure
that your
goes down as you go
explanation,
up?
which is baseless, what does that have to do with gas pressure? Other than the fact that it's a pressure gradient?
Because in your repeated request for gas pressure without a container, it involves a gradient of pressure as you gain altitude.
Uh-huh.
So
pressure
that's why
still.
it's relevant again. Yeah, it's pressure. Yeah.
Pressure still? Okay, pressure still. So you want to show me pressure gradients. Those require containers too, as far as we've ever seen. Can you show me a
that's
pressure
not the
gradient
case.
without a container? Or are you going to beg the question that there's an atmosphere around a sphere that you haven't demonstrated yet?
So basically,
nothing about this has been about demonstrating the globe. You only
So
have
this
one
is just
speed.
an explanation. This is an ad hoc explanation that you don't have any real demonstration of any of it, right? So you don't have actually any demonstration, any evidence, just kind of like this ad hoc explanation. You just say words, and then that's the evidence. Is that about right?
He did. You just ignored it and said, "Show me a different one."
Yeah.
Well, because the premise is being offered as evidence of the claim.
Great, you're here. You can show me the gas pressure without the container.
Wait. How is the premise the evidence for the claim?
It's the assumption that gravity is holding the atmosphere to Earth. And then
I don't
we
think
ask,
that
what's
was his
the evidence?
argument.
Yeah, and then he says, well, that very thing is evidence of my claim.
I wasn't here for the beginning of it. But from what I heard, it sounded like he was leading down the path of saying that because there's a pressure gradient, as you get higher and higher up, there's less and less, atmosphere to deal with, and therefore eventually it would just become zero, and you wouldn't need a container.
That sounds ridiculous on its face. Think about what you just said.
As I go up, there's less and less air, which is a fact. You can show that.
Hugmagus, demonstrate for me that you can have a gradient without containment. Don't just make a baseless assertion and call that your evidence. Don't say words, but not demonstrate.
But the only evidence is going up in like a plane or whatever.
That flies in air because there's gas pressure.
As you go further and further up, you can see that it basically
you lose
becomes
lift
a
if you get
vacuum.
high enough. That's evidence
Mm.
of a pressure
And the
gradient.
gas pressure, no one's disputing the pressure gradient. I want you to show me a pressure gradient
That's
without
what
a
it sounded
container.
like.
Go ahead. No, I'm telling you, I've told you this 5 times now. You guys hear what you want to hear. Do you actually have a demonstration of a pressure gradient without a container? Unless you beg the question of the spherical Earth and the atmosphere around it, which neither you have actual evidence for.
Yes.
I would argue
got
that
one.
you are actually begging the question because you're assuming that only gradients can happen within a container. Therefore, I can
I'm
never prove
asking.
it otherwise.
Muggus, I'm asking you to demonstrate it. The thing is that we've only ever observed gas pressure or gas pressure gradients within containers. So I want you to demonstrate. Oh, so now you're going to beg the question that Jupiter is a gas giant in a vacuum of space that isn't dispersing into you. Oh, you are, unless you actually demonstrate the. Yeah. So what is Jupiter? A light in the sky, unless you can prove otherwise, empirically.
Wow, that's like an impressive level of stupidity, bro.
Great rebuttal. That's fantastic.
It's an impressive level of indoctrination on your end.
Wait, if you have a centrifuge, you will create a pressure gradient.
Inside the container of the centrifuge?
You don't need a containment, but you need something to press against on the opposite side, right?
So walls of a container?
Yeah, the walls are pressing on the gas
Thank
on
you.
one side, right?
Thank you for the walls of the container and the pressure grader.
But the point is you don't need the top part of it. You don't need the top
that's
to
the
it.
point, right? There's
All
no
right, so
top
why don't
part.
you put that centrifuge in a 10 to the negative 17 torr environment? See what happens.
It will spin. What's your argument? I don't understand what your point is.
Yeah, the gas will disperse. It takes time.
Not necessarily. It depends on how fast it spins.
Yes, necessarily.
No. Why?
Because this is your claim. So now the Earth is a centrifuge? Is that what you're saying?
No,
but it's the pressure of the air.
It's an
is
open
pressing,
system.
It's pressing on the ground, right?
This is an already existing pressurized system, is it not? Or is this a vacuum?
The centrifuge is could be both in a vacuum or it could be.
Okay, show me it in the vacuum. Until then, I don't want to hear this argument.
Why don't you want to hear this argument?
Because it's not apples to apples. It's a terrible demonstration. You're already using pressurized gas, which is the thing that we're asking about. That's the thing in contention. I need you to show me gas pressure without a container.
Why do you think it's the inner part of the centrifuge that is causing the pressure?
I didn't think that was the issue. What are you talking about? Did I say that?
Yeah,
No, I didn't say that.
And if you don't have an issue with that, then you don't need a top part of the container. You don't need.
You're already in a pressurized system. What are you not getting about this? You're taking pressurized gas and putting it in a centrifuge?
But the top part isn't what
Yeah, which is also contained.
Oh my gosh.
Which is also
You're not getting it. You are bricked, my friend. You already are using pressurized gas in your example.
But
yeah, how do you get the gas into the centrifuge? How do you get the gas? How do you get the gas into the centrifuge?
You fill it in there.
You need
Fill
a
it?
container.
In it, yeah.
And you create a gradient.
No, you create
Yeah,
a
that's how you
gradient.
fill it. That's how you fill it.
You create a gradient
That's
when
how
you
you
spin
fill
it. You create a gradient when you spin it, right?
Yeah, and it's still contained, right?
No, there's no lid.
It's an inner part, yeah, and of course you need something to have it not spilling out, right? There needs to be something that it's pressing against.
Yeah, and for this to be analogous, it needs to be in a 10 to the negative 17th
you need
environment.
you need a ground to
Yeah.
press against, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what kind of gas are we talking about? Give me the exact example you're talking about. Let's be specific. I want to know about this thing that you're doing.
The second issue is that gravity is being contended as a force when it's not.
I'm fascinated by this particular experiment. Go ahead and show me what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about a specific example.
Oh, so you're making a hypothetical?
No, it's not a hypothetical. Centrifuges are applied.
Okay, well then tell me what you're talking about. Go ahead and tell me what you're talking about. Get me the papers and the experiment and everything. You brought this in. I want to see it. I'm fascinated.
Have you never heard about the centrifuge before?
Yeah, we do. Now show
Dude,
us
just
the
bring it
data.
in.
And then what's the
Yeah, you
problem?
brought it up.
Show us the
Bring it
data.
in.
I don't have a
Yeah.
specific example at hand.
Okay, go get it. We'll wait.
Oh.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Can we talk about centrifuge in the meanwhile?
No, I want to see what you're talking about. I'll be honest with you. I don't just believe what you're telling me right off the bat. So actually get me what you're talking about
You don't believe
specifically
anything.
so we
That's how
can discuss
got
it.
to the point where you think the Earth is flat.
The principle of centrifuge is not going to change depending on what example I bring.
Just get it. Otherwise, I'm not going to talk with you about it. You
Yeah,
brought
that's
it
called
up.
the reification fallacy, A guy.
What's the reification? Are you saying centrifuge?
Yeah, you're
aren't
saying
real?
because you can imagine it, it's got to be true.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you have taken a blood sample before. They use the centrifuge to separate your blood plates.
That's
me
a
the data
liquid.
for what you're
Thank you
talking
very
about.
much.
Yeah, but it's still a pressure gradient, right?
We're talking about gas. Are you
Yeah,
not?
they use it to
Are
separate
we?
gas. They use it to separate
Yeah.
gas as well.
Get the information that we're asking for, the gas in the centrifuge and the scenario, or we're not talking about it.
Fine, you guys can live in ignorance. I'll look it up later.
So
Until
I'm
then,
sure you will.
you have an inside-out Earth then, because you still have like this centrifuge container. You'd have to invert that for it to work, and your entire argument's freaking non sequitur to the discussion to begin with.
No.
It's just
That's
that the
relevant. He's not saying that the Earth is a bowl. He's saying that that's an example of a pressure gradient existing without a container.
Yes, and his
In a
example,
container.
it's spinning
in a container.
against the walls of this thing spinning. The Earth doesn't do that. It's not a bucket spinning.
But it doesn't need a roof, and it's about the forces. If there's a capability of a force pushing the gases away from the center and not needing a lid, then it can be applied to the Earth as well as the force pulling the gases down and not needing a lid.
Fucking lid.
Muggus. It's an already pressurized system.
Okay, so is the Earth? Like, is the Earth not pressurized?
That's my whole point.
That the
See,
Earth
this is
isn't
circular.
pressurized?
The Earth is a pressurized system.
So doesn't that work with his example then? They're both pressurized.
Yes. Now,
Oh, so his example
where
does
did
work.
we get this pressure from? No, where did we get the pressure from?
So you just admitted that his example does work. Why are you like throwing?
I asked you a
dirt at him
direct
then?
question, and now you're going off into some kind of nonsense. I asked you a very specific question. Where does
Oh,
the
this
pressure
isn't my
come from?
argument, bro.
Oh, well, then you can shut up.
What?
Hugmuggus. Do you have something to say about gas pressure in containers?
I just say my argument is that you're begging the question that gas pressure can't be without a container, which is just not
No
true.
one's
As
begging
long
the
as
question. Do you know what
as
begging
long
the
as you-
question is?
Clearly he does.
What is
have a
begging the question?
The question where the answer is like already. Maybe I'm using the term incorrectly, but here, let me look it up so I can make sure I'm good with it. Begging.
Gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum that is ever expanding.
Argument presumes the truth of the conclusion. See, exactly. So you're asking a person to prove gas pressure doesn't require a container, and your response is that it does require a container. So you're begging the question.
Excuse me. We are making a statement because all that we've ever observed. And unless you have a different scenario, which this is why we're asking the question, we're hoping to get good feedback from everybody who believes in the globe. They believe that they're on a spinning ball that is adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, and yet we have gas pressure here. All we've ever observed, though, especially since we have entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, is that high pressure goes to low pressure, and that all gas pressure requires, absolutely requires, containment. That's all we've ever observed. Now, if you can give me a demonstration of something different, that would be fantastic. But it would be stupid to think
The problem with this
the
is
Earth, with the pressure that we have, is adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
here's an example of why it's begging the question, basically. So you take a centrifuge and it's enclosed, right? And you're spinning it. So we decide to cut the top off the centrifuge and hold it up by wires. But then it's in a container because it's within the atmosphere, right? We have to get a zone where there's no pressure, right? So you're begging the question. And if we were somehow able to remove that container around the centrifuge, right? That's not on the centrifuge, around the centrifuge, then the Earth is in a container. So it's begging the question. You always are going to assume that there's a container here.
Thing.
Me asking you a question is begging the question?
What?
I'm asking you a question. I'm not making any kind of statement other than the fact that we only observe gas pressure inside containers. Can you show me gas pressure without containment? That's the question.
That's an impossible order because you're always going to say it's within. It's begging the question. Because it's begging the question.
No, it's not.
Unless
Thanks
it's
for
not
playing.
begging the question,
Correct
but
about
it's
the
a
entire
logical
conversation,
fallacy.
my dear
it's
friend.
a logical fallacy. I'll never be able to prove this because you're using a logical fallacy.
You'd have to understand the globe's the claim, dude. The globe is the claim.
It's your fault. It's your fault I can't prove my claim.
What? This is...
The globe's the claim. Oh, do you not understand that the globe is the claim? Not flat. The globe's the claim. Prove your claim.
But I wasn't making a claim. His claim was that there aren't any... there isn't pressure without a container. That's the claim. And that's begging the question because you are always assuming that there's a container when there's not.
That's why I'm asking you. If I am incorrect in this assertion, making this claim, since I've only ever observed gas pressure with a container, certainly you can show me that this is wrong, and you can show me gas pressure without a container.
Just in case you missed it, I'm gonna just show that if you have a centrifuge, it's gonna be contained right where the vials is containing the vials. So instead, you cut the tops off the vials so it's no longer in a container, right, and then hang it up by wires as it spins around in a circle. Now everything else except for those things has air inside of it because you vacuumed it out. Oh. But that box is a container. And then you remove that container somehow by creating an extreme vacuum, such as with a turbo cycle from an engine, right, where it just removes all the air from an area. You're just going to assume that the Earth's atmosphere is in a container. There's no way of proving this without going all the way up into outer space. This argument is illogical.
See, now, outer space is begging the question. You don't have any evidence for that, but you're using it as part of your argument.
No. I'm saying that's why your argument doesn't work. I'm not making an argument here for that. I'm making an argument of why your argument is bad.
So you don't have any evidence or demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm saying that you're using a logical fallacy. There's no way to disprove this because you're what I assume is begging the question.
Okay.
This is hilarious.
Is there any way to prove the converse?
Prove the what?
Converse. Is there any way to prove that the gas isn't escaping into this, ever expanding volume that's available to it? You're claiming exists?
The atmosphere? But no, I guess that would be begging the question as well.
Do you have any examples of air containing air without begging the question of the atmosphere containing Earth's atmo?
It's not air containing air, but the centrifugal force or gravitational force containing the air.
Those, so oh my gosh. You don't have evidence for gravitational force, number one. Definitely don't have scientific evidence because there's no experiment. And I know you're going to go to Cavendish because it's your favorite thing to do, but we're not doing that today. You also don't have any Earth curvature. And now you're talking about centrifuges, which is the opposite of what you're trying to demonstrate. That would be outward pseudo force.
Yeah, he's saying an outward force is causing inward gas pressure. What? Now you're really off the reservation. Unbelievable.
The way you structure questions makes them impossible to answer.
I don't feel like it's that difficult. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without containment? It's really very simple.
Stick your hand out the window of a moving car. There you go.
In a pressurized system already?
The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is pressure caused by gas, and you can measure it in pounds per square inch, or PSI. So that's pressure and area. So those are the two things you need for gas pressure: is pressure and area.
The necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Could you repeat that again, Matthew, just so everybody heard it?
Sure. Pressure caused by gas. It's right there in the name. And in the measurement, we measure pounds per square inch, which is pounds, which is the force, and the area. So that's all you need is a force and area, and that's it.
Yeah, constant volume with a physical barrier that you measure. A physical barrier
that
container
can be measured.
That equals volume.
You're right. A container is a way to cause gas pressure, but it's not the only way. Two other ways, for example, are wind and the weight of air.
No,
wind is already in. Okay. Wind is already in a contained, pressurized system. Hello.
Right, and then when it moves, it causes gas pressure. Like that's how sails work, and this is how boats have gone across the ocean for 1,000 years.
Of course, it is because you don't have pressure in any other instance other than inside a pressurized system. Hello. Thank you.
No, the atmosphere itself is not contained. It's caused by the weight of the air.
You don't have an atmosphere, and you do have a pressurized, contained system in every instance on Earth.
No, you don't. The pressure at the top of the room you're sitting in, the pressure at the top of the ceiling is lower than the pressure at the bottom, and there's no container.
Doesn't matter. It's all within a container.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The building itself is contained in a pressurized system, which is the outside, the outdoors.
Open the window.
Yeah, it's still pressurized. Out there is a pressurized system. That's why we have wind.
Outside is pressurized, but there's no container. There's no physical container.
There
Matthew,
has to be, or otherwise you would not have pressure.
Oh, so you expect me to follow your lead and reify this supposed container and say that it exists because it's an antecedent? Because it is not.
No, it's not.
Matthew, you're freaking out today, bro.
It's actual cause. It's actually the actual cause of the pressure itself. Cannot happen by any other means other than in a pressurized system. Has to
I'll give you two examples.
Sure, go ahead.
So, can you just go ahead and post those definitions that you gave us today, Matthew, and put them in the chat?
No.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
I posted already at 36 past the hour. I'm not going to do it again. Gas pressure is really simple. Just look at the words. It's pressure caused by gas. That's all it is.
Yeah, against. Why do you think you measure it in square inches?
Because it's pounds per square inch. You're right. It's pressure and area. So those are the two things you need. It's pressure and area.
How do you think people gained that knowledge of what pressure is? What do you think they used or utilize?
This is not a definition. This is your definition. You'll have to forgive us if we don't accept just your, description of what you want it to be.
And
you want
so
to go ahead and provide gas pressure
definition. Please go ahead and provide us a citation for gas pressure or a definition that isn't just from what you want it to be.
Sure. It's called gas pressure, which is pressure caused by gas.
I want you to cite it, and I want you to put it in the chat.
By my own authority, I say that gas pressure is pressure caused by gas. If you don't
by his own authority,
then pick some other definition.
By my own authority, I reject your definition and your ridiculousness. It's not that hard, dude.
I reject that.
Come on.
I reject that ridiculousness too, because as it does not match reality in any case. So, rejected upon ridiculous.
I get to say what it is, and therefore that's the definition. And you guys, I mean, you know, you might as well just come in and say, this is what I want it to be, and then just leave it at that. Don't make it the assertion that this is the definition that everybody should accept. Just say, this is my definition because I like my own little world. Fine. Great. You have a bias. You have a worldview.
I'm sorry, but isn't that exactly what you're doing?
No, this is not what we're doing. We are
Go look outside.
You're
We're
assuming
demonstrating
that your definition,
gas
right?
pressure has to have containment. We're asking for you to provide the converse.
Yeah, but that's your definition.
No,
It
it's
makes
not.
it apply to your worldview.
It's every definition.
Excuse me.
It's the only definition.
NASA has already provided for you the definition. Do you disagree with NASA?
Can you
am I not allowed to?
replicate a pressure gradient?
I suppose you certainly could. What do you want gas pressure to be, Hugmuggus?
Not what I want it to be, what it is. It's
so what is it?
amount of force over area applied by gas.
Amount of force over area applied by gas.
Area
Great.
of what?
So that's
Area
that's an official definition, or is that your definition?
Area of an object. That's what pressure is. That's the definition of pressure.
Okay, just go ahead and cite it for us, or is this your definition?
Didn't Matthew
please
Learns
do
already
cite that.
post this into the chat 36 minutes?
No, he
past the
didn't
hour?
actually post it. He posted what he wants it to be. He just calls gas pressure like your hand outside the window of a car. Hey, that's gas pressure. That's all it has to be. And then NASA comes along and says, no, it's measured by the collisions of the walls of the container. Okay?
And you guys want to disagree with them. We think it's hilarious. They disagree with NASA's description of gas pressure. Hilarious. Keep it up, kids. Bring the ridiculous globe antics.
I've got a ridiculous one. How do you have a pressure gradient without gravity?
What's gravity?
Containment.
Yeah, but wouldn't it just all spread out evenly?
Oh, hold on a second. What's gravity?
No.
Oh, I'm not going down that one. I've heard that way too many
Okay,
times.
well, then I guess we're done here.
What? You're
It's a
trying
pretty
to
simple
derail,
question.
and you're dropping it if you don't allow them to derail. What?
So it's derailment by who? Us asking a very specific question about a claim made, like gravity. I want to know what gravity is, and that's derailment.
Yeah, because you're going to make it needlessly complex by exploiting every single little part of it and just derailing it by asking questions on questions on questions.
Then why did the other person
Yeah,
bring it
it's
up?
needless for me to go ahead and ask very specific questions about very specific claims using demonstration, experimentation, right, about this thing called gravity, which, by the way, doesn't exist. Yeah, that's derailment. Being very specific in this topic.
It's derailment because you're going to try and make it needlessly complex so that you don't need to answer the initial question.
That's a fallacy, logical fallacy fallacy of origin.
That is the complex question
Can
fallacy.
you read people's minds? Are you a mind reader?
Fallacy of origin. Fallacy of origin.
Sorry for using the Socratic method. How bad?
Yeah, don't start out with the logical fallacy because we're going to knock you out of the park as soon as you enter into our arena. So, we're not going to allow logical fallacies from the offset, from the very first step you make. Your first foundational premise is a logical fallacy. It's going to be kicked out of the ballpark. There you have it. So if you could come up with something better, Glovers, because after 8 years, this is getting kind of fucking boring.
I'll make it interesting for you. Why does gas pressure require a container?
It's not why, it just is. That's why they call it that's why they call it an axiom, because these things are given up on all cases, every single instance.
Okay,
of gas pressure. It requires this thing. It requires this fucking thing. Hold on, I was almost done.
Go ahead.
every single instance of gas pressure requires this thing called a container every single time.
Now you're
So
begging the
we're
question.
asking. No, we're not. It
Yes,
just
you are, because if you
it's
say
something
that, and
is.
we're telling you there's an example that doesn't do that, you're assuming that's wrong.
You
So I'm
have not
asking
brought
you.
the example.
It's
You have
testable.
not brought the
It's
example. You
repeatable.
haven't brought the. Hold on. You haven't brought the example yet.
Okay, the
Where's your
reason, and there is a
example?
Show us how.
reason. Stop.
Show
Hold
us
on.
another way.
Hold on.
Not a reason.
Show us the other way.
The reason
Observable and
that
it's
gas.
testable.
Hold
and
on.
it's
Calm down. The reason
Sounds like
gas
he's going to make
pressure.
an excuse.
I'm
We
going
don't
to
want a
explain.
reason. Listen,
Oh
we'll
my
stop you
God.
right now. We don't want
No.
a fucking
No.
reason.
No.
We want an
I'm
no.
telling
We
you,
want
you
an
have to
example.
have
No.
an
Yeah.
answer
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
this
Yeah. Yeah.
question.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. We need
Mods,
a
can you like
demonstration.
allow somebody to speak by
No,
muting
they
this guy?
can't. They
Shut
can't.
the
This
fuck.
is what
Shut
happens
the
when you
fuck
don't have an
up.
argument.
No.
You
Shut the
won't
fuck
let the
up
other
because
person
you
talk.
cannot stop. You cannot stop interrupting. So bring the demonstration of gas pressure without a container immediately.
Okay,
Bring
I
it.
was the one that asked the question, right? Why does
Bring
gas
it.
pressure need a container? Now you're trying to reverse everything and make me do all the work.
No,
I'm telling
no,
you
you are
why
the ones that
that
you made
question
the
has an
claim.
answer and why that
Yes,
answer
you're
is
making a
important.
claim because you made the claim. That's why it's important.
No.
Yeah.
So the reason gas pressure requires a
Yeah.
container, first
Yes,
of
you
all,
did.
typically when we talk about gas pressure, it's talking about a single gas, right? Not air.
Okay, show us the
So it'd be
opposite. Show us
something
the
like
opposite then.
Stop
Stop right there.
interrupting.
Then show us
Stop
the
interrupting.
Stop beating around the bush. Show us the
Stop
opposite
interrupting.
then.
Let somebody speak.
Shut the fuck up. Who are you?
Are we all calm now? So typically it's about gases, not air, which, that's fine if you want to know the air pressure of oxygen in the
Now
atmosphere.
air
You
isn't a
have to,
gas.
divide it by 20%, blah, blah, blah. But if we're not just relying on definitions, and I hope we're not, because the definition of air pressure, atmospheric pressure would then invalidate this entire thing. If we're talking about why gas pressure needs a container, it's because the walls of that container are pressing on the gas in order to create that pressure, right? They
Wrong.
press.
The
What do you mean
gases
wrong?
are pressing on the container, not the other way around.
It's
Dipshit.
both. It's the same thing.
This guy
No, it
doesn't know Newton's
isn't.
third law.
Equal and opposite pressure. That's
No, it
Newtonian
isn't.
laws, right?
You are out of your mind. Newtonian laws were outdated 108 years ago.
Not
Bye
just
bye.
the gravity
Come
one.
on.
You guys are off script. You can't
Oh my
you
God.
can't do this from the hip. You're gonna get it wrong.
Another
So,
one of these guys.
okay, do you
Okay,
deny equal and opposite reactions? The law of
prove it.
motion, conservation of
No,
motion.
I'm just saying. I'm from the show me state. Just fucking show it to me, and we'll
So
settle it right
those
there.
Newtonian laws are still good, right?
Show it to
Are you
me.
sitting down
We'll
right
settle it
now?
right now.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Show it to me.
He's
Show
trying
it.
to
Yes.
derail the conversation by acting dumb. This is
I know,
like
that's
against server rules.
No, I'm
it's the only
telling you.
move they
You're
have.
saying something. You show it to me. I'm
You
from
can literally
Missouri. Show it.
feel the wall pushing against you if you put your hand pressed against it.
You don't have gas
Otherwise
pressure
your
without a
hand would
container
go
in any
through it.
instance. Period. It
Here's the
doesn't
problem
exist.
with the gas pressure in the container thing. If you
Oh
agree
my
that we've
God.
gone up to any significant altitude, that pressure is extraordinarily low. So that
So what?
wherever the container is, it's not pressing on the gas. So the
Yes, it
container
is,
is
or else
not
you
the
wouldn't.
reason. It's not the reason for
What?
that gas pressure. So our container's
Yes,
out.
it is.
No,
Because
it's
you
not.
wouldn't detect it without a container. Yes, it is. It's
You're
contained
just
because it.
no. Listen to what I'm
Very
saying.
simple way of passing this
If
out,
the
though. I understand the logic of what you're saying.
thank
There's a
you.
very simple way to pass this out. Can you have a gradient within a container?
I suspect it depends on how strong that gradient is.
So yes is the answer. You
What?
could have said yes.
Yes, you can have a gradient.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fantastic. So how is the presence of a gradient disproving a container?
it's the amount of gradient.
That's not what I asked. How is the presence of a gradient disproving a container?
It's not the presence, it's the amount of the gradient that disproves the container.
Yeah, but then we often get it presented that you've got this gradient, therefore there's no container, but there's no reason to believe that. In fact, the only way we can produce a gradient is within a container.
That's not true.
Well, how do you have no container anywhere?
Because the container's not doing anything.
But so
If you
have
have
you
that amount
produced,
of gradient, what I'm saying is, if you have
have
that
you
amount of
produced
gradient,
a
you've
gradient
negated,
without
you've
a
neg-
container?
what I'm saying is, when you have that amount of
No is
gradient,
the answer.
you've negated the the purpose of that container. It's no longer doing what you require it to do to necessitate the gas pressure.
But you're just asserting that. Have you actually provided a gradient without a container?
A gradient without a container? I haven't.
Yeah, has anybody ever done that?
No, I don't.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Have you seen a gradient in a container?
Yeah, you can produce gradients in containers. Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, of course.
Can you show me an example of that?
Yeah, I can Google it.
No, I have Googled it. I have not found it.
You can have gradients in containers. You even admitted that, so I don't know why you're now asking. Like you admitted it.
I was engaging honestly with a hypothetical. I haven't said that I saw it ever.
I'm talking about practical, real world examples.
Oh, well then no.
What? So 2 minutes ago you admitted that you can.
Hypothetically, yes, we
2
can.
minutes ago you agreed that you can have gradients in containers, and now you're questioning the thing you've already agreed to.
Hypothetically, sure, you could. I didn't say that we do. I was
So
engaging with
gradients exist, right?
Sorry?
Gradients exist.
Gradients exist.
Fantastic. So is there an example of one without a container?
The atmosphere.
Yeah, but you're now asserting the thing in contention.
As are we both.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that there is a container.
No, I'm just saying that you can have gradients in containers.
And I'm saying you can have gas pressure without a container.
But you can't demonstrate that, though.
You can't demonstrate a gradient within a container.
Yes, you can.
Show it to me.
Fine, I'll Google gradients within containers.
Thank you.
So you're going to show them the high school experiment thing? It might be like middle school. Of a gradient. It's like that's so commonly known. I don't even understand why it's part of the discussion at this point.
I've only seen one example of a gradient within a container. And
because he's desperate. To answer the lifologist's question, he's desperate. That's the answer.
I don't understand how a meteorite can go through a physical container, but is what it is.
Well, I mean, if you can straw man, what you think someone believes, that's fine.
The problem is the globe's already got a steel man, and the measurements can't be changed because it's an official claim that can't be proven.
Can't be proven?
So gas pressure requires a container, right?
In this context, yeah. I mean, you can have gas pressure like underneath an airplane wing without containers, sure, but it's not stable gas pressure.
Previously, it was asked, like, how do you know it requires a container? And someone said it was an axiom. Is that why?
Well, do you know what an axiom is?
I have a somewhat good understanding. I can't get I would have to pull the definition, though, to give you, 100% clear picture of it.
So I don't know why you're asking why, because you should know what an axiom is.
Something that's pre-assumed so as to go forward with an argument.
Yeah, it's self-evident truth, right?
Okay. So what is self-evident about gas pressure requiring a container?
Well, I didn't make that argument. I didn't say it was axiom.
Well, someone else made that, and I was just trying to find them.
Okay, well, you can address them with it. That's fine. I'm not going to answer for other people's arguments.
I might be mistaken, but I think it might have been Sunny.
Well, I don't know if he's here or he's going to respond, but my argument is that it's not an axiom because you've never seen a container you've never seen the container of the atmosphere, right? So it's not an axiom that all gas pressure requires a container. You're just pre-assuming there's a container.
You're living in pressurized atmos. So that's there's that. So another reason I said axiom as self-evident is because it happens in every case that we've ever been able to find any gas pressure or detect it in any case.
Except for the atmosphere.
Hold on. Slow down. It in every single case that we've ever been able to test or check or detect or whatever you want to call it, observe, gas pressure is within a container. And the answer to can you have a gradient of pressure in containers with gases? Yes, you can. You can. For instance, a big butane bottle or propane bottle. They have the liquid gas at the bottom, and at the top it's the gas when you let it out.
Just because all the times you've looked at it, you've seen containers, doesn't mean that it applies all the time. Such as with the atmosphere,
Yes,
you've never seen the container.
Okay, then you would have to show us the opposite. Then you would just have to present to us and show us a demonstration of something opposing what we're saying.
But what the evidence would be requiring me to go to space, though.
Dude.
Then it's something that is untestable. If something's untestable, it's unfalsifiable also, and therefore
it's inconclusive in that case. So you can't assume that all gas pressure requires a container. You're just presupposing that all of them require a container.
Okay, because I've not seen any case anywhere from any source that shows the opposite.
Except that there's a realistic chance that the atmosphere doesn't require a container because you can't test it with conclusive results.
Well, you're presupposing a globe by saying atmosphere because you would have to have curvature measurement for that to be true.
This doesn't have to do with your conversation.
No, it is part of the conversation, and it is exactly to the point. So you don't have ball first, so stop saying sphere with gas.
Okay, the air.
Well,
just
no,
apply
we're talking
that
about
with
contained
gas pressure, which is perfect for a tank of butane because that's exactly what the container is for, is to keep it from mixing with the air. That's why gas pressure is typically used with gases, not with air.
I'm just saying that you were just presupposing that everything requires a container just because all the ones you've seen have required containers.
Just because the cause of gas pressure is the square area of a container, physical containment of gas.
Shouldn't it be volume in that case? If it's
volume is the intrinsic factor. Yeah, it's absolutely dependent.
But we measure it by area.
Square inches of a surface area. Surface area. You got that part? Surface area. Surface area doesn't mean air doesn't have a surface.
Right. Pushes on a surface.
Only containers have only containers have surface.
Well,
square inches.
Not necessarily.
Again, you're presupposing that it requires a container when you have.
Holy shit! Where do you guys come from? Where do they?
Yeah, stable gas pressure volume.
Constant volume requires constant square, square footage.
So
you don't have constant volume if you don't have a volume, you don't have constant pressure. You cannot achieve any pressure.
So
you have to have constant volume.
Right. So between sea level and wherever this container might be, there's a gradient, right? It goes from 14.7 to who knows, something very low. Somewhere in between there, let's say where an airplane is flying, right? 35,000 feet or so. Let's say the airplane stops moving and it begins to just free fall. Right? So it's disregarding the pressure from the movement. There is pressure from the air on that airplane, correct?
Yeah, you have a couple things going on. You have pressure that's under the wings as the aircraft flies through the air.
We're disregarding that.
Pressure gradient.
Wings came off.
Why are you disregarding that?
Okay,
then someone from the airplane.
Right, someone from the airplane drops a ball. Right?
Who fucking cares? What are you trying to? Why don't you get to the point? What
I was trying to, but you kept
dropping a ball in an airplane.
Shit.
Stop interrupting.
No, we're talking about
in the air.
We're talking about gas pressure, and you're talking about throwing balls in the air.
Yeah, I'm trying to prove a point. So we just have an object in the air, right, at about 35,000 feet. So the pressure on the container, which would include the ground, the earth, and the container itself, is not going to be the same as the pressure on the surface of this object, right?
And yeah.
So if you're saying that gas pressure can only be the pressure that it exerts on the container, we seem to have a bit of a problem by that definition, and that now we need a pressure determined by the surface of an object and not by pressure on a container.
You're talking about
It's
dynamic
the pressure. Oh my God, what are you talking
Not
about?
dynamic, no. It's just there in the air.
You're talking about it is dynamic pressure. It's something occurring within an already existing pressurized system. It's not a separate volume that you're talking about, is it?
I'm talking about within that gradient, we have some measure to make of the air pressure. How do we do that? How do we define that?
With a container is how you determine that.
Okay, but the container, the pressure we get from measuring the container isn't going to answer that question. We're nowhere near the container, and we have a wildly different pressure.
In a highly dynamic system, yes, you do.
What do you mean by highly dynamic?
There's shit going on. It's swirling around in all different directions, up and down, back and forth, sideways, horizontal. Like it's doing every motion you could possibly imagine in the air at all times, where the gases are created at the surface. It's in constant motion.
Okay.
It's not a static. Listen, it's not a static system like you have to have it to be in your globe realm.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be static. Yeah,
static,
in order for anything. Yeah, well, it's constantly moving, and you're outruling that. You're not even mentioning it.
No, sure. So there's fluid dynamics within that, but there's a gradation that's pretty consistent, right? It's not about day and night. It's not about winds or anything. There's
within its listen, gases are unbonded, and it's in a constantly swirling masses of these particles or gas, whatever they are, whatever you want to call that. The gases, constant motion. Like you could say it could have a gradient, but it's in constant motion in that swirling, inhomogeneous. That's the part you have to remember. Inhomogeneous.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all homogeneous.
Sure. Do we ever get 14.7 at where an airplane flies?
No, that's at sea level, my brother.
Exactly. So why doesn't that happen if it's always in flux and wildly dynamic?
Well, that's
Because
kind of
it
a
just has
burden of
certain
first reversal. That's not what's in contention right here. We're just talking about the fact that there's a pressure gradient. Now, if you're asking why that happens, there's a lot of different reasons as it could be, right?
Sure.
So
the single thing that I was objecting to at that point is what Sonny said about this being wildly dynamic, suggesting to the point that there's no organization of any of it.
It's within certain boundaries, yes, but they're clearly it's not cut and dry. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell us exactly where this is happening, and you can't because it's never been measured. So all the rest is just fairy tales. Wherever what you're saying, these gradients are happening at certain places. They happen above this. They happen above this topographical plane that we live upon. That's all these undulations, mountains, valleys, streams, rivers, oceans, all this stuff going on, swirling above the surface. And you want to say that it has these distinct lines of degradation or gradation, like going out from the surface, and nothing is. And listen, nothing is. There could be nothing that is further from the truth as far as it's not a black and white thing. Where you're trying to say is a static system, you have to admit it. There's no way you run away from it. Well, that's what the whole paradigm is saying. Then why are you going along with it if you don't agree?
You misunderstand the paradigm.
Oh, really?
And
what part of it are you going to explain
that
to
it
me
was
then?
completely static. Of course, there's turbulence and movement. Most of the weather phenomena happens within the troposphere. Once you get above that, it becomes a lot more regular. There's still movement, there's still fluid dynamics and such, but it's not as wildly dynamic as you seem to be suggesting.
What's the troposphere?
It's the lowest level of the atmosphere.
This is a sphere-shaped. This is a sphere-shaped area around a globe.
It's just what they call it.
Okay, but you're making the assertion.
Not about the shape.
Yeah, you are. You said sphere.
It's part of the name. Don't worry about the name. Call it
The
whatever.
name that means things.
That means the lowest. Propo means weather, I think, or no, tropics. Whatever the fuck. It's the lowest level of the air.
So it meets the
Lowest
Earth.
level is where the most activity happens at the lowest
That's right.
level. So. Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, it's the highest pressure as well. Once you get above that, the pressure decreases.
And?
Well, you also have jet streams going up to 800 miles an hour or something like that as well.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
I don't know where you're getting
Air
at
in
with
those
this.
jet streams
Manufactotum.
is lower pressure.
And?
Sorry,
yeah,
someone
what's
call
the
my name?
point?
Yeah, we're asking you where you're going with this. What's the point? We're not disagreeing that, there might be a pressure gradient. That's not the thing in contention.
What I'm talking about is the nature of that pressure gradient, right? Just having
Okay.
a bit of a
Go
gradient.
ahead and make your claim then. Go ahead and
Right.
make your claim.
What about
What I'm saying is the container that's being discussed as though it's a necessity for the pressure that we observe on Earth is not necessary for that pressure to happen. And we know that because there's no pressing on the gas when you get up high enough.
Okay, so you're saying that you have a system where it goes from 14.7 at sea level all the way to 10 to the negative 17 torr.
I'm not sure about that number, but it's very, very low.
That's the claim. I mean, if you want to disagree with me, I'm sure you can go find something.
Take your word for
Right.
it. I've heard it tossed around
Okay.
before. I just don't know what it means.
So that's the claim.
Sure.
So you can demonstrate this for us.
I can demonstrate that a container isn't necessary. That's what.
How would you do that? How would you do that?
So you have a mason jar on your counter, right? Hello?
I'm listening, dude.
Okay. So you have a mason, I'll just say. So you have a mason jar on your counter. And at sea level, we all know 14.7 psi, right? Or 100,000 pascals, 100 kilopascals, roughly. So you put the cap on this mason jar. The difference in pressure between inside that container and outside that container is nothing, right? There's no difference in pressure. So if I'm very, very careful and I move slowly, I remove the lid, right? Except for some molecular diffusion, nothing's going to whoosh out of that container, right? That's not how that works. It's with pressure differentials that the container becomes necessary. With me so far?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the point where you go from 14.7 to 10 to the negative 17 torr in a demonstration for me, not a hypothetical.
Okay, I just want to open the possibility to this, which seems to have been already cut off either by definition or deduction. So I need to get
Just
past
because
that
there's
first.
just because there's no rush, right? Like because of zero pressure differential doesn't mean that there isn't going to be an immediate interaction between the two systems once you
Sure.
expose them to each other.
So, but my question is the lid of that mason jar creating the gas pressure?
No one's making the claim that the container causes pressure.
Oh,
gases
okay,
move
great.
freely and randomly in all directions, and they measure the pressure of the gas or the speed of the collisions with the walls of the container.
Okay, so why
Now,
do you need a
do you have that? How are you going to have that if you don't have the container?
The lid on your jar is defining a volume, right? It's helping to define a volume. Once you remove that volume is now that you've got a new volume. What's that volume?
Well, we can still measure the volume of the jar even though it's not lidded, right?
Okay. How do you measure the pressure of that particular system?
Barometric gauge, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, you could also put one, in the lid.
You could, I suppose.
Yeah. Right.
What pressure would that measure?
Well, if you didn't move it, it'd probably be very similar to where you put the lid on.
Okay. So if I just put a pressure gauge on the lid, and instead of putting the lid on the jar, just set it on the counter, it would measure the same thing, right?
I guess if there's no difference in temperature or anything like that, they're probably going to hang around the same area.
Okay. So whoever said like it's not the container causing the gas pressure, why do we need a container then?
Do you have gas pressure without a container? This is the whole contention. I don't understand.
That was just
you don't need the container?
That's what I'm saying. Container's not causing the gas pressure, so we don't need a container for gas pressure.
You're already in a pressurized system.
Mm-hmm. Which no container was necessary for.
Oh, so you know that there's zero container.
There's zero need for a container. There might be a container. We don't know that it's there because of the gas pressure, though.
But you have pressure already.
But that's not because of the container.
Oh, it's not? Okay, so you're going to show me gas pressure without containment then.
And what would that look like exactly?
You were the one that made the claim.
No. Someone said the container isn't causing the gas pressure, to which I totally agree. Container isn't causing the gas pressure. Why do we need a container?
Oh, dude, I swear. You already have gas pressure in the first place. You haven't moved the jar, you put a lid on it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What if we took that same mason jar and put it on the stove?
Okay.
And we heated that air up in there. We heated the jar.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the pressure would increase or decrease?
In the jar?
Yeah.
In the jar, if you put it, did you say the lid is on it or off it?
Yeah, the lid's on it.
Then the pressure would increase.
Oh, so you have pressure, and you needed a containment for it.
Because you heated a confined space.
Uh-huh.
Take the lid off, the pressure does not increase.
What does it do?
The pressure, it's the same.
Yeah. It's the same when you take the lid off. It doesn't rush out of there because it's a higher pressure now than what's around it.
No. I put an unlidded jar on the fire.
I said lidded. We agreed on lidded.
Yes, because it's a confined space. If you put an unlidded jar on the fire, it doesn't increase the pressure.
Right, because there's no containment, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So if you want pressure in a container, you have to make that container, you have to heat up the container, and that confined space is what causes the pressure.
So the confined space, the contained volume creates pressure. Thank you very much.
With no.
See, you stepped in it.
The confined space keeps that expanding gas from expanding, so it becomes
expanding into the open lower pressure.
Yeah.
You need the containment for heat to raise the pressure.
Okay. So what would happen to that pressure if you take the lid off in a lower pressure environment?
After you've heated it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would whoosh out.
Okay. So why isn't the gas on Earth whooshing out into the lower pressure volume around it that's ever expanding?
Because it's not a contained gas pressure.
It's not a contained gas pressure. Okay.
Right.
So you are asserting that you can have gas pressure without a container, but you're only going to be able to display that using or begging the question that the Earth is uncontained, and for some dumb reason, the high pressure gas on Earth is not whooshing out into the lower pressure volume of space.
Well, to be clear, we do lose atmosphere, but I don't think that was your contention. All I'm saying is that
how much atmosphere are we losing per day?
All I'm saying is that the claim that the gas pressure we observe requires a container is a stupid one. That's all.
Well, you made that claim earlier. You said if we're going to have pressure, we're going to have a confined space.
No. If you heat it, you need a confined space for it to create pressure.
Is the gas on Earth heated?
The gas on Earth, yes.
Okay. So you need a confined space for this heated gas with the pressure.
You need a confined space for the heated gas to increase in pressure.
Okay. Gotcha.
We're talking about the totality, right? If it were all confined, then the pressure would increase.
We do have increases in pressure.
Not because of contained expansion. No.
But you just said we had to have a confined, contained space for that to happen.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We got temperature.
No, I was talking about the totality. We have local expansion and constriction. That's how we get, wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the entire atmosphere doesn't heat up all at once. Doesn't expand into a container and cause a higher pressure.
Oh, but we do have gas pressure.
We have air pressure.
We have air pressure. Do we have that air pressure next to a vacuum that's ever expanding?
You could describe it that way. I think it's a little misleading, but technically, yes.
Well, I mean, that's the claim. The claim is that the universe is expanding rapidly in all directions, oddly enough, with no container, into something that apparently has not been described. What is it expanding into? Actually, that's off the topic. So, anyway, so we have vacuum with no container, pressure with no container, but all we ever observe in nature and anything that we can actually, test is gas pressure in containers.
Again, I'm not saying that there's no container.
Is it a defined area?
I'm saying that there's no necessity for one.
You're saying there's no necessity, but you can't demonstrate it.
No, I just told you why there's no necessity.
Why was that again?
Oh, Jesus. Because the container isn't doing anything to create the pressure.
But you don't have an example of gas pressure without a container.
I don't need one. There's no requirement for a container.
So you don't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, but you don't need a container for gas pressure.
That's right. I'm not saying there's there might be a container.
Define it then.
Us having gas pressure isn't the reason to assume we do.
Define it. Gas pressure.
Sorry?
Define it by physics. Gas pressure.
Gas pressure is the pressure that gas presses on a surface. It can also be described in the molecular movement, like the
walls of a
kinetic
container.
energy of the molecule.
Right in the definition.
Sorry?
Does Earth's atmosphere have a defined area? Is it defined?
Say that again?
Does Earth's atmosphere have a defined area?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Undefined area. So it's an
There might be a
undefined volume.
technical definition, but I don't think that you could draw a hard line between atmosphere and not atmosphere, if that's what you're asking. There might be an arbitrary line. I know the Kármán line is where people say space begins, but there's still air outside of that.
If everything is static.
Was that a question? Sorry?
If everything is static, then yes.
No.
Yes, because you have that. You said you cannot draw the line between atmosphere and that space, but in 1 hour we are 66,000 miles left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. That's not fine.
I know you have trouble wrapping your head around it, but it's not a problem for me.
No, that's not the problem.
That's the problem.
You're
for me,
trying
it's
to
not.
imply it's a problem, but it's not.
Well, he's implying that that Earth's atmosphere is the volume of the universe.
Right.
That's not what I
The
said.
dude's all confused. Pressure, volume, temperature are all related. So really, the container just gives it something to push off of. Surface area.
So again, when we talk about gas pressure, we're talking about things that we do. we're talking about things that we do at sea level. Typically, we're using gases, which means some specific gas, right? Some specific element that we've contained to keep it from mixing with the air. That's why typically you'll see definitions that include some mention of a container. But it doesn't logically follow that that container is necessary for...
No, it's the only way we can demonstrate it. All the gas laws are demonstrated under containments. Gussicks, Lussig's, Charles, Boyle's, all of them under containment, and they all start with containment as a necessity for pressure. An antecedent, if you will.
Because if you heat a
we couldn't demonstrate it any other way, and so to imply that all the pressure we breathe from is uncontained, even though the only way we can create pressure is through containment. It's not logical.
Because we live in an atmosphere.
Dude, I know you want to talk and everything, but it's kind of cool to let people finish their sentences.
Fair
Come
enough.
on.
Continue.
I'm done now. I'm just going to say that because I'm tired of you guys who just talk over people. We've heard your premise 20 times, repeated 8 different ways.
So all I would say to that...
Show me gas pressure without a container.
Right. All I would say to that is that the reason that we mention containers so often is that we're living in air. So if we're going to do anything with gases, we need to keep it separated from the rest of the air. So yeah,
can you show me gas
is
pressure
gonna need
without
that.
containment?
In the middle of an atmosphere? No, I can't.
Anywhere. I don't give a fuck where.
Our atmosphere, as you're calling it, is considered to be an ideal gas. And ideal gases are a mixture of gases, obviously, our atmosphere, that have no attractive forces to them, to anything else, or to themselves. They can only have elastic collisions with themselves and the walls of their container. So ideal gases require containment, like our atmosphere.
So I would be very careful in saying it's considered an ideal gas. It's everything that we do, like that we construct mathematically. We use ideal gas laws because it's just easier to calculate.
Yeah, ideal isn't reality. In reality, all the gases are mixed together. So, yeah.
What's an ideal gas?
The purest form of any gas, something you wouldn't find in nature, but that pure form will work the same way a mix of gases will work when it's considered pressure, volume, and temperature. It'll still react the same way. It'll have the same movements.
Right. Ideal gas is defined as one in which all the collisions between molecules and atoms are perfectly elastic, in which there are no intermolecular attractive forces.
Yeah, they're perfectly elastic because it's a purified ideal state. Yep. Yeah. And so in reality, it wouldn't be perfect. Collisions would be more random and less uniform. And that applies to the movement of gas.
So there is something defining, and the Globers argue with this. Well, they agree with that there is something defining the area for Earth's gases to move freely within.
I'm honestly not sure what that definition is. Like, I don't know where the atmosphere is delineated, rather.
What's defining it, though? What is defining that area?
Right.
I'm
Volume.
very certain it's just an arbitrary...
What makes that a limit?
I don't think anything physical does. I think it's just a point that we selected.
Yeah, but gas
So
needs
nothing is limiting it, you're saying?
Right, that gas needs something to limit it, or it's just going to fuck off and expand until it runs out of energy, or
I mean,
it cools
technically...
to a point where it doesn't move anymore.
Yeah, I mean, technically it does, right? We lose, I think, 90 tons
We
of
lose some,
atmosphere
you
a day.
say that technically. Yeah. And it's funny how that works under the gas laws, because the gas can only do as much work as it has energy. So as it rises and gets towards cooler airs and loses heat and gets cooled, it's going to fall back down. So how we lose it, I wouldn't know anyway. But
Well, it's not a whole lot.
Yeah, how did you measure the first time to know that you're losing that much?
Yeah, that's the next question, because we haven't even come up with a defined area or volume. So if we can't define the volume, how the hell do we know we're losing it?
That's a good question.
It is. It's a very good question.
Yeah.
So who came up with the average volume of the atmosphere and then said the average keeps changing?
Well, I think they calculate how much is leaving more than like what percentage of what's already here.
Well, to know that, you'd have to actually know the volume. Come
Not
on, man. A
necessarily.
30-pound tank loses pressure, and I can gauge pressure that and know what the rate is. But if I don't know the volume, it's hard to equate the loss.
Well, we know the average pressure at sea level. We can calculate the moles
That's not
that would
volume.
require. Right, but we don't need to know the total volume, right? We just need to know like how
You're
much
saying
volume
pressure
and what.
fluctuates, and it must be due to volume, even though pressure, volume, and temperature all go together.
No, not pressure fluctuates. Just saying we lose a certain amount of atmosphere each day.
And you'd know that at sea level how?
No. I'm sure they have other ways of knowing that. I don't know how they know it. If there's the
I just
short
wanted to
answer.
know the way you were going to explain it.
No.
Oh,
But
so
I
you
don't
can't
think.
explain it.
No, I just suspect that you don't need to know the total volume of atmosphere.
I think
to
that you
get that
do,
number.
so we're at an impasse.
That's fair enough.
Listen, if you got 100 pennies and you lose one, you knew how many you had, so
Well, no. If you lose a penny, you don't necessarily know how many pennies you started with.
yeah, you do, because you knew you had 100 pennies. That's what I stated. I prefaced that. You had 100 pennies, you
Sure.
lose one, you
In
know
that
it.
example.
In that example, so if you're going to say there's a rate of loss, then how do you prove that loss if you don't know the value?
Well, if you have a hole in your pocket and every couple of feet you hear a penny fall to the floor, you know how many you're losing and at what rate. But you don't necessarily know how many you have in your pocket still.
Yeah, but most people know how much money they put in their pocket.
Yeah, I don't.
So theirs would be a better guess than just, okay, I think we're losing gas every day.
Oh, better
That's
guess,
basically what
absolutely.
you're saying. You couldn't demonstrate it to me if you wanted to, but you'll say it to think you're getting a higher ground in a debate. You'll cling to something you couldn't prove if you tried.
Well, I don't claim to be able to prove it. I suspect they have
Then
their
how
ways
do you
of
know
knowing
we
it.
lose gas every day at a rate of 20 tons? That's what we're getting at. You don't.
I don't know. No, I suppose. I have no reason to doubt the claim.
Listen, nobody cares about your feelings. You don't know that we lose any atmosphere daily. Period.
If you like.
That's not if I like. That's just the facts. That's the way it is.
Well, I think you and I might define knowledge differently, but
Define knowing differently.
yeah.
You say I can make a good guess, and I say that's not knowing absolutely nothing.
I mean, that's
If
fair.
I want to rate a loss, I have to know the absolute volume, and there's no fucking way around it.
Nah, I don't think. No, that's not true. You can know the rate of loss without knowing what percentage of the total that is.
Yeah, if we got a bag of water hanging in the air and poke a hole in it, we can measure the amount that drips out.
Yeah.
Measure the amount of the gas that loses the atmosphere. How are you going to do it?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that it's a calculation rather than a measurement.
Oh, that's not a wild guess. That's not wild. That's probably true.
I think it's a fair guess. Yeah.
If they just guess at it. You guess, they guess.
I'm guessing they have an educated guess.
We're doing science now, guys. You hear that? An educated guess, not just a guess. We glorified it. Anybody got a cape for our guess so we can make it a super guess?
Sure, it's a scientific guess, so it's okay.
It's a super guess.
No, I want the cape,
Sounds
brother.
like
Yeah.
Dan's
Wait,
method.
a scientific
Notebook in my
super
field.
guess?
Yeah, a
Super
scientific
brand.
super guess. There you go.
Super brands. Let's make a scientific super guess.
Sorry, didn't mean to step on you there, lifologist.
No worries, bro. It just reminds me of the whole by the seat of the pants method and how he claims that nobody in his field uses a scientific method. Yeah, that's great.
I guess he's right.
Sounds like a reasonable guess.
Sure. We could put a dress on it and call it a woman's guess. Or sir or something.
So you guys know that in the ideal gas model, they say there is no attraction between the particles for exactly the reason that in the real world there is attraction between the particles. You get that, right? Because in the atmosphere,
Scott,
you guys do understand
Scott,
this, right?
come on, man, you're drunk, right?
That's why it's an ideal gas and not a real gas.
No,
Because
it's
only ideal
is it?
gas. No, ideal is not real. That's the definition of ideal.
That's right. It's an ideal of a perfect state of gas. Perfect state.
Yes. Well,
yeah.
No, it's not a perfect state of gas. No, that's not what they mean. Ideal means
is propane an ideal gas?
No, of course not. It's a real gas.
How about methane?
Real gas.
So give me an example of an ideal gas.
There isn't one. That's the
category.
Point. That's why they call it ideal.
He doesn't understand.
It's not real.
He doesn't. So it's in its purest form or state, and that would be an ideal state. The ideal is an ideal state.
No.
And you can interrupt me all you want, Scott, but it doesn't make what you're saying any more powerful.
There's no such thing as an ideal state. It's a theoretical construct.
I know it is. Ideal state. There's no perfection in reality. Yes, we know this, Scott.
You apparently don't, because you think that if they say in an ideal gas law there's no attraction between particles, that means in the real world there's no attraction between particles.
So you think it means
the opposite of that.
It only applies to ideal gases, and it wouldn't apply to gas molecules at all. That's what you're saying. Our gas laws don't apply to our gas particles. They don't work that way, even though those are laws.
There are no ideal gases.
That's what you're saying, Scott.
I'm saying the ideal gas does not exist.
We use the ideal state to explain the movement of gas in a perfect state.
No, there's no perfect state. You have no idea what you're talking about.
We just covered that. It's
I know, you got it wrong.
idealistic. It's idealistic. It's in the word. It's prefaced in the definition. Shit.
Yes, ideal meaning not real. That's what the word means. It means not real.
No shit. It means if this gas was in its perfect state, it would work perfectly like this every time, Scott. Nobody's saying it works that way perfectly every time.
Yeah, you're just wrong again.
Well, you say that a lot, but you can never build the bridge, or it's like you know a thing, but you can't teach a person that thing. You just have to assert it.
I can't teach you.
And that makes you not a good teacher, because obviously you don't know what you think you know as well as you do, or you could break it down to where even a retard.
This is not productive.
It's not.
The student needs to play their part.
But isn't what you're claiming?
Who's the student?
What you're claiming?
You. Sorry, T-Dip, go ahead.
Well, you really are a narcissistic person. You really believe yourself to be that great, huh, Scott?
I understand what the ideal gas law is.
Is that a yes or a no?
I understand what the ideal gas law is. We'll just stick with that for now.
Yeah, because you don't want to make that challenge. You're not the smartest guy in the room.
The smartest guy in this room?
Yeah, you're not. Not at all.
I'd be willing to put that to the test.
You can wrestle that. Do it. I don't think we need a test. It's been demonstrated.
And who was the judge?
In fact, you keep coming back.
The entire room. Can you repeat yourself again? Maybe it'll become.
Why do you think they call it the ideal gas law and not the gas law?
We've covered that 5 times.
And you got it wrong all 5.
Yeah, that's what you assert, but you're not a physics teacher, are you? You're not my professor.
No, but I've taken.
You're not even a teacher.
No, but I've taken physics courses, which is one up on you, right?
So have I. No, that's not one up on me.
No, you haven't.
Well, Scott, you assert that. That's your assertion.
Okay,
That
in
might,
physics,
might
in physics, what were the form of all your answers? To every test you ever had, what was the form of the answer?
it wasn't something I gave to Scott on the internet.
What was the form of the answer for
Just
every question you were ever
to
asked in any
feed his
physics course?
pride.
Are we going off topic now?
Yeah.
Well, you guys
I
are
feel sorry for you, Scott.
you guys are okay. Fine. You guys are referencing the ideal gas law, which is proposed by physicists, and physicists understood exactly what they meant when they used the words they did in that gas law.
Okay. Did they get it?
Yes, and they passed that down from
How did
physicist
they
to
get it?
physicist, huh?
How did they get the ideal gas law?
Where did they get it? They made it.
They made it based on what?
Observations, experimentation.
How they imagine a gas might behave?
No, experimentation and observation.
So
That
there's
would
a
be using real gas then?
Yes. Yes, but they can test on real gas and factor out some things to take it out of the equation. Here's the thing, right?
Yes, listen,
somebody-
Scott. We know gas doesn't work in a perfect state. We know it's not ideal. It's really that simple. But
Somebody
it's still the laws on the movements apply to all gas.
Yeah,
You're
somebody
trying
said
to act like they don't because it's not a perfect state. No, the laws wouldn't perfectly apply is what you need to say, Scott. And then I would agree with that. The laws won't perfectly apply to the movements because they're not in a perfect ideal state.
So, someone said earlier that gases move freely and randomly in all directions. Correct?
Yeah.
I would say they do under the proper temperature or volume. Those things are relative.
What is it freely and randomly in all directions, or is it not?
What is freely and randomly in all directions, as much so as their energy will allow them to, or their container.
Okay.
Yeah, and the limitation
So
of
freely
the
and randomly in all directions. What does that mean then?
Exponentially.
What does it mean to move freely and randomly in all directions? Because the question is, if they're moving freely and randomly in all directions, how do you have a pressure gradient if it's moving freely and randomly in all directions?
Temperature differential.
Yeah, it's not that it's
Gradients are
expansion,
caused
and
by
it is.
temperature differentials. Yes.
Yeah, and it's expanding out into the available volume and reaching different variables as it does that, but it's still expanding and moving freely in all directions within the volume available to it. So you can say that there's
sorry, thought you were done.
Temperature sets a limit because once its energy runs out and it cools off, then it no longer rises or expands; it contracts.
So how does temperature affect its free and random movement?
Energy input
Energy into what?
into the gas. No, nothing in a thermodynamic system can do work without the input of energy, right? So gas isn't active at a certain temperature. You input
Gas is what?
Come on, it's pressure, volume, temperature. You act like you know the gas laws and the ideal laws. Well, you shouldn't be asking these questions if you do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to demonstrate that you
They're
don't
all
know what
relative.
you're talking about, but go ahead.
Pressure, volume, temperature. It's in the laws. It tells you how gas works.
It also tells you how a gradient works.
And it'll apply to a dirty gas, a dirty methane, or an ideal methane. We'll never see an ideal state, but it'll apply to our gases.
You just muted him.
I did not. I don't have mod. I don't mute Scott. Scott's entertaining.
Someone. Someone did. I don't know who.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
I guess they decided we're done with them.
That sucks.
Well, Scott does have history.
Hey, I'm back unmuted again.
Oh, great, Scott.
Thank you, whoever unmuted me. It's nice of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't listen. I'm not going to mute you, Scott.
So just as a battle mod, what is it? Is gas particles in your mind when you conceive of the idea of gases moving around? Do you just see particles bouncing all over the place?
Particles.
Yeah, molecules. Do you see molecules bouncing all over the place?
Well, they can be bonds too, chemical bonds, and they can change states of matter. It depends on temperature.
Dude, just gas. Let's just stick to gas.
Yeah, gas can change states.
No,
at a certain temperature.
If it changes states, it's no longer a gas, right?
No shit.
Okay, so we're talking about
it was a gas.
Oh my god.
Okay,
when you visualize gases,
when you get your propane can, are you going to have just empty air in there and molecules, or is there going to be some liquid at the bottom due to pressure and temperature? Yeah, I know it's annoying.
When you imagine gases, what do you imagine? What do you visualize gases as being? Are they molecules bouncing around?
Tiny little particles, not bonded, sing around everywhere.
Yes. Okay. So they're bouncing all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And so when you say gases will expand to fill the space, you just mean that once a particle starts going in a single direction, it keeps going in that direction until some force acts on it, right?
Impeded.
Yeah.
A limiting factor.
Well, until it hits another gas particle, which will change its direction, they'll bounce off each other like little pool balls.
Yeah, okay. Surface area, whatever, yeah.
Or they'll hit a wall, right?
Right.
And so what you're saying basically is that gases expand to fill their space, is that if you remove the top of the container...
I'm not saying that.
Okay. What are you saying then?
It does.
Tell me what you're saying.
That's
just so we're on the same page.
It does.
Yeah, but how does it do that, right? Are they little molecules bouncing all over, and then you take off the lid and some of them keep going out the top until they hit something else?
Or till they run out of energy.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean run out of energy?
Behavior is
We've covered this up.
Understand.
You can't talk about the movement of gas without talking about temperature. It's energy. It's the input of energy, Scott.
Do you think a molecule, once in motion, will run out of energy?
I think helium will rise at a certain temperature and fall at another temperature, and I think it's been demonstrated in the lab. So,
what do you mean by run out of energy? So
I'm not going to keep defining this, Scott. I've defined it. When you input temperature, gas works different at 180 degrees than it does at 90 degrees. Okay, it has more energy. Heat is energy. You talk about physics, you should know this. And you keep asking me, what do I mean about energy? If you took physics, you should know.
I know. The temperature is the mean velocity of the particles.
Move faster, right? Particles move faster.
Yeah, temperature is the average kinetic energy of the particles. That's what temperature is.
Well, there you go. Why do you keep asking then?
And so, but when you add heat to a gas, all you're doing is increasing the kinetic energy of the particle. You're speeding them up. That's it, right?
Yeah.
And once you speed them up, is there any reason for them to slow down?
Yes, they cool off.
Which then increases the pressure in your container.
They do not slow down.
Which then increases the pressure in your container because they have more elastic collisions.
They expand kinetic energy until they have none.
No, they don't.
You think energy stays forever, Scott?
It's called conservation of momentum. Yes, it's a well-known scientific
You also
principle.
have loss of momentum, though, for various reasons.
Yes,
Friction.
But friction isn't hitting something else.
I know it's not.
You're saying that if they were just to be able to...
Don't start twisting my words.
I'm trying to clarify your words.
Well, if you're asking me what I'm saying, you should preface, are you saying?
So are you saying that a gas molecule on its own, once it has a certain velocity, will ever slow down?
In the
i.e. lose
atmosphere,
energy?
yes. In the atmosphere, yes, because we have temperature gradients,
But why does it slow down?
loss of kinetic energy.
How
It's a
does it lose
kinetic
kinetic
model.
energy?
It's kinetic theory through
How,
loss
do,
of temperature.
how does it lose kinetic energy?
But doesn't it say that
There's
that
more
doesn't it
than
claim that
one
there's no
way
loss?
to lose kinetic energy, Scott, but not
There's
potential. There'll always be
actually,
the same potential, but
that's just not true. And if you took
there's
physics,
more
you
than
must have
one way
failed.
to lose energy, sure.
That's a
Temperature,
fundamental misunderstanding.
is it?
No loss
Yes.
of kinetic energy in the system. That's that's how I understand it.
In the
I don't
system, but that's
understand
not
it. But
saying in every equal part of the system, which would be every gas molecule. So the system can maintain a constant temperature, and now we're in the ideal states.
No, we're never in an ideal state.
Because nothing maintains a constant temperature. It always varies.
A real world can never attain an ideal state. That's the definition of ideal. It's not real.
Yeah,
We
I
keep
know
going
that.
back to that.
It's theoretical. I said, no, you're leading back into it, acting like there's going to be a perfect state where nothing ever changes and entropy doesn't exist. That's just wrong, Scott.
Entropy has nothing to do with this.
oh, yeah, it does.
Not really, man. Sorry. Gases are just particles in motion.
But
That's it.
you're talking about energy of a system. You're fucking talking about entropy, right? Like impossible to not talk about. I mean, what are you talking about, man? Like,
Well,
what?
we still have to clarify our notion of what happens to a gas when you remove the lid on a pressurized system. You guys say the gases just expand to fill the space, but what is that expansion?
It's limiting them from doing so.
No. What's limited? Yeah, I would say that once a particle starts moving in a direction, it will move forever in that direction until something stops it. Do you agree?
So there's an impedance, a limitation, right? A
Yes.
volume.
Well, let's say we removed the lid. Let's say we removed all the lids. And a gas particle would just keep going in the same direction forever, right?
But there's air pressure against it. As soon as it comes out, it gets into our regular air pressure.
No, I would like a citation from a source, academic, if you could, that says gas will move forever and never lose energy.
Silly.
Because that defies the gas laws. PVT.
It doesn't.
Pressure, volume, temp, they're all related. So to say that it would go forever, then it says it's unaffected by temperature.
Yeah, it's in kinetic theory, I think.
It is temperature. The movement.
It is.
No. The movement of the particle is temperature. So how can it be unaffected by temperature when it is the very definition of temperature?
Are you serious?
Yes, the kinetic energy
And you're
of
telling
the
us
particle
we have
is
a
the temperature.
fundamental misunderstanding of gas.
Yes, I am telling you that. From what I'm listening, when
So
I listen
the
to you guys talk,
temperature
I
of
hear a
the
fundamental
gas will
misunderstanding.
dictate the amount of kinetic energy. If you lessen the temperature, you lower the energy. You're telling us
No. You got that. You got that reversed.
particle.
You got that reversed.
No, I don't.
Yes.
No.
If you lower the kinetic energy, you lower the temperature. Because the kinetic energy is the temperature. It's the definition of the temperature.
It didn't start with temperature.
Give me a citation for that.
Temperature was added.
Right.
It didn't
Temperature
start.
It has kinetic potential. You're confusing potential with absolute energy.
Potential isn't temperature. What?
The mean kinetic energy
No, it has
is
kinetic
the temperature.
potential.
It has kinetic and potential, but kinetic is the only thing that affects temperature.
I wouldn't say it affects the temperature. It is the temperature.
Well, yeah, it is the temperature.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're measuring. When we're measuring the temperature of something, we are measuring the mean kinetic energy of the particles within it.
Yeah, it's proportional to its temperature, yes, but it doesn't mean that it is temperature.
No,
They
it does.
have a relationship. That's
No.
why pressure,
It's not a
volume, and
relationship.
temp
It's the definition
also
of
have a
it.
relationship.
It's not the
proportional.
relationship.
The molar kinetic energy of gas is proportional to its temperature. And the proportionality consists in 32 times the gas constant R.
Yeah, you just don't understand what temperature even it is. I mean,
It's energy. Temperature is energy. I do understand what it is.
what is energy when it comes to a gas particle?
Can I input temperature? Can I change the
Can we
temperature
stop
of a
with all
gas
the-
particle? Oh, hold on. Can we change the temperature of a gas particle?
No.
Can we cool
No.
it? We
Can
don't cool gases right now to contain them,
Can a gas particle have a
like
temperature?
oxygen. Certain gases can't even be contained until they're cooled.
Yes. When you cool gas particles, plural, you are reducing their kinetic energy. You're slowing down every molecule in there. That's what it means to cool it. To
Yes,
slow
I know
them down.
that. I will agree with that statement. Yes,
Now, the particles themselves
they're proportional.
No, the particles themselves don't have a temperature. The temperature is how fast they're moving. That's it. You
They are
increase the temperature.
proportional.
If you increase the temperature of a gas, you are
They're equal.
No,
Yeah.
it's
Listen,
no.
you're just stating it wrong, Scott.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Temperature is a quality or an attribute of the environment the gas is in. Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's just wrong, man.
The atmosphere has differentials. Gas works different in different layers of temperature differentials. That's why we see different amounts of kinetic energy in each layer, because it has a different temperature. It has a
What is temperature?
See, but this is why I'm almost positive you had a physics class.
A
'cause if you
measure of
did, you failed.
energy. Yes, we
Well,
listen.
this is
It's
first
a
year
measure
physics,
of
man.
energy. Yeah, it's a
what
measure
energy
of
is it measuring? What type?
kinetic energy. Yeah. I'm with you on your premise, but it doesn't change the way gas works. That's the whole point. How you state the kinetic potential or energy of a gas molecule doesn't change its movements.
Yeah,
you just being semantical and arguing about how it actually gets its energy. Nobody cares. We know how it works. Once it does have energy, we know pressure, volume, and temperature are all proportionally related. We know kinetic energy and temperature are proportionally related. We don't really know where
You
energy
just said
comes
temperature
from or
is
what
the
is.
measure of average gas.
It is. It is.
So how is it
We
proportional?
know that.
It is that.
We don't know. We don't know how heat gives energy. We honestly don't know that as a human race.
Heat is the velocity of the
Okay,
particle.
Scott,
Guys, are we going to get
does
someone going to tie
that
this to
change
the Earth
how
at some
gas
point?
works? Right. Does that change how gas works? Finish your point.
Does it?
Because you're
yes.
just arguing word semantics.
Yeah, let's bring this back to the Earth, guys.
Right. How does that apply to our atmosphere?
Well, it explains why we have pressure gradients.
Well, I'm asking you, do you think the gas dictates the temperature on Earth and its energy?
Yes, the velocity of the particles.
So the
in
gas is now
atmosphere.
heating the Earth.
The gas is the heat. Yes.
People aren't disputing gradients, are they?
If that's
Well,
all you're trying to prove, that's not
No,
going to get us to a globe.
I'm looking for an explanation, and I'm trying to lead
think-
BattleMod to the explanation of the
No, I
gradient.
think you're looking for a hair to grab onto because you don't have a straw.
The actual explanation for why there's temperature, or why there's pressure gradients.
Cut to the chase, man.
Yeah, the pressure gradients demonstrate that gases do not move freely and randomly in all directions. They have a downward bias.
Then how'd
That's why
they get there? Then how did they get there?
How'd they get where?
To the point where it begins to be a gradient.
It doesn't matter. Once they're there, they do not move
Doesn't
freely.
matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter how they got there?
Does it matter how something got there to show that it does not move freely and randomly in all directions?
If it didn't move freely, it wouldn't have got there.
What does it mean when you say it moves freely and randomly in all directions? Does that have any kind
Nothing
of conceptual
stopped
meaning
it from
to you?
getting there, did it? Did anything stop it from getting there? And is anything going to stop it from leaving where it got to?
So,
Uh-huh.
No, you're sound like you're avoiding, for some reason, my very simple
Avoiding
question.
what?
Scott, you said the particles just keep going.
Unless they're acted on by some other force, yes.
And what would that other force be? Let me guess. You're going to say gravity, aren't you?
Yeah, you already know our story, and somehow you still refuse to understand it.
Well, no, but then we'll always go to the point where we ask for gravity and you don't tell us anything about it. You just make assertions and claims, but don't back it up. Your non-physical mediums have physical, effects in the real world.
Does gravity pull water to the ground?
Sure. Yes, it does.
So you're basically making the argument that you can have gas pressure without the container again?
Yep.
Okay, you got a demonstration of that?
He said
Yep. Look outside.
gravity creates a gradient, not temperature differential.
That would be begging the question.
Gradient and
No,
weather.
you're begging the question, assuming there's a container. We look outside, we don't see it. We look outside, we don't.
Requiring the containers.
Okay, so how many times do you need to see gas pressure in a container to conclude that it always requires one?
How many times can we not see gas pressure without a container for you to believe that there is gas pressure without a container?
Nice evasion of my actual question. You want to try to answer the question this time?
Well, it's redundant. All the examples show a container.
And how many times would you have to see?
Show us an example without one.
How many times would you have to see it in a container to assume that it always requires a container?
Well, if I only ever see it in a container, why would I assume it doesn't need one?
It's not answering my question again, which is pretty much par for the course. No, it doesn't.
It does. It does. You've not got an example of it without a container, so why would you believe that?
Because you know the answer, and you don't want to say it because you know it would blow up.
Well, you just said that your answer was go outside, so you're just begging the question.
Yes, I know, but how many times would you have to see gas pressure
So
in a
you know
container?
you're begging the question.
How many times would you have to see gas pressure in a container to conclude that it always
That's all we
requires
ever see.
one?
That's all we ever see.
Anybody else want to try to answer the question? Anyone else want to man up, be honest for a minute, just like 10 seconds to answer the question? How many times would you have to see gas
What do you
pressure
mean
in
by
a
man
container?
up?
Answer the simple question.
Some kind of good
Do
question.
you think
the
his
question.
manhood depends on your opinion of him?
No. Answer the question. How many times would you have to see gas pressure in a container to conclude that it always required one?
It's a malformed question.
How many times? Yeah, I would think it's a malformed question too. So I would say once we've demonstrated it under containment, and then we attempted to demonstrate it without containment, it would just follow. When we couldn't do it without containment, you're leaving out who attempted to create gas pressure without a container. How many times would you have to attempt to do that before you figured out you needed a fucking container to do it? Let's reverse the question, Scott. How about your manhood? Why don't you man up?
Oh yeah, I'll man up. No amount of time.
I'll buy you a coffee, man, and a steak dinner. I really don't hate you, man. You're just on the opposite side.
Yes, but the thing is, we are talking about effects that only take place at massive scale, planetary scale.
convenient, so you can't prove it.
So now you want to bring in the ideal that shit changes from the microscopic to the megascopic, even though you can't demonstrate it. How many times would you have to do that before you figure it out? It couldn't be a reality without demonstration.
So basically what you're saying is we cannot take, when we're trying to understand the universe in which we live, that we can't take into account scale as having, are things behaving differently
we
at
should,
different
but
scales.
we should have a logical reason to think the microscopic building blocks and their attributes and properties would change on a megascopic level. We need a logical inference for that at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just use your
Like I'm going to
imagination.
build a
so that
house out
proves
of
it.
brick, and when I'm done, it's going to be a wooden house. Why so?
Because
you saw all the observations, all the countless demonstrations in reality of gas pressure in a container don't matter to Scott, but his one imagined idea of it without a container is the proof.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we got a wooden house out of bricks, but we don't know how.
Because government told you so, and you saw it from space.
So
Oh,
when we
wait,
go,
the government said my house was wood? Okay, that answers it.
Yeah, they
So
charged you. They changed your property taxes and said, "Duh." Why would they lie? No, they wouldn't lie to charge more money on your property.
You got me. Why would the government lie? I don't know. It's not like they pay people like Scott Mackey or nothing.
So this was the culmination of the argument. Go outside, beg the question.
Yeah.
And then freak out. Yeah, then freak out when someone disagrees with you.
Yeah, dude said how many times you got to see gas pressure in a container before you consider that's the only way it could be made. And I would say, wouldn't somebody doing science attempt to create it without the container before they even made a comment or a thought about whether or not containment was a antecedent of pressure? Hey, did Einstein do that? Who did that? I didn't get that citation. I've been waiting for that, Scott.
Nobody has ever do that, and nobody has to do that because it already exists in nature.
Where do you see that in nature?
Anybody translate
On
that?
Earth.
What the hell?
In
That's
every
the
single
only part
planet
I
in the solar
heard. Nature.
system.
Yeah,
Where
you
do
gotta
see
get
gas
used to
pressure
it.
without a container?
He said he doesn't need to demonstrate it because he sees it in nature, and he's like, "Where?" And he says,
Measurements are
Yeah,
an example
so
of
you see
demonstration.
pressure without containment in nature. Now you're begging the question that because you can't see the container, there isn't one.
That would be an argument from ignorance, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if not borderline ignorance. Come on, man. Don't mute the only fish we got, bro.
"No, he muted up himself."
Did he? Oh, okay.
Do we want to talking to the mental case Twonger? I see he keeps getting muted, so probably not.
Yeah, you know how many links you can get that pressure differentials in the atmosphere are created through temperature, and that's what creates our gradient and our weather patterns. You can get thousands of links on this, and now we got a guy here telling us that gas creates the temperature. Its velocity dictates the temperature. It's not the input of energy from the sun. It's not none of that. Greenhouse effect, nothing. It's just a gas. So this guy thinks global warming happens because cows fart too much.
If you wanted to start talking about gravity affecting gases, wouldn't you be talking about how that force, if you want to think of it as a force, acting upon things at a molecular level, since gases aren't bonded, the molecular like they're molecules, but each molecule does not have a bond between them. Okay, so that would be a study for the within the standard model, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would finally unify gravity with the standard model if it were a force. If you could
It's a
prove
shame
it.
that the standard model doesn't include gravity.
It doesn't. It doesn't unify with it either. Yeah.
So we've
But here
never
we
seen
are.
gas pressure, or been able to replicate gas pressure on a giant planet, obviously. So why should we assume that you need a container?
Because that's the only way we can demonstrate it. We actually have attempted to build gas pressure without containment, but it's always failed.
Yeah, but obviously we can't build a planet, can we?
I'm not talking
Well,
about a
what
planet.
evidence do
I'm
you have
talking
for it
about
then?
on a small scale. If there is no containment for the pressure we see on this large planet, as you say, then we should be able to replicate that on a smaller scale.
No, we shouldn't. Not.
Yeah, yes, we should. We don't need an entire planet because the properties of the molecular, the atoms and the molecules, they don't change just because you group them all together.
At what state do we begin to understand how the physical world works? Is it not now at the molecular and atomic level? That's how we understand how things behave.
Yeah, but wouldn't our argument be that we need a strong enough gravitational pull from the experiment? Say we were trying to
By
replicate it.
relativity, there is no push or pull. Gravity's not a force. How does the warping of space-time contain gas?
Well, I'm not argue that. I'm just saying that if gravity's affecting it, we're saying that bigger, objects with more mass, have a stronger gravitational pull. We need something that has at least the mass of the Earth to be able to do a proper experiment, surely.
So he asks you a question in regards to how a gravity well from the bending and warping of space-time is going to affect the gases, and you say, I'm not going to talk about that.
He went Newtonian on me. He reverted back to Newton. Mass attracting mass.
All I'm saying is if we're going to do an experiment to...
Listen, we got
we're
that.
Need something with the mass of the Earth.
Yeah, because you need a pole or
and
an
we've never done
force that
you
we
have it.
say
You have it.
isn't true anymore. Yeah, nobody believes in that Newtonian force.
Yeah, so
why
saying
should
that
we
you
assume that we need a container on something that massive?
On the thing, you're on it.
Saying you need to do an experiment that you can't do is not evidence for your claim.
I'm not saying I'm not using it as an evidence. I'm just saying why should we assume that we need a container on something we've never tested before?
Why would you?
It could act differently.
Assuming it
of what's observed.
It's in all gas laws. So how's that an assumption? You're just denying gas laws.
It's a gas law. It's what we've seen so far. It's everything we've observed. That's what a law is. It's not necessarily.
Alex, on the thing. You're on it. You're on the mass. Use the mass that you're saying you're on.
Okay. Yeah.
Demonstrate it.
I've just said. I'm not trying to make a proof. I'm not trying to make a proof.
But you're talking about an experiment using giant masses, right? And you're saying I don't have that. Well,
Yeah,
you
that's
do.
what I'm saying. That's my point.
Apparently, you do.
Oh my god! My point is, we've never done an experiment. We've never done an experiment. That's my point. So how can we go out there and say that we need a container for gas pressure?
Why haven't we?
Listen. He's telling you got a big ball. You're on a big ball. Do your big ball thing. Nobody cares if you haven't done it. If you're going to assert it, we can demonstrate gas pressure under containment. If you can demonstrate it without containment, we'll kick it with.
Yeah, but
We're
I know
on
everything
that
I say
ball.
next, you're just going to deny.
It's not denial. Listen. It's saying a thing doesn't make logical sense. It's not denying a thing. It's
So a
refuting
rocket
it.
going outside in space?
You make
that
large leaps
absurd?
and bounds, dude.
Going outside of a physical container, right?
Is it the Adderall, or why can't you stay focused on one? Yeah, but
Because you're just trying to argue on a point that
I think you're just frustrated now
like,
because your first 3 points got killed.
my first 3 points got killed. No, they didn't.
Okay, how about
what
this?
I'm
Try,
saying
Alex.
is you can't assume there's a container because we've never done any experiments that have been a massive.
That's a two-way street. You can't assume
There's
there's
enough
not
mass.
one just because you believe in a force that's been overturned in mainstream silence.
Okay, you can Hey, Alex, how about this one? Can you demonstrate gas pressure with a container?
Not with a good pressure gradient that we'd need on Earth. Oh.
Okay, say that. Try again.
Not with a strong enough pressure gradient. I'm pretty sure.
You wouldn't be able to demonstrate it at all, with or without a container?
You'd be able to show a pressure gradient.
Well, okay, so what's the pressure gradient? What's the cause of the pressure gradient?
Well, a high pressure and a lower pressure.
Yeah, no, what's it that's causing this gradient as you go? You're talking about as you go away from what? You get less pressure.
I'm assuming it's temperature.
Is that the core?
Fixed container.
Is that the core of the Earth?
What?
The center of mass? You're talking about the center of mass as core of the Earth?
Sure.
Okay, so the further you get away from the core, the less gas pressure gradient you have. The lower the gas pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if astrophysically Mount Chimborazo was about 4 miles further away from the core than Mount Everest? Which mountain would have a lower gas pressure gradient?
What'd you say? Which?
Mount Everest is not the furthest point away from the core, astrophysically. Mount Chimborazo is 4 miles further away. So which mountain would have the lower gas pressure gradient?
The one higher up, I guess.
Which would be which one?
The one the last one you said.
Mount Chimborazo, right?
Right.
Okay, now look that up. It's quite interesting. Mount Chimborazo you don't even need oxygen to climb it. You could just climb it just with regular climbing gear, no problem. Even though it's 4 miles further away. Astrophysically, that is. See, but on the flat Earth, you measure a benchmark off sea level, or maybe a little bit lower than sea level, like the abyssal plain or whatever, somewhere down there. A benchmark where everything starts at 0, and then you go up. But the core now, if that is your center, that's your strongest point of gravity, with your most pull, will be right at the core. And it weakens and weakens and weakens till you all the way get to the moon. Or something. Bending and warping the space-time.
But air doesn't really start from the center of the Earth, though, does it?
But the force would, right? The force of gravity would start. Where does the force of gravity start? Sea level or at the core?
But yeah, obviously it's a core, but
yeah, so that's a problem, isn't it? If you've got places that are further away that have a higher gas pressure gradient, what would be causing that? Just temperature?
I mean, it could be.
So then Everest being colder makes it so it has lower gas pressure. Okay, sure, let's follow that logic. So now as you get past Everest and go into the thermosphere, it gets hotter again. But what happens to the gas pressure gradient? Does it go up or down?
Between the thermosphere and the atmosphere.
Yeah, between the stratosphere and the thermosphere. What happens to temperature?
Temperature, I'm pretty sure it's quite hot.
Yeah, it's quite hot, but what happens to the gas pressure gradient?
Increased?
Nope, goes down.
Oh, degrees.
Yeah. So you got these real inverse reactions that you can make a testable claim, a testable hypothesis.
Temperature's average kinetic energy of the particles, though. There's not many particles in the thermosphere.
Because why? Why would that happen?
Because of gravity.
Which would be the center of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're back into the thing. Well, why is Mount Chimborazo have so much more particles than Mount Everest?
I'd have to look into it. Mount what?
Mount Chimborazo. It's in Ecuador. Central America.
Chimborazo, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it means. I used to remember what it's got. It means something in Spanish. It's like the highest point or something like that. It goes back to like their the first world religion or whatever.
Okay. Chimborazo Mountain. Chimborazo. It's the highest mountain in Ecuador.
Yeah, here's a good from The Guardian. What is the closest place on Earth to space? Mount Chimborazo. Mount Chimborazo is the highest mountain on Earth, at least if you measure from the center rather than sea level. Since our planet is squished sphere, not a round one. So they say it's round. Well, according to this source, not round. Our planet is squished. Yeah. Here, I'll just post the source.
It is indeed a pear.
See, this is why it's good to stay inside the globe model when talking to a lot of globalists, because they'll find the contradiction. They'll notice a contradiction without explanation. So then they either have to accept it or then start spurging out and calling, oh, flat earthers are retarded.
Near the equator, the atmosphere's warmer. That's what it says.
Yeah, so then that goes back into the thermosphere. The thermosphere is much warmer than the stratosphere.
Right.
So you'd see an increase then in gas pressure, not a decrease. I used to have a graphic for that.
Yeah, because there's less molecules. So, I mean, temperature doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of gas molecules.
That's what they tell us. I'd love to be able to verify that. Unfortunately, I cannot.
Temperature is average kinetic energy, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a lot of gas particles.
I'd love to hear some evidence for spinning, wobbling tilted space ball.
You just curve. I just take, like, what's your proof of the curve? Like boats? Are we back to boats again? Or what?
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
You would think that if you would live on a spinning ball, it would be easy to prove, right?
Here, Clay, we're going to clear the floor here. We get a Twonger. Apparently he's got explanations.
I think it would just be obvious.
So let me just get things straight. You think that this mountain, what's the name of it?
Okay. Frantic Googling is not an explanation. Try again.
You gonna mute me or you gonna let me talk?
Yeah, as long as you stay on topic. You said you had an explanation. Go.
Are you gonna be...
Okay, not me, you. You have an explanation. Go. Okay, that was easy.
Amazing. That's incredible.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I debunked that in a nanosecond. The problem is I destroyed all the technology and I can only Google it. What's the mountain again? Let me Google that. Fucker don't even know what we're talking about. Got a full in the hopper debunk. Like,
and then left?
Yeah, then left.
But you can have a low pressure but high temperature, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, I can try and suck as much air out of, like a pretty weak water bottle.
like a
have it,
laser and shit.
decompressed. Then I can run it under hot water and it'll expand.
You could do like a laser and shit, like lots of temperature with no pressure. A plasma gun, you fire up your, I don't know what that video game's called, where you have the different like underground civilizations, and they all come up to the surface.
Well, so if it isn't gravity, well, there's no such thing as gravity. What does cause the pressure gradient?
What is gravity?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying, what is the cause of the pressure gradient?
We said it's not gravity, so what's not? What is it not?
No, I'm not going to go on about gravity. I just want to know what the
I have
cause
no
of
problem
pressure
with
gradient.
it's the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. Now we have to talk about what the cause or effect relationship of gravity is. Is it the cause or is it the effect?
The best answer I heard is that aren't all the gases and everything created at ground level, and they spread out dynamically from there, and they go up, they go down, they go all directions. So the largest concentration is here at ground level, and as you get higher, there's a less and less concentration, but never reaches zero.
But the ones trying to go down would collide with the more dense particles on the lower level.
There's only one reason they're going down if they're going down. They collided.
It would even out, surely.
The path was changed. A collision.
So gases are created at the surface, then move randomly, and eventually you have a pressure gradient. Is that what you're saying?
You would constantly have massive wind flowing from down to up direction, because wind in the first place is simply caused by difference in pressure. The pressure from higher pressure system flows to lower pressure. That's how it works. Weather works, but we don't observe that at vertical axis at all. It's very stable, it isn't dynamic at all.
So the gas doesn't fill that space above?
No, it doesn't.
So why is there gas there?
Because it is.
So how'd it get there? It just is? It just started there? I think it started at the surface, and it filled it. Uh-oh.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I can tell.
My point wasn't how the gas got there. My point was that what happens with it right now. It doesn't equalize.
I think it got there because it came from the surface, and it did exactly what you said it didn't do.
Okay, so even assuming you're right, it arrived from the surface. Why isn't it equalizing?
Because it's a dynamic system.
It isn't. The gas pressure gradient is absolutely stable.
It isn't a dynamic system. So it's the same temperature throughout. Okay, so it's the same temperature throughout. There's no temperature differentials. The sun isn't unevenly heating the space, etc. It's a uniform static system. Everything's the same. It's not dynamic. Yeah, you're right. I noticed that it's daylight and the same temperature, consistent temperature all across the Earth all the time. You're right.
Dynamic doesn't mean there's no variation in temperature. It means that that variation doesn't change.
Yeah, no shit. It doesn't mean that there's no variation. Yeah, I know. Kind of means the opposite.
Yes, it means that there can be variation, but that variation can't change.
Oh yeah, that's really adding to the conversation. Thanks for pointing that out. Can change. Yeah, I know. Hence the term dynamic.
Yes, if it was static, then it couldn't change.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, so like I said, first of all, it's a dynamic system. So thanks for continuing to make that point for me. I'll let you take it from here since you're doing such a good job for me. Thanks.
So in what exact way does the pressure or temperature gradient change if it's dynamic?
Bro, how do the plants grow if they get sunlight, man? Do you really think it's just nothing getting absorbed? Like, do you think a plant can grow without any heat absorption?
Have you heard about that thing called
like grow some tomatoes.
photosynthesis?
You will realize the tomatoes get hot at some point, right? Because there's water inside of it. So heat will always be transferred into a different type of subject. So for example, you know that the oceans can heat up in the summer. That's why you can at some point go swimming again. And then when the sun is going further away, the ocean actually cool down again.
Hey Clay, you like warm vegetables from the garden? You brought in warm tomatoes. Do you like them when they're around noon?
Oh, dude, close to harvest. Amazing.
It is.
It's like fruit, dude.
A tomato never tasted better than when it was warmed by the sun and you picked it and wiped it and ate it right there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you eat the sunlight, like there is no comparison to this.
I like how he called it a dynamic system, and he asked how does its dynamics change? The attribute becomes a system. Why do they always twist words or rearrange them?
Well,
because dynamic means
example,
that
right?
it changes.
Yeah, I give you a little dynamic example of how the stuff is transferring, right?
And then he asked, how does the change, pretty much.
Yes, I wasn't asking about tomatoes, I was asking about the vertical temperature gradient or vertical pressure gradient. Do you know how airplanes find their altitude?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you're talking to the wrong guy, Embo. I would drop this right now.
So the
You're literally talking to a guy who flies planes.
Okay, nice. So can you describe how that works? The device altimeter?
Well, it depends which kind.
So yeah, my dad talked to me. What was it again?
How does an altimeter works? The device that finds out how high the airplane is.
Pressure.
Yes, exactly. So if the pressure gradient is so stable that it can be used as a reference for how high the airplane is, how is it dynamic?
Well,
wait, can you repeat that question? Sorry.
You also have ground elevation, pressure. There's more than one way to get that, but yeah.
Yes, my question was if you have an, for example, 100 years old altimeter, it will still tell you properly how high you are because the pressure gradient hasn't changed since then.
Well, it'll give you an approximation, right? And then ground tower lets you know how close that is, right?
But yeah, there's always a different QNH or HPA that you're going to have regarding the time and date you're taking a flight, right? Like it also change. It can also change over hours. So there's always a variation on ground. That's why you have an ATIS, and the ATIS on ground tells the pilot the local information for weather, wind, and the QNH or HPA depending on the region where you're flying. And Europe is mostly HPA, and then in the US it's QNH. Hectopascal and what is the QNH again? I forgot. HPA is hectopascal and QNH is, help me.
In America they have pounds per square meter, which is pretty hilarious because they argue that the air doesn't have weight using a unit that literally describes weight per area, because pounds is a unit of weight and area is these meters, these square meters. So if you say that there is, for example, 5 pounds per square meter, of pressure, then you literally say that the column of the atmosphere that presses upon 5 square meters of the area of the surface weighs that much.
Yeah, but can you give me the quintessence?
I was wrong. It was pounds per square inch, because in America they don't have the meters.
PSI 14.6 PSI at sea level.
Yes.
Yeah, but can we what is the whole discussion?
I know I was lost when he said pounds per meter. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, I was confused for a moment. But yes,
it is
means,
PSI, yeah. But
it means that for every square inch of the surface of the Earth, there is a weight exerted that equals 14 pounds.
Yeah, but let's get to the gravy. What's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that there is that pressure gradient. It isn't dynamic at all, at least to a very, very small extent. It only depends on the function of the height, or alternatively you could say...
It's dynamic. Yeah.
Do you have any measurements to show that?
Well, you just said it's not dynamic, but it has small variations, and that actually is what dynamic is.
Yes, these variations are
it varies. It changes due to because there's more than one thing affecting it.
Yes, these variations are completely negligible compared to the variations on the horizontal axis. So, for example, the pressure in Germany compared to the pressure in Japan will be...
Yeah, well, that can differ due to weather.
Yes, because weather is an effect of pressure equalizing. It goes from the higher pressure area to lower pressure area, and you don't find that
it's
in air pressure
weather
gradient.
is a product of pressure differentials. Yes.
Because vertically, gravity keeps the air in a stable system.
So we didn't say there was not homeostasis. We said it's dynamic. It's ever changing. Fluid, if you would. It displays fluid actions and movements.
I'm still trying to figure out why do you think it's not a dynamic system when you have changes.
He thinks it's stable, and those changes are stable. That's what he's saying. It's a stable system, not a dynamic system, but they kind of are category errors, you know.
But if we get to understand the dynamic system to a way that we can predict it, doesn't neglect the fact that it's a dynamic system.
Right, and if a dynamic system maintains the proper parameters for life or weather, it doesn't mean it's stable. It just means it's the proper parameters for life to exist in.
I wasn't making absolutely any points about life. I was simply making points about the pure statistics.
Listen, I didn't preface that you did say life. I'm saying you can have homeostasis and still be dynamic. You can have hydrostatic equilibrium and still have variations or change in the dynamic system. And still have hydrostatic equilibrium. So, which is stability, that equilibrium. The two are different things. It's a category error. It could be stable in its dynamics, but it's still dynamic.
How doesn't that contradict itself? If something is dynamic, then it's changing.
Maybe try to point out
stable
where you
means
see the
the amount of change isn't so great that it affects the things around it. That's all it means. Doesn't mean it's not changing. It doesn't mean it's a perfect system. It means it's good for what we do in it and what lives here. But if things couldn't live here, you wouldn't dare call it stable. And the very real possibility that the dynamics of the system could change at any time, because they do, and things won't be able to live here. I mean, we hear fear porn about that all the time.
Yeah, the ozone layers are going extinct, and we're all gonna burn up and all that.
Yeah, I mean, by his argument, global warming's not true because it's stable.
Well, yeah. What I can observe is that we live in a very balanced and beautiful system, dynamic system, especially very well made for human beings to dwell in. Like, we don't need to wear any suits when we go outside into the sun, or, you know, there's no like monsters roaming around at night that can kill you.
I would disagree. I think we simply made that thing that is called civilization. So the things that protect us from these environments are so normalized that we don't even notice them. For example, these suits you're describing, we simply call them clothes. Do you see any other animals wearing clothes?
Listen,
ever?
but you can die from overexposure. So don't go in the desert and say I don't need a uniform for the sun. It's all dictated by environment, you know, which is dynamic. It's not the same. It's not uniform. We all know that the atmosphere isn't a uniform system, and the sun is so close you can die from its rays. Period.
Well, yeah. I forgot. That's true. There are some spots in the world where the sunlight can kill you pretty fast. Yeah, that's true.
Or the opposite of it. The cold, yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I'm gonna wear a suit there. I don't know about you, but I don't like the shrivel factor. I might even have one of them heaters that burn coal and you stick in your pocket, you know?
Yeah, I was wrong about that.
I'm gonna wear my suit. Listen, I wouldn't go to a war in the desert in biker shorts. That's all I'm saying. At this age, I wouldn't sign up to go to it. So we wouldn't have to worry about biker shorts. Because I know you might have to go to war and be a hero sometime, but it won't be for our government or economics if it's righteous.
The real sign of a hero is that the people they saved never even knew the difference. No clue what really happened. You did the right thing for the right reason at the right time, and no one was there to congratulate you or thank you for it, or you didn't do it for anything altruistic.
That is real. That is one of the realest things I've ever heard in this conversation. Thank you.
I got a really good picture of a bird flying in front of a traffic camera, blocking out the license plate of a driver. Now that's a hero. That bird was a hero.
You see that meme Ruben posted? This is why aliens are not visiting Earth again. That's real funny.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought the aliens probed us. I didn't know we probed them with the mammoth tusk. You know.
Here, how about this?
It's probing time. That was funny as shit. That fucking.
How about here's like the NSA interviewing an alien. You know, why'd you keep abducting and probing our people? You sent unsolicited nudes, a mixtape, and directions to your home.
Oh, hey, you're the one that gave me the address and the nude photos. What did you want?
That's kind of victim blaming.
No, if you've seen the disc that we sent out,
I've seen it.
It is real funny. We gave them nude photos of both man and woman, full anatomy shots. That's funny. It's like a universal text bomb, photo bomb. Boom, baby.
Question is, why do aliens look so similar to the drawings made by Aleister Crowley of demonic entities?
That is a very good question.
It is. What the hell was that thing's name? Lamb? And he's the lamb. The lamb.
Flat Earth finally onto something.
I forgot what the name was, but it literally looks
Lamb.
very, very equal to these.
I'll
Was
get
actually
you a
also
picture.
around at the same time that he has drawn these images, or that image of that demon. The whole Area 51 stuff came up with the first depictions of aliens.
Yeah, here, I'll give you his picture of it.
The question
This is
that
Lamb.
just
LAM.
resides is, why do they want us to have this picture so much within our head? That's the only thing
This is Lamb. LAM. This is who Aleister Crowley said was his familiar. Right? His familiar spirit.
Yeah, looks pretty
Entity.
damn
The one he
creepy.
communicated with. And it does look like an alien gray.
Looks damn creepy.
I was watching King Arthur the other night, Excalibur. And when the girl, Arthur's real sister, and Merlin, and Arthur was getting married. Merlin and Morgana, they walked off in the woods, and they're standing by this rock, and they're talking about sulfur, what's the chemical that burns and all that, and so they all knew that. But there was this rock in the background, and I had to pause it. I had to back it up and pause it because it was shaped to look like an alien gray head, and somebody had carved in it the image of an alien gray. And I thought, yeah, there it is, right there in the movie, 50 years ago. What the hell, I wonder. You got to wonder why they put that there. If it's a set prop, somebody was in charge of the set, and somebody put that there. Didn't just pop up out of nowhere, And that's the movie Excalibur, the original movie, not the new one. It's a wedding scene where Arthur's marrying whatever the hell, Guinevere.
It's possible that it wasn't put there for a reason. It's possible it was your pareidolia that made it seem like an alien head. It's possible.
That's a possibility, but it's not like it's a cluster of things and I pulled an image out that I thought looked like a face. It matches exactly what we get as an alien gray, and it's there. It's the only thing that's there. I'm not pulling it out of a formation or a group of things. Just one thing that highly resembles it. So I think that throws pareidolia out.
Well, you could easily get a picture of it. I can tell you how you can do it. I mean,
pareidolia is where you pull a pattern out of things, but this is the only pattern in the image.
Yeah, like something that looks like something else. Yeah, something that looks like something else. That's pareidolia.
Or it's a bust that somebody carved into a stone that they used on the set. Both are possibilities. I'll give you that.
Okay, then so your conclusion out that it was an alien head, and just
no, I'm not throwing anything out. Because both are possibilities. I mean, if you were an inquiring man, wouldn't you want to watch a movie and look at the stone for yourself? Because it's not really a rock. It's a big stone like somebody would mark their driveway with in the country. Probably weighs 2-3 tons.
I could actually probably bring it over now that I can search movies and hold on.
I think any of us can do that on the internet, right? Any of you guys could do that, couldn't you? You know how to Google search, don't you?
Or other ways too. They get the actual Ford movie. I know how to do that too.
Bunch of rocket scientists in here. Hey, Scott Mackey sent me a message like we're buddies because I said I didn't hate him. He asked if I'd ask you guys to unmute him the next time he comes back. I thought, yeah, they do that. You don't have to ask. They do that.
The desperation is back. Can't have enough of us.
That's why I like Scott. Scott will go off to an infinity and into semantics about one little word just because he wants to throw out an entire premise.
Bricked.
Scott also talks about taking the server down and was caught with his hand in the cookie jar having that discussion. And then at the same time starts whining like a little bitch when we kick him out of the server that he wants to end.
Yeah, and let's make this clear. This isn't our server. The politics people, they host us. They're kind enough to give us a position here or a place here. So if you want to take down their server, and they're not doing anything wrong, that's pretty fucked up, you know? So you have no consideration for anyone. Whatever be their label, belief, religion, you don't give a fuck. It's to get what you want, you'll just take down everybody in the way.
And the funny part is you'll get these people who open up mod mail every day complaining about Flat Earth. So then the owners, the founders, block them from the channel, and then they come back and blame us for why they got blocked. I go, you dumbass, you open frivolous ticket after frivolous ticket after frivolous ticket over a channel they told you not to go to, and you kept going to it and kept opening tickets and tickets and tickets. They got sick of your shit.
Here, let me take their position. Can we define how you use that word frivolous?
It's supposed to be actual TOS violations, that mod mail. Mod mail is supposed to be, you put in there somebody who's violating terms of service. They get in there saying, Flat Earthers are misinformation. Okay, and you think that's TOS how?
Yeah, TOS is medical misinformation, not just misinformation. It has to be on the medical topic in that category. Medicine.
I'm surprised your argument it's not misinformation, but cool.
You think Flat Earth is misinformation?
No, it's a category.
I'm surprised that it's not your argument that it's not.
Yeah, Flat Earth is not.
Rather that it's not a TOS violation.
Here's the thing.
Though it is, you know.
How could I argue that knowing damn well I can't leave the reference frame that and show you and demonstrate to you? I couldn't prove that. You couldn't prove the globe to me because you can't. Neither one of us. If we could, we'd just jump in a rocket, smoke a couple joints with Elon Musk, and maybe do some mushrooms while we fly out to take a look. But we can't do that. So
yeah,
prove it is misinfo.
You can't say it's misinformation because the government for the last 20-something years have been telling me if I see something, say something. I see a flat horizon. I said something.
And there's a UFO that's not on it. Well, then you could prove that something else is true. To prove, there wouldn't be an argument if it was misinformation because you'd have absolute proof that it's not true. But you don't.
I didn't say anything one way or the other.
So to address the thing is, flat earthers are getting smart enough to know what they need to address and what's just bullshit that somebody's throwing on the table. And it's about high time.
It's because of flat earthers that a lot of these damage control videos have come out. Like, oh shit, that's right. There is a hole in the model there. There is some kind of
yeah.
We've argued too many non sequiturs now, and they've overlooked all our valid points.
Yeah, how many times did NASA change stuff on their website or in other contribution forums?
Well, the atmosphere now extends past the moon for the people who talk about the Van Allen belts and the astronauts that didn't know whether they went through it or they didn't.
Yeah,
Now,
everything's a greater distance. Now there's
yeah,
virtual photons to explain the dark matter, which never made sense that they had to create. It's all changing. So funny.
right. And when you extend the atmosphere, you extend the Van Allen belt. Yeah. So yeah, they're directly addressing us. I mean, it is. What person nowadays hasn't heard the president or somebody else talk about flat Earth? Tell me it's not internationally known topic.
Is that supposed to speak to its merits? I mean, I don't think you want to rely on Flat Earth's reputation for that.
I think it stands by itself, and it is a merit of its own.
Right. I
would
mean,
also
but you know what that reputation is, right?
It doesn't speak towards the merit of flat Earth or the validity, to be more specific. But
I would also say it's not for everybody. I think some people they just can't pick up the truth. They need to stay in their illusions.
Yeah, look how triggered people get. We have to keep kicking them off of this channel.
I know, right? So,
and I'll be honest, I have no problem that it's not for everybody. That's not even my goal. I think it would be very boring if everybody
Oh
would
my gosh,
understand
it
the
would
true
be.
nature of it.
Totally. And yeah,
This is
I
way
never
much
cared.
more
I
fun
never
like
cared
this.
what people thought about me, really, temporarily.
Same.
But it's like I've always been. It doesn't really matter. It never mattered. So, just different type of person. And yeah, it would be very boring.
100%. Man, I can't imagine how many times I got kicked out of class from the teacher because I asked too many questions. Imagine as a kid you get kicked out because you asked too many questions. Even in kindergarten I was kicked out and they told me now you need to go outside and play, and I was like, nice. I gotta ask more questions. Like literally. I got kicked out of class many times from the teacher as a kid because I asked literally too many questions. And then I just used this as an advantage to go outside and play, and you know, which was pretty cool. I mean, sometimes it was also silly questions, but I just never stopped questioning stuff, which is what my teachers hated.
I'd love to go back in time, back into school, with some of the questions I have now as a flat earther and use them to pester the teachers with.
Well, the thing is, for me, I was raised in a family where it was always political discussion since childhood, right? Like everybody was like had their own opinions and always frequent discussions on the dinner table about the stuff that goes on in the world and so forth, right? Very liberal family, so to say. So everybody could bring forth what they have found out today and whatnot, right? And I think that's also a major part why, even as a kid, I had this freedom of just asking when I wanted to, you know. And I think it's actually sad that they try to get this out of children. This what is it called? This natural.
Inquisitive nature.
Yeah. What is this? What is this word again? Neugier. Neugierde auf English. Curiosity. Children are actually very curious about things when they're young, and through the school system they get this like beaten out of them. That's why it's so hard for many people to like watch 2-hour videos or go outside and make experiments for themselves, because they think, well, if the authority has it figured out, why should I ever question it again? They have been raised to never question anything. That's why they will also not question the government if they tell them to support the current thing. You know? That's why I'm not even mad about certain people. It's just the wiring of your brain. If you have been raised to never ask questions and just accept and digest pre-digested information, then it's not really your fault, you know. It's really the system that made you that way. And if that has led you to a job and friends that are kind of equally wired, and your renown as a person is dependent on a job, and it would be, you know, people would look at you crazy if you start asking questions, then I can understand why people are so afraid of it. I mean, it can change a lot within family, friends, girlfriends, wives.
Any Globers in here have any questions? Want a cordial chat?
What do you guys think about Carl Sagan's argument? It's inside chat.
Oh, you mean Eratosthenes?
Yeah, he's talking about
Yeah,
obelisk.
what was the question? What was the question about it?
The question about it is this argument convincing?
No, he didn't prove Earth's fundamental shape one way or another, being flat or a globe.
He said it would be weird to have like zero shadow on one obelisk, and then a massive one on the other when the Earth is flat.
Why is that? I can show you a picture I took from overhead. I had set up 2 wine bottles on the floor of my pantry in a light overhead, and the shadow was longer from one bottle than it was for the bottle that the light was directly overhead.
Can you show me that? That's interesting.
Yeah. All right, 2 minutes past the hour.
Oh, you just
And is there
proved
also
your
a
table
picture
was
of
a
the
sphere.
setup? Where is the light coming from?
A flashlight overhead.
Are you
I mean,
holding
the
it
idea is we could
vertically, or are you
calculate a
holding it
globe out of this, right? We could easily calculate a globe out of this. If we were
I'd
to
like to see a
assume
picture of
first
the
that the
setup,
floor
to be
was a ball and that the light source was a near infinite distance practically, and also of immense size, then yeah, you could say that those wine bottles are on a spherical surface on a ball.
I wonder if I put this picture into ChatGPT-4 and ask him to create an artificial globe calculation out of it, if it could do that. I'm just gonna try that.
The picture is not convincing, because I cannot see your setup. That's my problem. I'd like to see where the flashlight is, actually.
Regardless, Eratosthenes was not measuring for curvature. He assumed prior to this that the Earth was already a sphere. He was measuring to gather the size, not to prove curvature. So the assumption of a ball was already there. Secondly, he assumed an infinite sun with parallel rays, something we don't see or have. And thirdly, can you please explain how they communicated over that distance and took those measurements? Where's the primary source documentation for this?
Right, the whole setup itself, as we've learned, is full of contradictions, and we don't even know if Eratosthenes really existed. There seems to be more primary documentation that the Chinese version of Eratosthenes did exist, and the Chinese version of Eratosthenes was a contemporary of when Eratosthenes supposedly lived. And this guy also assumed Earth was flat, performed the same kind of experiment, if you want to call it that, call it a demonstration, the same kind of demonstration, and affirmed that the Earth was flat based off of the shadows. I mean, there have been a couple papers on this.
Work, right? You have like a hypothesis, and then you try to manipulate the variables, but you still have to have like a hypothesis.
Right. Well, you're also trying to determine the cause of a naturally observable phenomenon with an experiment.
So his hypothesis
So
was
what
that
was
the
the
Earth is round. It's very cool. Maybe
Well, it's not
curved.
really an experiment; it's a demonstration.
And then he confirmed his hypothesis with his observation. The shadows.
No.
He
That's
affirmed
not
the
how it works.
consequent. He assumed Earth was a ball, and when his observation fit that assumption, he concluded it was a ball. That's fallacious reasoning. If A, then B, B therefore A. And the reason why it's fallacious is because it leaves out other possibilities.
If A then B, not B, therefore not A, right?
But that's valid.
Right.
Yeah, so, but in Eratosthenes' case, it was if A, then B, B therefore A. And that's on top of all the messed up situation we have. What is a stadia? Nobody even really knows what a stadia is. We got the number of them potentially used in one story. And then you have the problem of how do you communicate from one person to another, however many miles away it was, to perform the same demonstration at the same time.
What do you mean perform the same? They just observed obelisks, and shadows. That's all. You just write it down or take a picture in the sense that you just paint, you just paint the obelisk.
So how accurate were they at recording time and synchronizing and coordinating events back then? I mean, we don't really know anything about what happened there.
I believe that was across about 500 miles or something, wasn't it, from memory?
Yeah, how many days travel is that?
By camel.
And how do you even determine where you are and then communicate that? They didn't have latitude and longitude back then.
Well, I mean, it happened, I think, around the Nile River, so it happened in Egypt. So it just...
Yeah, did they have accurate maps?
It takes too long to sail the Nile.
And they also had to assume, or they thought that they were on the same longitude, but they actually weren't as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lou. That's provably so. And was it obelisks? Was it wells? I mean, we got two different stories right there.
Obelisk sticks are, typically sticks from what I hear.
Why was Carl Sagan convinced of that, right? Well, let me ask you guys something else. It's not really related to the flat Earth, but it has something to do with what we're doing here, kind of. Okay, let's say you are at the restaurant, right? Let's say you're at the restaurant, right? And you want to split the bill with your buddy, right? And you both are PhD level mathematicians, right? You both do the calculations, and then you're like, yeah, it's 27 each, and the other one is like, it's 28 each, right? But you're both epistemic peers, equally intelligent, unbiased, well-informed, and PhD mathematicians. So if you end up with 27 and your buddy ends up with 28, do you now suspend your judgment, or do you stick to your belief?
One of you's got to be right and one of you's got to be wrong, right?
Or both are wrong. That's the possibility. But the question is, if you accept this guy as your epistemic peer, do you now suspend judgment because he disagrees with you?
I just fucking double check. What do you mean?
Well,
that's
no recounting, right?
Like when friends get together and do things, normally double checking something to make sure it's right is just kind of par for the course.
I understand, but
right?
the bill is
In a natural scenario,
right? There
don't
is
you
no
think?
recounting. Well, you're trying to change the hypothesis. I appreciate that, but I mean, just try to focus on that. Maybe you cannot recount, right? You can't do that.
Well, it's a weird scenario. I don't get it, but
It's not weird. The question is, if you accept someone as smart as you are and this guy disagrees with you, is this reason for you to suspend your own judgment about the thing he's disagreeing?
What does smart have to do with? I don't get it. Like, because you're saying like if this person.
Okay, you're not tracking, bro. You're not even tracking.
This is a fallacious appeal.
Well, I mean, because people who are smart can get things wrong, and so I'm like, why? I'm gonna just because a colleague of mine is smart, just go with whatever the fuck they say. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, he probably knows what he's talking about. Let me double check. I'm not gonna go. He probably knows what he's talking about. So okay.
Yeah, maybe
I-
they're both wrong because there's this reproduction crisis, right? 70% of PhDs awarded in this one field were awarded without anybody checking their thesis to make sure that they weren't plagiarizing or stealing or ripping off or just making stuff up.
I think that's peer review, right? I think that's
it's a broken process. So the very fact to bring up PhDs makes me wonder if these guys are already not playing with the full deck to begin with.
Okay,
It's
just forget the
interesting.
PhDs, right?
It's interesting. I wonder how we got here because, like, for something as simple as a geometric inquiry, I don't know. I don't get what all the philosophy in this and that is. It's like, especially with
It has something to
geometry,
do
it's
with
like
you guys.
either. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the reason why I brought this up is that if Carl Sagan disagrees with you, right, is that reason for you to suspend your judgment? That's what I'm asking, basically.
If he disagrees with what? If he disagrees with what?
So, whatever, right? Whatever.
Not
right?
whatever.
You think he's
That's why I'm
superior to
asking.
you?
So you
Or
said it in general, and
you
I'm saying
peer?
specifically like what?
Like counting the bill, right? Trying to split the bill.
Okay, so there's a bill, there's a value that we've consumed, and we need to know exactly how much we have to pay. So
You don't have to know exactly, but you want to
What?
split
Don't
the bill.
interrupt. Don't interrupt. I'm trying hard not to interrupt you. Trying. So, yeah, there's a bill. The bill comes. We need to know how much
Of
it
course,
is.
the bill comes, right? The bill is already
Why
there.
are you interrupting at the
How is it
same
relevant how
point
the
of
bill comes to
contention that you interrupted the first time when obviously I was going to continue? Why would you do that?
Bill was brought by the waitress or something, or was rolled to you in a cart.
Dude, it's obvious Elijah's talking it out.
Does anyone
Okay,
else
he's
disagree?
conversing.
Does anyone else? Thank you, brother. Does anyone else disagree that if someone comes with a bill, you're just gonna sort of go with whatever epistemology gets you to the correct answer? Is that crazy?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. In my case, both are PhD mathematicians, and they're both doing arithmetic, right? Just
That's wholly irrelevant to the scenarios. I don't give a. It's just like this.
You don't give a shit about the scenario. That's okay, bro.
It's
Why are you
like this
answering it then, right?
overemphasis on who they are versus the simple fact that there's a quantifiable value that they need to provide money for.
Bro, you're not tracking. You really are not tracking. Okay. Is there someone else, maybe?
What am I not tracking with?
Bro, why does it? You're not tracking, right?
Okay,
The
okay.
question
So
is,
let me
if
get
you
it.
accept someone,
Hold
why are you
on.
interrupting me?
Hold on. If I'm not
You're
tracking,
interrupting me, man. You're becoming a victim of your own rule.
all right. So hold on. If I'm not tracking, then are you not saying that there are, two probably renowned, very intelligent people, and you're one of them, and your friend happens to be one of them, and you guys go to lunch or whatever, and you're trying to figure out how much it's going to be?
So you're trying to figure out, because you want to split it 50-50, right? And your buddy is
Right.
like, yeah, let me count, right? And then you're, let me count. And
But
you both count.
listen. It wasn't for you to continue. I'm trying to see where I got it wrong. Because I said, well, if the main thing is, okay, there's a definite value, so that part is known.
Yeah, there is a definite
Then
value they have to pay.
all
of
you need to
course.
figure out is how you're going to
Of course they
split
have to
it
pay.
evenly amongst you. That desire is known.
How are desires relevant, bro? What the fuck?
Why does he keep? Is it me? Am I being an asshole, guys? Because I feel like I'm
No,
being
you're
a
not
lot
an asshole,
more
but it's just not
amicable
relevant, man.
than the other day. And it's like, I don't know. This guy is talking through me, telling me what I'm saying is not relevant. As a matter of fact, this is the section of the conversation where I just repeated what you said and asked you what I missed. Because that's what you're telling me, is that I'm missing
I think
something.
you're trolling
And
me,
I'm
man.
not even saying, okay, you're gaslighting. I'm asking you, what is it that I'm missing?
You're trolling me. You
So
just
what
want
am
to
I
split the
missing?
fucking bill, bro. You just want to split the bill, right? And your buddy is like, yeah, let me see the bill. And you're like, yeah, let me see the bill. You count and you're like, yeah, it's 27 each. And he's like, no, it's 28 each. And the thing is that you accept him, you grant him to be as smart as you are, right? Because you know him from school, you both did like
Okay, so
math,
what
you
is
know.
the conclusion? How did they get to a conclusion? You guys both have accepted that you
Right.
guys are both smart, but you guys both have a different answer. The problem with
That's my question.
the problem with your analogy, because the problem lies within your question.
No,
Simply because a fifth grader knows that if there's a bill and there are two of you, then you guys have to divide whatever
buddy.
number to get an
Come
equal
on,
amount.
man.
Why is he talking when I'm talking? Every time I try to, what am I saying that's wrong? I don't get why is the listening this response? What am I like? Why do you keep interrupting? You like, it's getting me upset, guys. Like,
Bro,
so
no.
either I'm getting upset unjustifiably and you guys need to stop me, or you need to stop him before this goes to a place that's really ridiculous.
Well,
right. We know he's bringing a gotcha, and we know it's not working, and he knows it's not working.
There is no gotcha, bro. There is no gotcha. The
No,
question is
there's no
just
point. I think you
if
should
your
just.
buddy.
I'm at the
Yeah,
point
well,
where I
let me
think
tell you
you
the
should
point.
get muted because I tried to be
Oh, okay. That's not
reasonable, but
nice.
every time I come to a conclusion, you're talking through it and you're laughing. So it's like I don't think you're really here for like you don't have a
Well,
point.
don't give me this shit, bro. I'm just trying to guide your thoughts, right? To end with
Well,
the question I'm trying to
you're
ask
not
you.
really guiding my thoughts. But you know
Because
what?
you're talking
Okay,
too much, bro.
I'll give you one more chance. And I'm
I
sure.
don't need your fucking chance, bro. I mean, I don't even want your fucking opinion because you don't understand.
So I'll give you one more chance because the guys have muted you and that's what they're going to do every time. I'll give you one more chance to show that, okay, I'm not going to pull the trigger and say you're a fucking troll. I'm going to give you a chance to show that you're genuine. Seeing as that we don't have, or I don't have an answer that's reasonable, how do you answer your own question?
But the problem is that he did not even try to answer the question. I'm not even saying that you don't have a reasonable answer. I'm just
Are
interested
you
in
going
your
to answer
answer.
the question?
If
Can
there's
you answer
someone
your own question?
who you, well, bro, I'm just
Okay.
this is not a gotcha. I'm not debating you. I'm just interested in what
Why does
flat
it
earthers
sound
think.
like what I asked you is a guy? Bro, you're wasting time. I said,
Okay, I'm done.
fine,
I'm done.
whatever. Granted, all the shit that you said before. Okay, granted, I don't have an answer. So why don't you just give us the answer that you would give? And you're giving all this extra shit. I think you're acting like a little bitch.
You know how they could
There is
settle
no
it, Eli?
right
They
or
could
wrong
go
here.
into a boxing ring together, and whoever kicks the other guy's ass wins. That's how you determine who is right.
Well, that wouldn't be right because I'd win anyway, whether I was right or wrong.
I'm not asking, bro. I'm not even asking how you determine who is right.
Dude,
I'm
shut
just
the
asking
fuck up. Like
if this guy
you're
disagrees
really
with you.
drawing on
Is
my
this
energy,
reason
which
enough
was
for you to
very
suspend
high.
your
It's
own
like
judgment?
these people are like
I can give
diesel
him another.
engines. Like fucking suck you dry in 5 minutes. What the fuck? I was in such high spirits. What are you doing? Clowning around here like this. Answer your question, please.
This guy is destroying your chat. You should get him out.
This is the shit because in real life, this guy really exists. He's really in this Discord being this unreasonable. And he's out there as a real person. All of these people are. I don't fucking get it, bro. Honestly. Like I literally said on my Facebook, I said, yo, the way to my peace is ignoring the invincibly stupid people. This is stupid. This conversation we just had this is stupid.
Eli, never try to have a battle of wits with somebody that comes unarmed.
That's funny.
What was that wave mixer? I missed it.
Well, I said never have a battle of wits with somebody that comes to the battle unarmed.
Yep.
There is a very small amount of genuinely curious people that come through here. Somehow we just have a lot of resident trolls. I don't see a lot of genuineness.
Have you thought about what I said, man? How is this a troll, right?
I just think we need to just kick them out when we see them to allow the. You know why? Because we spend hours talking to them, and to reasonable people, all it is confusion because they don't have the perspective that we do. That's why they're here trying to get it from us. But we're busy fucking with people like them. So the normies don't even fucking understand what's going on. Clearly, the conversation that we just had, someone like my sister would have just checked out. She was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like, no, I don't know who the fuck that guy was, and I don't believe you either. So what can I do with any of that? Like, there's no educational value there. So we need to stop talking to them.
It is a 10-year dilemma. No, I'm just, most of these guys, they're at an advanced level. They're arguing advanced semantics. And then the person who comes in at a base level can't even begin to even understand what we believe, because we got these people who are just nonstop for 10 years straw man in the argument. They couldn't steel man it if they got paid to, you know, they straw man it. And then, so the people, you're right, and the people that come here that actually want to know what a flat earther believes, all they hear is what Scott Mackey believes a flat earther believes, or what Dogs Are God believes a flat earther believes, or the newest Gem Panda straw man for all flat earthers believe this, and it just can't be true on the globe. But they can't get the base axiom and even begin to understand where we're coming from.
What do you believe, sir?
Yeah. My belief is that no one in this room should engage with you.
Not you. The gentleman who was talking before you.
Well, I concur with him. I see no reason to talk to you, Grim.
Well, I mean,
that's what I believe.
Grim, you guys use the globe Earthers of, not talking to the flat
it's based on a logical inference.
Crazy, not even
Hey,
listening
your icon is mad ugly. Just everything about you just rubbing me the wrong way.
Well, why don't you grow up, bro? I'm ugly now. Come on.
But didn't you grow up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
I'll have a.
You pay for you.
I'll have a conversation with you, Grim.
Yes, sir.
But we're going to have to go ahead and have an understanding that you're going to concede that in Aristophanes. Holy crap! Is it me, Robot, or is it him?
It's Mike's robot in a little bit. Give him a second to Mikey Robot.
Grim, I need to have kind of a litmus test that you're being at least honest with me. So, will you concede that in the case of Aristophanes, he used two fallacious presuppositions in his measurements?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. But
okay, well then we're not going to have a conversation.
I'm agnostic, but that's not what I want to talk about, man.
All right, then
what does agnostic have to do with anything?
When people have a topic that they want to talk about, they generally go to where that conversation can be had. Now, I know it's hard because the title says Flat Earth, and you guys already have this preconceived bias and understanding, and all of the imagery and all of the things that you think just come running to the forefront of your mind when you see that word, that label. But in all honesty, you guys don't really inquire of us, what we actually have to give you. Like, you don't want the information that we have. You don't want to know why we're here. You just want to tell us what a word, flat earthers, think and how they are wrong before you have any kind of conversation. Or you want to ask us how things work given premises that you give us that we don't agree to. I mean,
I think it would be easier to change the mind of Globers if you ease into it by starting with something that you know for true and add like a foundation on foundation, right, and build up a structure until they believe.
Yeah, he
Well,
just
good thing
covered
it's
that.
not my goal to change the
That's not
mind of
what they want.
anybody.
They want to
Wow.
be. They right. They well, Elijah just covered that. So they want a specific topic where they have a specific straw man, and so to build a base axiom and steps thereof and inferences afterwards, we couldn't do because we're stuck talking about your specific topic and what you need, not what we believe, not what we have to offer, but let's cover why you believe what the globe is. And then you tell us we have nothing because we get interrupted constantly trying to answer your questions. Or we just hear nuh-uh, or somebody just keeps repeating something 30 times like it's going to become true because they've said it multiple times. Or it add weight to their argument or something, you know. Repetition doesn't add weight to anything. If you don't say it the first time and it speaks for itself, then it's probably worthless.
Well, I think repetition is sometimes useful because I hear certain ideas. I need them repeated to me because I'm following
if
along
we're
with it.
teaching you
and then-
math.
Wait,
That really
wait,
didn't
Mike,
even
did you say
address
that
anything
repetition
I
wasn't
just said.
useful?
No, I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. That didn't even address anything I said because I never made the claim that repetition wasn't useful. I only made the claim that through repetition you think the untrue becomes true. Or the
Repetition
unweighted
is
becomes
just
more weighted. Yeah.
repetition
Redundancy.
is just I mean, it's an action. Like, it like it's it's what you do to repeat something. It's not like a bad or a good thing. That's why people end up addicts or broke. That's why some people change their lives because it's very hard, but you can break a habit by being very repetitive in 21 days and turning around what you do on a day-to-day basis that could change the outcome of your future very fucking fast. So repetition is very good. It depends on what you're doing with it.
Yeah, it's good unless you're a crab in a bucket and you keep pulling me down with your dumb shit.
Oh, by the way, hey Sydney, I heard you just then. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, I hope Elijah heard me. Good to see you, man. Good.
Good to see you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else as well in here that I haven't spoken to today yet. Always good to hear from you, Mike.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same, bro. I love the common sense and down to earth, just why questions. You ask why so much in the common sense, just where any idiot can understand it, and then people, you know where they're at when they won't even address what you said, but they go back to the exact same straw man, and you just emphasize that we can't get to where we're trying to go or what we're trying to say because we're stopped by your preconceived notions and the fact that you want to talk to them. You're like a crab in a bucket. You got
Aren't these why questions? Aren't these why questions?
That's fine. Go ahead, buddy. It's all you.
I was just trying to make a comment on that. That aren't those why questions just like gotchas?
What do you mean?
Not
Give an
always.
example.
Well, Globers generally have a lot of why questions, and you consider them gotchas. Why is it different for you?
No, a why again? I don't know what that means. It's too vague. You can ask why. You can ask why. As a matter of fact, the scientific method
really down to earth, reasonable, right?
Now you're doing it.
Well, his why
now you're doing the same thing the other guy was doing when you was interrupting the back of my sentences, and Mike is going to just talk to whatever you said on the back of my sentence. I don't know why.
Exactly. So why are we entertaining this? And that's the why question. And is it a got you? You answer that. Fuck it. Why do we even bother with you?
Clearly, it's not a gotcha. It's a legitimate question. All why questions are gotchas. There you go.
It just seems like a lot of globe questions
and what
are
does
asked
it matter?
are gotchas.
Yeah, what
by
does
your
it
definition?
matter?
Because you don't want us asking them.
Well, that's not what I said. I said if you want to ask questions, then you should ask them to you should appropriate them to the appropriate people. Like that. What am
Right.
I an asshole because I don't have an answer to something you're asking? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm just saying a lot of
Because
people
I know
don't
how
want
to
those
waste
questions
time
asked
putting
because they
words in
consider
your
them
mouth the way
gotchas.
you would put words in ours. But you're
Can
the
you give
second
us
guy
an
to waste
example of
time.
those why
Like,
questions? Yeah, hold
Well,
on. Just let him give an
like,
example, bro.
what is the firmament made of? That's considered a gotcha question.
Well, so containment is a logical inference, not a known
that's not
thing,
even
and
a
nobody.
gotcha. What are you talking about, dog?
Yeah, it would just be speculation. It's not a gotcha. It's a speculation.
You
So
asked a question and I'm saying I don't know. Like that's
gas
not a gotcha.
pressure retires claim.
Yeah, but that's
containment,
why it's
so-
considered a gotcha because you don't have an answer to it. It's a question that can't really be answered.
Well,
by
here's the
flat
thing.
earthers.
Here's why it's not a
Why is
gotcha.
not having an answer a gotcha?
Because
generally
listen,
because a lot of people have explanations.
Are you exposing the fact that Globers don't understand that
Right.
you don't know everything? And there
He
isn't an
never
answer
asked
to
me if
everything?
I
definitely
believed in
understand that.
Listen,
All right then.
you never
So-
asked me if I believed in the firmament first.
Oh, okay. Well, do you?
No. So where's your gotcha question now?
Alright, well, it doesn't apply to you, but it applies to a lot of people in here because I've had the conversation. I just assumed I had it
Yeah,
with you
but
previously before as well.
That's the problem with Globers is that they assume that all flat earthers accept everything you've ever talked to any idiot person about.
It doesn't even matter. This word firmament is so weird. It's such a weird, like the fact. Yo, you know what's crazy? And I'm gonna say it. Niggas went to the Bible, somehow got there because people wouldn't accept that gas pressure requires containment. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Everybody
he's going
knows what
biblical on
PSI
it.
is. Everybody knows
What's
that.
your doctrine about the firmament?
Like that's where we go. Like we say something very interesting. Water is level. Oh, really? Well, and then it gets it into this place where we then have to respond in an absurd and twisted way. When it's like, actually, no, fuck off. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. We've now recognized all the bullshit that we don't even need to address, and that people are getting angry. Well, answer my question or you can't be right. But your question doesn't apply to anything I believe or any positive claim that I've made.
Wolsit says that he wants to be unmuted. He thinks he serves the time that he's meant to.
Hey, I think we should mute this guy for, concerned trolling for other
That's
guys.
what I'm saying. The other guy needs
I'm not
to be
concerned
muted
trolling.
and actually
Hey, man, you're not.
trolling.
You don't get a vote in this. Shut up.
I mean, he should. I don't know about
think I should
muting him, but
testify
I do
for my
want
own
to point
defense.
out he hears me talking, and he's gonna. You should have just waited till I stopped and then started.
Yeah,
talking.
why
This is
shouldn't
the
we
problem
mute
with
him?
you guys.
There's the why question. Why shouldn't? Yeah, why shouldn't we mute him?
But like, because we wasted time with one guy. It's not like I was totally unreasonable. I answered his question. He was like, dude, I don't think you get it. Then I repeated the scenario and I was like, what am I not getting it? Then he repeated it and I was like, fuck, I hate repeating. Don't do that. I didn't really say that, but because you guys know I say that all the time, me saying, oh, fuck, dude, I just said that. Basically, to then concede anyway and go, you know what? Why don't you answer your question and still not get an answer? Obviously, he's bullshit at that point. Like we've demonstrated that he's not here to have a genuine conversation. He's just here to drag us around for as long as we possibly can be dragged around, which requires energy. We all feel it. We know what it feels like to talk to one of these guys, and we know how it makes us feel when we dump all our energy. And that has to have something to do with why the fuck these people do this.
Right,
I'm
like
not
we're
here
not
to
talking
dump
I'm
about
just gonna now
flat
never
Earth.
respond when people say, okay, 4 words is all he said. What are your beliefs? When it starts like that, I'm not gonna pay no mind. That's just yeah.
Well, no, it's saying ground basis to conversation. That's what I think it is.
No, that's just it's just a really there's so much to dissect in just that sentence alone. I'm
No,
like,
no. It's just
no.
it's a preface to make you understand the reasoning behind the
because
question.
she's right. No, see, because she's right. Because if we're talking about beliefs, then we're not talking about anything known.
Or
Especially
demonstratable
since
or
I
like,
just,
you know.
especially since,
No. Continue. That's exactly why I said I'm just not going to pay no mind, because that word belief was all I needed to hear.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with beliefs, but it's not the foundation. Like you just tried to say. How you gonna have a foundation on a belief? Like you have to have foundation on knowledge. It's crazy because I just saw this episode from Young Sheldon, which is a spinoff of The Big Bang, and they were having. He's in college now, and they're having this like whole philosophy thing, and they got into the like it, I watching that show. I'm like, oh my god, I can the programming is here, and that's why I see, and that's why these guys act the way they act in our discords and in the real world, is because it's on TV. It's written in it so well. Like literally, he was getting his tooth pulled or something like that, and before he went to sleep, he was like, I need to find out the more about the force of gravity, and then Thoth, the god of knowledge, told him that it was general relativity. And then he woke up, and it was like, and I pointed out to my friend, I was like, yo, they just punted two diametrically opposed like ideas and didn't clear it up. It is like, yo,
God's science, huh? Thought.
Real quickly, I would like to say that when someone asks, what do you believe? It's not like a verbal gotcha. They just are using a shortened term of like,
yeah, I'm not saying
the
it's a gotcha
truth?
though. So why are you answering a question? No one,
It's a belief. You're asking me about a belief system.
No, I'm asking you what the truth is.
Let me tell you what this room
No,
is here for.
you're implying flat Earth is a belief, not it can't be known.
Yeah,
no, but I asked everybody what their belief is.
This room.
I have no belief.
This room is here to talk about geometry. There's nothing to believe about measurements and gathered data. Okay, so that's what we talk about. We do talk about the scientific method, which is a method, that elucidates cause and effect by actually making a supposition and then doing something, aka testing testing the truth value of your hypothesis. So we do things in here. Okay, we don't have beliefs because we're doing stuff. So we're not in here talking about Bigfoot. We're not in here talking about the different gods. We're not in here talking about my favorite color. We're in here talking about a true dichotomy, curved or straight. How does it measure? If you don't want to talk about that and you want to talk about people's beliefs, you can go to anywhere else, because it'd be kind of disrespectful after I'm like clearing up for you that what we're talking about is geometry and this and that. And you're like, no, I'm just saying we want to talk about your beliefs. Like, obviously at that point, you wouldn't be seen as a genuine interlocutor.
I'm believing right now that word belief, not as like a religious kind of belief thing, as in putting faith in it, right? I'm belief as in it's what I think about a subject based on the information I've been given. Like, you can be given two different statistics about a population, that men are smarter than women or men and women are exactly the same. This is an example I've been given before by other people.
Statistics either. Can you give another example?
Another example, well,
an example with actual objectivity. Because if not, that would be the problem with you talking about belief. Because every time you talk about belief, you talk about something subjective and opinionated, which is my problem with what you're saying. It's not about all this boils down to is the topic in here is about a genuine dichotomy, curved or straight. How does it measure?
Well, statistics are facts, are they not?
What we talk about in here, curved or straight, how does it measure?
Dichotomy. Yeah. And I would say I believe, based on the information I was given, that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, how does it measure that way though? That's the question.
I believe it based on phenomenon, some axioms of
No,
our
phenomena
reality.
is something happening. Measuring something is measuring something.
Yeah, well, I don't believe it based off any measurements besides mathematical measurements.
Mathematical measurements aren't measurements. Mathematics is mathematics, and measurements are measurements. Now
Well,
you have calculations after having had measurements, like, okay, this is the area of my floor that I'm working with. Now let me calculate how many tiles I need.
I believe that mathematics are a way to describe something that you can't measure. It's for applying math when you aren't able to actually measure
That's
it
a
physically.
problem because all we're worried about is flat or curved. How does it measure?
Well, then,
so it's interesting that you would say that, because that's what I mean by maybe you're in the wrong room, because what we do is measure.
Well, then there's no way to. You're only affirming your own belief that way. There's no way to.
No way to what?
Do that. To
No way to do
measure the
what?
curvature of the Earth without using mathematics.
I didn't say that, but what you need
No,
to
I'm
do
saying
is
that.
have a standard of measure anyway.
Yeah, I'm saying that there isn't any standard of physical measurement
Okay,
for the
but it's
curved
not.
Earth.
Yes, there is.
No, for the curve. For the curve.
Yes, there is.
What is that?
It's called the tangent point.
No, but that's
on
math.
a circle marked with an X.
But that's math.
Okay, so to check the math, you have to measure, aka geometric, measured distance. So after the math tells us the measured distance, then we measure and see if it actually is that measured distance based
What
on
I'm
the
saying
math.
is there's no way to actually get the measurement itself. You can only do the math.
Okay, so if you can't get a measurement of a positive claim of measurement, what is that? I'm not even going to ask you. That means that the claim is just in the garbage. Because I'm not the one that made a claim of geometry in the first place. So we're dealing with the claim of geometry that's already out there. And there is a standard of measure. There is. You Google it, they'll tell you, and you're able to check it. And we verify that it's invalid.
Well, I would just say here that we just reached an impasse here, and well, I would argue that math is sufficient to measure reality, and if I'm getting this correctly, you're saying it's not.
No, that's backwards, sir, because if you purely use math, I mean, physicists know that that's a no. I mean, I can get you loads of citations on that. Mathematics purely, to provide as an argument is just reification. I don't know if you need the definition on that, but I mean, I could give it to you. You could Google it. But the bottom line is you need to be practically doing something in demonstration, something of value. You can't just appeal to math, bro.
Well, I would argue that something like refraction, the calculations are based in math, and you have to combo them together to actually get a real thing.
Okay, so
real
show
measurement.
us where that's happened. Show us where that's possible.
I don't have the math on that, but I know somebody who
that's
does.
funny because I know Andrew Thomas Young
I know
Andrew
a guy.
Thomas Young says you can go about 6 times the radius, and that still doesn't give you a justification for the black swan, because the black swan is way out of 6 times larger, the radius that they've given us. So, seeing as that I'm saying that, maybe you know something I don't. But I'm pretty sure that everybody who talks about refraction or terrestrial refraction, which is different than what refraction actually is, then you know that everybody gets what they're saying from Andrew Thomas Young. So I just went there. And I understand what the man's saying and what he's not saying. He's not saying what the fuck you're saying. But if you're saying that you have some counter information, just post it in the chat. I'd love to see it. Still there?
Yeah.
Are you posting it or looking for it?
No, I'm in the middle of something else.
What a pity. So basically, if anybody understood, ultimately the takeaway from that is there's no way to actually measure the claim that they've geometrically made. Geometric meaning measured. So it should be that simple. People should understand what contradictions are, but because people suspend their belief so much, when they see a contradiction, they kind of just justify it. And that's the problem. How could level be no elevation change and at the same time a perfect curve or circle?
Well, that's because level is in reference to the surface. Because if
I
it's
wasn't asking you, bro. To be honest, like
I didn't know who you were
I'm going
asking.
off. I'm going off of again what I was saying about paradoxes. The fact that the way level is defined is having no part higher or lower than another, but specifically in this instance of the thing that you would believe to be true but not know to be true,
I just
goes in
assumed
direct
because nobody else
contradiction.
was talking
Oh my
that you
god!
were
Oh my
asking me.
god! Oh my god! Going in direct contradiction with the definition itself, having no part higher or lower than another, but at the same time, we're talking about literally a curve.
Do you want to hear what I think or no?
I mean, what you're gonna say is gonna be whatever. I don't care.
I would say that it's in reference to the surface. So it wouldn't be higher and lower than something if it's based on the circumference.
Exactly. You're
If you're
saying the
looking at
same thing. You're saying the same thing that I'm saying. But
if you're looking at
you think that there's a difference. You just applied a different connotation to it.
I'm saying if you're looking at it from a perspective that's like off the surface, then I guess it would look different. But from anywhere on the surface, that same level looks the same. It's based on it's relative to your perspective.
It's not about perspective. It's about geometry. You're standing on a point. All points from your location is literally changing. And sir,
Where are we looking at this from?
I want to punch you in the mouth for talking every time I try to continue a point. I'm not pausing. What's your problem?
I didn't know if you were pausing or not.
You
Usually
retarded?
people don't have a problem with this. Now you're okay.
You keep doing it.
I interrupt you every once in a while and then you immediately say,
You
"Oh, are you
keep
retarded?"
on doing it.
Oh, John Riz is here, bro. He's the creator of sex.
What?
I was talking about John Riz.
so worried about other people.
Geometrically, every point away from you is going to be lower for simplicity's sake. That is the, I'll tell you what is not the definition of level. Maintaining altitude is level, but saying maintaining altitude is actually curving around a ball is not something you can justify. You can say it. How do you justify it?
You gotta have a different definition of level.
No, not with definitions. So you say it. So practically, how is it demonstrably true in reality? What
No, but I'm saying we're talking about different things.
I'm playing Call of Duty, bro. This is not. This ain't it. Guess
I
I'll
would
wait
say
for
we
somebody
can't
else
have
who's
a.
better to come through.
I would say we don't have a good conversation if our definitions aren't in line, because we don't understand what each other are saying. It's like we're speaking different languages if our definitions are different between each other.
You're not allowed to work on a construction site, dude.
Yeah, you got to know what flat means.
Level means level in every dictionary everywhere.
Yeah, but what does level mean?
It's the same exact. It's the same in every dictionary except for Webster's dictionary, which is the one dictionary that actually has the contradiction in terms in it.
A horizontal plane or line with respect to distance above or below a given point. So it is based on perspective. It's in respect to distance above or below a given point.
That is a measure. That's not
what would you call a line that
What
is
are you
not?
talking about? But that isn't that a measure, like how high or low something is? Like
Above
that's
a
not
given point. So
perspective.
depending on your point.
Okay,
it
but
depends on which point you're looking at it from.
That's not a perspective. No, what you're saying from that person's perspective, it's still an objective measure. So when you say perspective,
It's an
how you're
objective measure subjective to location. So it's perspective.
That still doesn't change anything. That doesn't
I would argue
change
it does
anything.
change a lot.
No, so justify it then, like I just asked you to.
What would you call a horizontal line that isn't curved then, in your worldview?
Well, level is placing a horizontal.
It's going to be the same exact thing. My bad. What were you going to say?
Never mind.
No, say it.
I kind of forgot. I was like focused on
Is
something
level
else.
not horizontal? Is that what you're trying to say? Say it.
No. I was saying
So what are you
that
saying?
level is placing another plane on top of a point.
And then it's like when you realize either they're fucking around or they're really that dumb. It's like, what do you do then? Because 20 minutes ago, I figured I couldn't really say anything that would make sense to this person.
He comes in here and every day and does this. On Saturday, he spent like 12 hours
All
here.
right, but why are y'all allowing it though?
It's not
Like,
his first
shouldn't we be cultivating a better audience?
Your whole audience is going to be like this. That's not flat earthers, basically.
Well, I don't care if the whole audience is like this. The problem is it's the same you. If it's a different person, then they get the same respect that you got the first fucking time you walked in here. The problem is you're still here.
Yeah, but my point is that everybody is somewhat
Didn't
like
I
me.
just respond to that?
Huh? What?
Didn't I just respond to that point?
No.
When I said, yeah, I understand that people are going to probably be like you, but they'll be different people.
Yeah. But if you want to like shut me up, you will be doing the same for them as well.
No,
if
no,
they're
no,
the
no,
same.
no. You have been in here long enough, and you're a clown. It'd be different if someone was here first day. We would have to give them the opportunity not to be retarded, because sometimes it does take a little while. But you can't be in here 2-3 weeks doing the same shit. There are people in here who's been doing this for years, and I look at flat earthers all the time. What the fuck are you talking to them for? But the more I asked that question, the more people got upset at me. So guess what I did to capitulate? I started fucking talking to you guys, and I still don't understand why we're doing it.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey.
You got a question?
Yeah.
Ask us. Okay, welcome.
What the fuck? Yo, why are these fucking Hindus doing this shit?
And again, I go back to the point of like we're really having real conversations with people that are real. These cartoon-like conversations with people with they're real people, bro. But they really act like this, and they think maybe because their parents were terrible. I don't know, but I knew when I was lying, and I tried to pass it off to my dad, and he called it out. I knew I was caught, and I knew there were repercussions for that. So I stopped lying. So it's like you guys don't understand that people actually can tell when you're lying. Do you know when you learn that you can actually tell when someone's lying when you have children? Because you can't be this dumb to think that I believe what you're saying. It's not adding up. But you guys really think I don't know. I don't get it. It's so weird. It's so weird.
If people were lying like this in their jobs, they'd be shit canned real quick. Like what Radwin brought up about a job site. Can you imagine some guy going up being like, well, horizontal could be curved.
It's amazing.
You know what I don't understand, Eli, is what kind of people would come in here just to troll, have nothing better to do in their life. I mean, I can see the people that are interested and want to know about this and are curious and actually have actual questions or whatever. I can see wanting to come in here. You know, people that know what's going on, and we all want to, share ideas and realizations together. I understand, but someone just has nothing better to do, and they go someplace that he doesn't understand nor care to want to understand, and just wants to be, to try to be a thorn, and just waste their time. I mean, what good does it do for them? I just don't understand. Maybe I'm just stupid, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's true, and it's obvious when they do. Many of us have these real, genuine conversations with real people in our lives outside the internet, and then we come into Discord, into channels like this, and then we see dishonesty, and it's blatant. It sticks out.
Yeah. Let me point out to Goob at 6:53 p.m. where he asks, "How is equal in altitude contradictory to horizontal?" It's not. That's what horizontal is. Equal in altitude, the same altitude, all across one point to another point, is horizontal. So I don't know why you're asking how it's contradictory.
It's funny how some people just join to check if they're still muted.
Hello? Anybody talking here?
Go ahead. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah. Hey, Sydney, what's up? Hello? Sydney, are you a female?
What?
Is she a female?
What? Yeah.
Are we a zoo? Is this a flat Earth zoo to you?
So,
What
no, I just wanted.
question was that?
Yeah, you sound hot. Okay. Anyway, let's read.
I'm
something.
going to bed, but I'll be listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What? Did I ask like what pajamas you're wearing?
No, you can't. This is not a pajama wearing
Discussion.
server. That's
Okay.
right.
We're not discuss.
All right, you're on mute. Who's up next?
So, do the rings go behind Saturn?
It certainly looks like they do.
Why is that?
Why does it matter? You can't verify it anyway.
Well, you can look at it.
I'm just asking a question, bro. You don't have to get defensive.
Just stating facts. You can't verify. You can just speculate all you want through observations. That's it.
Are you saying the rings don't go behind Saturn, or they do?
Like I said, you can't verify. Only speculate.
I mean, I've looked at it through a telescope.
Cool. Good for you.
Yeah, but you can't see behind with your telescope.
No, I mean, I see the rings go behind Saturn with the telescope. They literally
You can't
go
see dimension
around.
in your telescope either. It's all flat, two-dimensional. It's an image.
What I mean by they go behind is that like part of the ring is literally not there, and then there's the ring and part of the ring in front, or what looks to be like on top of. My question is like, why is that like part missing? Why is that ring like cut off? Yeah, look at the side chat. You can see like the ring is just like on top of the Saturn, and then it goes to the left and to the right, and then there's this part of it that's like not there. Why is that part missing?
It's magic.
Do y'all have any thoughts about where those rings went? The ones that are like cut off or seem to be cut off?
I don't know. Maybe they are rings. So what?
Well, doesn't that mean that those planets in the sky are all spheres?
So what if they are? Earth isn't a planet.
How do you know that?
Well, it's a good bet, right? Because when I look up and I see a light in the sky, it's got some pretty colors. It doesn't resemble anything like what I see here.
Really? Like you don't think Mars?
Yeah, like I got
resembles
trees
anything?
and water and animals and all kinds of stuff. Plus, Earth measures flat. Those things in the sky may not be flat.
Wait, you can measure the curvature or flatness of Earth? I thought it was too small to measure.
Yeah, it doesn't conform to a globe.
No, I mean, I thought you couldn't tell the difference between a globe and flat because the difference would be so small. How are you measuring it?
What are you talking about?
I'm wondering about your claim that said Earth measures flat.
Yeah, it does.
But what measurement are you using?
Well, I mean, pick one. We've got a bunch of them we can talk about. Long distance observations on our home server. You've been through this before, Matt.
Those aren't measurements; those are observations.
Well, some of them are measurements, actually.
There are measurements of angles, but I think it sounds like
Yeah, that's a measurement, isn't it, Matt?
You're inferring something about those measurements. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Mathematician, I haven't seen you in here before. Why did you name yourself mathematician? I like math too.
Because I'm a mathematician.
Oh, nice. What did you study? Like what area of math?
Discrete mathematics.
I studied computer science, so of course I like discrete math.
Nice.
I don't like to be all open about my mathematics. I prefer to be discrete.
In grad school, I studied like p-adic analysis, some graph theory. Those are for my qualifiers. Abstract
And
algebra.
of course, when all your studies, you came across digital currencies, and therefore you were an early investor in Bitcoin and bought hundreds of them when they were cheap, right?
No, Bitcoin's a terrible currency. I don't deal with money that goes in the black market.
Well, that rules out the dollar, doesn't it?
That's a good point.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't use a dollar.
I mean, they've done those studies, right, where they figured out what the average cocaine content is of like $100 bill.
Well, yeah, think about who uses $100 bills. Normal people don't use them that often. But I could see that cocaine dealers might use them way more often than I do.
Hey, Matthew.
Mic check, mic check. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah, I
ahead.
can hear you.
Okay. Oh, what's good, AJ?
Hey, pretty quiet in here. Everyone's in here, but it's all quiet.
Yeah.
Hey, Crit. You there, Crit?
Can anyone tell me how the Earth is a globe? Like, how can?
Yeah. I posted a diagram at 13 past the hour. If the Earth is flat, it's hard to explain why the moon appears the same size from two different cities at the same time. So, but that rules out the Earth being flat.
So the sky.
Right.
How do you get 90 degrees on a ball, surface of a ball?
Oh, this diagram is 90 degrees on a flat Earth, not the ball.
So you can't use triangles on a ball, right?
I don't think you ever need to. Why would you ever need to use a triangle on a ball?
Celestial navigation.
No, celestial navigation doesn't use right triangles. And I'm talking about the size of the moon. Here, I'll explain why the size of the moon is the
Oh,
same
I'm not
as
talking about the size of the moon. I don't give a shit what happens in the sky. I can't go there.
I think that's a probably pretty wise strategy for flat earthers to completely ignore everything they see in the sky, just because it's so problematic.
What is problematic about it?
The thing that I posted at 13 past the hour, for one, the moon appears the same size from two different cities.
I don't think that is true.
It's not true, or it's not problematic.
Well, it's a comic, right? So therefore,
It's a diagram explaining.
A comic, therefore true.
No, diagram representing how things would work if the Earth were flat.
Interesting.
So just as a hint, what you can say is the moon is not real. It's a projection. Don't look at the sky, focus on the ground. Why should I say that? It's not real.
Bro, the problem is this, right? I can fundamentally get the foundation of my claim basis, which is I can falsify an assumed radius of roughly 4,000 miles, which would be what the heliocentrists assume about the ground. Therefore, everything about the sky are just baseless assumptions. You're not smarter than me or anybody else regarding it. And when you observe the moon, no matter from which city on this earth, you observe it from a topographical plane, which means there is no flat earth model to be applied. It's just reality is reality, bro. The moon is the moon in reality. The sun is the sun in reality.
Yeah, you're right. We see what we see. And the question is which model describes our observations better. And this sort of falsifies that the Earth is flat.
Can you have a pressurized system like Earth in the vacuum of space?
Well, bro, there is no model. There is just Earth. There is just reality that we both observe the same way. You observe the Earth to be a topographical plane just as I do, motionless and so forth.
I mean, what goes into the assumption of what the moon even is to say that it couldn't work on a flat Earth?
Oh, you look at it. You look at it through a telescope. It looks like a real physical object.
Yeah, but what is it?
It doesn't matter what is it.
If it could be anything, then it can do exactly what it does on flat Earth.
Not if it's a physical object.
Well, okay.
So it could be
what
50
kind of
feet
physical
tall,
object?
right? Could be 50 feet tall.
The size doesn't matter. I'm just looking at the moon and saying there's a physical object. If two people look at it, we can sort of triangulate and figure out things about the ground from it.
Based off the website you provided that's about funny memes that I just seen. So I'd like to go back to your claim about celestial navigation not using triangles or right-angled triangles. So when we're doing celestial navigation, aren't we measuring elevation angles or angles of elevation?
Celestial navigation.
They both follow the laws of physics, really. That's why.
The celestial navigation works by looking at a star and measuring its vertex distance, which is an angle from vertical, if it's not directly vertical, Then you take that angle, multiply by 60 nautical miles, and then that's how far you are from the ground position of that star. Do that 3 times, you can trilaterate and figure out your position.
Celestial navigation is using a right-angled triangle. You're measuring an elevation angle. You're sighting out to the horizon. You're sighting the star, bringing it down, measuring the angle, forming a 90-degree angle at the base. And require this, and you're required, yes, and you're also required to subtract that 90-degree angle to find your position.
See, that's a roundabout way of finding the vertex distance. I'm talking about just looking in the sky and getting the vertex directly from the sky. You don't even need a right triangle.
And we're doing celestial navigation using a sextant. We're not just looking in the sky.
Yeah,
we're creating a right-angled triangle with a sextant. We're establishing a baseline out to the horizon, and then we're measuring the angle to the star. And what's an angle?
An angle is a measurement between 2 perfectly straight lines, like straight up and the line that goes straight to the star. That's called the vertex distance, and that's what you need, and only that.
That's not how celestial navigation is done. Celestial navigation, again, is done using a sextant.
I'm talking about finding the vertex distance to the star. You can use whatever you like.
Now you're changing the goalpost because we're talking about celestial navigation and the use of sextants creating right-angled triangles, because your claim was that a right-angled triangle is not used in celestial navigation. That's a straight-out lie.
I didn't say that. I said you don't need it.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so you multiply 60 nautical miles by what?
Are we using a right triangle for celestial navigation or not?
You don't need to. Some people do. It's not required.
When we're using a sextant, are we doing celestial navigation? Yes, is that the instrument or the tool that's used?
You can use a sextant for celestial navigation, yes, but it's not required. A protractor would work.
Correct. A protractor would work. And what does a protractor have? Again,
it measures
flat baseline. A flat baseline to measure an angle.
You see the image I posted in the chat at 19 past the hour? You need the 35 degrees. You need the angle between the zenith, the blue line, and the angle to the star, the reference star, the red line. That's what you need. That 35 is all you need.
Sorry, I'm on my phone. I'm trying to find it. So can you explain this for me then?
Sure. If you assume the Earth is a globe, then you can find the vertex distance, which is that 35 degrees at the top, which is the angle between the zenith and the angle to the reference star, that 35 degrees, multiplied by 60 nautical miles, and you get 2,100 nautical miles. That's the distance to the ground position of the star.
So you're claiming that when we do celestial navigation, that they're measuring zenith angles, not elevation angles.
You can do whatever you like. All you need is that 35. You can measure that 35 directly out of the sky, or you could use the celestial horizon.
The first thing that we do when we're doing celestial navigation is we correct for eye height down to sea level again.
That's one way to do it. You don't have to do it that way.
Well, I don't know, but everything I know about celestial navigation and any experience I've had on the water has always been that the horizon is 1.225 times the observer's height in feet, the distance to the horizon, and we're measuring elevation angles to stars, not zenith angles. So if I don't know anything further than that, but if anyone else does, feel free to.
What's the first thing you do with that elevation angle? You subtract it from 90, right? Because what you really need is the zenith distance.
Correct. That is correct, actually.
Yeah, so I'm saying all you need to do is measure the zenith distance directly out of the sky. You can ignore the horizon, especially if it's foggy or you can't see the horizon. You can just do it that way.
We need the 90. Where are you getting the 90 from?
There's no 90 in that. Where's the 90 in my diagram?
Didn't you just say that we needed to subtract from 90? Where's the 90 exactly?
I'm saying
Hang on,
you
I got a
need
phone
to
call.
subtract from 90
Hold
if
up,
you're
dude.
going to
I
use
got
the
a phone
horizon.
call. Hang on, man. I got to dip out. I got a phone call.
Yeah, go for it.
Wife.
So Matthew, what do you value higher? Sky observations or direct measurements of the ground?
All observations are relevant.
So what about these hundreds upon hundreds of black swans that you have probably also been seeing?
Yeah, every single one of them can be easily explained by light bending 0.01 degrees per mile instead of 0.00 degrees per mile. It's not much. So I just dismiss all of those.
So you just dismiss them all because it's all an optical illusion.
No, because light bending 0.01 degrees per mile doesn't bother me. I think it's possible.
Yeah, but you think it's an optical illusion where you can see things where you shouldn't be able to see them.
I don't know if I'd call it an illusion. It's just how turbulence and atmosphere works. Light bends sometimes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
So even if we see horizon behind certain objects, it's just all reflected upwards.
Sometimes, yeah.
And why do you think someone like me is not accepting that?
Well, probably stubbornness. I don't know.
So you would say that no matter how great the missing curvature is, if it all can be explained by bendy light.
I suppose there would be some limit on what I'd be willing to accept, but 0.01 degrees per mile, that's not hard for me to buy. I think that's possible.
And how did you get that number?
That's the minimum number you would need in order to make a globe Earth of 3959 mile radius look flat.
And how did you came to that conclusion?
Mathematics? What do you mean? That's just the geometry of the situation.
And how can you make sure that mathematics are equal to what is being observed in reality?
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just saying that that's all that would have to happen. And so I actually say that squinting at the horizon is not super useful for either side because turbulence messes things up so much that you're not going to get accurate measurements off anything. Have you ever seen the Skunk Bay GIF where everything's just sort of jumping around in the space of one day? So I don't think you can measure precisely things on the horizon at all.
Wait, can you be more precise? I didn't quite understand what you tried to say there.
Yeah, the 0.01 degrees per mile is the minimum amount of light bending required to maximally make a globe Earth appear flat. And so sometimes it bends less, sometimes it bends more. But even if it's only bending 0.01 degrees per mile, that's enough to raise things up enough to make it appear perfectly flat, even if it's not. That doesn't say it's not flat. I'm just saying that because it's just a tiny difference that we're talking about, I don't think that squinting at the horizon is going to help you or me. I think we just need to look at other things.
So no matter how much curvature is missing, simply put it, it will always be due to bending light, refracted light.
Yeah, so to be clear, 0.01 degrees per mile is enough to have an infinite curvature. You know what I'm saying? So it's based.
I really don't.
Yeah. So there could be infinite amount missing if light bends at 0.01 degrees per mile. And so I don't think it proves one way or the other is all I'm saying.
What is the proof of that? Because I mean that's a claim, right?
No, it's just mathematics.
That to be true.
That's just another way of saying 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, but you agree with mathematics, everything is possible.
No, I'm just saying, okay, so 8 inches a mile away is only 0.01 degrees. And so if light bends even just that tiny amount, it's going to be hard to tell if the surface of the lake is perfectly flat or if it dips down 8 inches. You see what I'm saying? That difference is only 0.01 degrees. And so how are we going to tell if the surface of the lake doesn't bend, or maybe it does bend? It doesn't prove it one way or another. I'm just showing that 8 inches per mile squared is equivalent to 0.01. It's actually less than that. It's 0.0077 degrees per mile. So, you know, how are we going to tell the difference if that's a tiny little difference we're talking about?
Yeah, but still, the question that is going through my mind is, how have you verified that to be truthful? What if your conclusion at the end is wrong?
How have I verified what? The 0.0077?
Yeah, how have you made sure that your assumption, mathematical assumption, is correct?
I mean, I guess you could ask anybody who knows anything about trigonometry and see what angle 8 inches subtends at a distance of 1 mile. It's not like I'm not saying anything unusual. It's just the raw math of it. I'm not saying it's proof that the globe exists. I'm just showing that it doesn't defeat the globe by itself. FE Victory Lap is asking where the R comes from. The R is a calculation based on a measurement, so using an assumption.
So where's your celestial horizon and visible horizon here?
Depends. I mean, it's hard to tell because of atmospheric conditions can change things. So, yeah, I don't think it's hard to tell.
In this picture that you have, the celestial horizon and the visible horizon are both off in space somewhere. They're nowhere near the surface of the Earth. But to do your zenith angle, you still require, the most important part of measuring your zenith angle is having a flat baseline there.
No,
regardless of the angle that you're measuring.
You only need that 35, the difference between the zenith and the angle to the reference star. That's all you need.
You actually also need a baseline.
No, you don't. You just multiply that 35 times 60 and you get the 2100 nautical miles. That's the distance you need.
So your claim is that this is how celestial navigation is done in the majority of the time?
No.
So what tool are they using in celestial navigation to measure the zenith angle?
Typically they use a sextant in the horizon, but you don't need to. It's just
to measure a zenith angle. No, they don't use sextants to measure zenith angles.
They calculate the zenith angle from the elevation angle. They do 690
minus. So I was correct that they do need the flat plane to calculate that.
No, they typically do that, but they don't need that. I'm talking about what is required.
They typically do it, but they don't need it.
Right.
Zenith angles are never measured directly in celestial navigation.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to do, but you could.
They're always correct. So they're always calculated after the use of a sextant with a flat plane required.
If you're going to do it that way, then you would need to find the horizon. I'm saying that it's
there is no tool. What is the tool that you use to measure a zenith angle in celestial navigation so that you can measure a correct angle?
You could just hang a plumb bob and use a protractor.
Oh, so now we have hanging plumb bobs from space and protractors being used for celestial navigation? I don't think so.
Yeah, I
Celestial
wouldn't use that.
navigation
That's a
is
hard way to do it.
primary, is not done primarily with any zenith angles. If a zenith angle is measured, it's measured with a sextant using a flat baseline. We don't have plumb bobs hanging from ships or hanging from space. So no, we're not measuring or doing celestial navigation with your plumb bob calculations for a zenith angle. In reality, we're measuring an elevation angle with a flat baseline, and if you require your zenith angle, you're acquiring it from the measurements taken with the sextant.
You're right. That's the way it's typically done.
That's done because you don't have a tool to measure a zenith angle when you're doing celestial navigation, and we don't have plumb bobs hanging from the sky, and we don't have plumb bobs hanging from the mast of a ship or the ship's rolling around on the ocean. Celestial navigation is not done the way that you have claimed here, Scott. Oh, sorry, is this Scott? Who am I talking to?
The way that celestial navigation is done is not done the way that I've been describing. We're talking about two different things.
No.
You're talking
So what
about the way
tool-
things.
No, we're not.
Let me finish
No,
the sentence.
you claimed.
Stop.
No,
Let me
no, I
finish.
won't,
Never mind.
because you're
Enough.
lying now, Matthew Learns. You're lying now because your claim was that celestial navigation does not use a right angle triangle. I asked you about elevation angles. You told me no. It can also be done this way. Yeah. When I told you that you still required a flat baseline to acquire your zenith angle doing celestial navigation this way, you said no, you don't. You've now given me an example of a protractor and a plumb bob dangling from the sky, something that does not occur. So you're sitting here and you're lying now, Scott.
I'm not
Scott,
lying.
sorry, Matthew.
Let me explain the difference. What we're talking about. We're talking about what typically is done and what has to be done. We're talking about what's required and what needs to be done.
We're
Yes.
not. It's not even a conversation about what's typically done and what has to be done, because what has to be done is the measurement of an elevation angle with a sextant, so you can acquire your zenith angle because you don't have a tool to do it. So regardless, we're using a sextant, whether it's going to be an elevation angle or a zenith angle. Very simple.
That's typically how it's done, and that's the way that almost always
That's
done.
the only
Yeah,
way
that's
it can be done. What tool are you using in celestial navigation to measure a zenith angle?
Okay, so saying that it's typically done that way and it
What
has to
tool?
be done that way are
What
different
tool
things.
is used? What tool is used in celestial navigation to measure a zenith angle?
A sextant.
Correct. And how does the sextant work?
You look at the horizon and calculate an elevation angle.
And an elevation angle is the angle between two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So no,
That's right.
Scott, you're no. So sorry, you're wrong.
Yeah, so you can do it that way. I've never said you can't.
No, but you're claiming the way it's done, the way we can do it is by measuring a zenith angle. Yes, we
Right.
can measure a zenith angle. So what tool are you using to accurately measure a zenith angle that's not an imaginary plumb bob hanging out of the sky?
All plumb bobs are hanging out of the sky. What are you talking about? Plumb bobs are not.
No, they're not. So all plumb bobs just dangle from the sky, do they?
Well,
We
I
have
mean-
plumb bobs dangling, or are they attached to a building or a crane or, some sort of structure? Or do we just see floating plumb bobs, according to you?
I didn't say
Are
they're
they
floating.
attached to the sky? Has anybody? Well, how have we got plumb bobs attached to the sky, Matthew?
You tie
I've never
it to
seen a
some
plumb bob
structure.
attached to the sky. Oh, we tie it to a structure.
Right.
So on your boat, while you're out doing celestial navigation, where have we seen these plumb bobs tied to a structure to measure a zenith angle?
You wouldn't use it on a ship because the ship is
No,
moving.
we
and
wouldn't
you would-
use it. So we wouldn't use it in celestial navigation. We would use the tool that was designed for celestial navigation, where you can acquire your zenith angle. Thank you very much. Argument
Yeah,
over.
that's what you would use. That's typically what you would use. My argument is that it's not required.
Cool. So show me how it's done. What tool are you using apart from floating plumb bobs to measure your zenith angle while doing celestial navigation?
You could use, not on a ship, but on steady land, a plumb bob and a protractor to measure the zenith angle directly. That's my whole point. Is
So
that you
where
could
we,
do that.
so you could do that. So
Yeah,
what are we
if the
hanging this
horizon,
plumb bob off? So what are we hanging this plumb bob off?
whatever you like.
Whatever we like.
Your
Okay, so
mother's
we can
clothesline.
measure a zenith angle. Okay, we can measure a zenith angle if we had a solid structure that wasn't moving and we hang a plumb bob from that. I don't deny that.
Right,
But
that's
what
all I
we
was saying.
that's right. So, but what we do in reality, 90% of the time, or 99.99% of the time, is we use a sextant measuring an elevation angle where we can also acquire our zenith angle. So
That's
by
right.
claiming that a plumb bob and a protractor can be used to measure a zenith angle on an Earth, still does not negate the fact that celestial navigation is done using a sextant, acquiring an angle, requiring 2 straight lines.
I agree with you.
Cool. So not a globe proof then. So why are we going down this path?
So you take that zenith distance, that 35 degrees multiplied by 60, and if you notice that the bigger the distance gets, the bigger the bigger the angle gets, the bigger the distance gets. That's a linear relationship. So it can't be a trigonometric equation.
According to the citation that you gave from a funny memes page with no other information except for a drawn picture. Cool story, bro. We've just been through it.
Okay, so you take 60 and multiply it by an angle. That's well known. What would you say is wrong with that statement?
How are you acquiring a baseline, 2 straight lines, how are you acquiring your 2 lines to measure your angle in the first instance on a globe?
Are you asking how it's typically done or how it's required to be done?
I'm asking how, in reality, when I take out my sextant to measure an angle and I require 2 straight lines, how this is done on a sphere.
Yeah, you do it by looking at the horizon and then measuring that and comparing that to the elevation angle of the star, and then you get some number.
How are you measuring the horizon? How are you measuring the horizon?
You just look at it. What do you mean?
So we know that this triangle forms a 90 at the GP of a star, which could be 1,000 kilometers away. So if that's the case, we don't have a 90-degree angle anymore. You've lost your 90-degree angle. And so how, again, are you measuring a flat, straight line to obtain an angle on a curved surface?
Yeah, there's no flat straight line, so trigonometry doesn't work.
So that means that the sextant doesn't work.
No, it means that you don't use
we use a sextant in reality. Well, unfortunately, you've admitted about 10 times throughout this conversation that a sextant does indeed measure elevation angles. An elevation angle is the angle between 2 straight lines. So again, your argument's just fallen apart here.
I think my argument's perfectly intact. I don't know how you think it's fallen apart.
Well, hang on. You've just told us no. We can't have these 2 straight lines. We can't have a straight line. I'm right. We can't have this straight line. I asked how we would then use a sextant. Yeah? And what did you say to that? A sextant doesn't measure elevation angles. After you've just told me 10 times that a sextant's used to measure elevation angles when we're arguing about zenith angles. You've just contradicted yourself.
The sextants measure angles. They measure the angle between the horizon and a star.
They measure an elevation angle.
Well, they measure an angle.
They measure an angle of elevation.
No, you have to adjust it slightly sometimes, and so they're just measuring a pure angle, and you have to make some assumptions about the dip correction.
How are you obtaining an angle of a device that gives you a line of sight to create an angle which requires two straight lines?
Yeah, because
you've just said we don't have.
Those two lines of sight are straight. The line of sight to the horizon, the line of sight to the star. Those are two straight lines, and it measures the angle in between.
There is no straight lines on a curved surface to the horizon.
What are you talking about? There's a straight line to everything. Everything you look at is a straight line. You can assume it to be a straight line.
Not once we adjust eye height down to sea level to create our baseline.
Yeah, so it's a slightly downward, but it's still a straight line.
No, it's not slightly downward. It's eye height correction to sea level. Out to the horizon, the horizontal line where the sky appears to meet. What you're talking about is a horizontal line to a tangent point that you don't have.
Okay, so once you have your angle, what do you do with it?
Depends on what you're trying to establish. There's many different things you can do. But the point of the argument here is how are we establishing the angle in the first place? It began with the zenith angle argument, and we've gone all the way back to the sextant. But anyway, I've got a few things I've got to do. I'm done. If anyone's happy to take over, I don't want to go around in circles anymore and waste any more of my time. I've got a few things I've got to sort out.
All right, take it easy.
Have fun. Fun.
Hey, who's around for that 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 tooth remedy that like yeah, who's around for that? None of you guys? You know, for toothache, some type of mixture that you put on it. Anybody?
Yeah, you need clove oil.
That's what it is.
Well, clove oil. You got an abscess. You want to eat 3 cloves of garlic a day at 3 separate times, morning, evening, and night. And the garlic is an antimicrobial, antibacterial, and antifungal, and it kills viruses and germs inside your whole body. Don't do it on an empty stomach, or you'll get a stomach ache. And you'll get rid of all of it without antibiotics, all the infection and everything.
So clove oil and
Clove oil
garlic.
is for pain. Garlic is for the infection.
I see. So there is no mixture. It's just clove oil. You put the clove oil for the pain,
I
and
don't know. They might have some mixture that other people use, but that's what the Amish use.
is this is called oil pulling, right, or something?
Oh, what you're talking about is coconut oil. You take coconut oil in your mouth 3 times a day after you brush your teeth when you got an abscess, and you flush it around like mouthwash for 20, 30 minutes 3 times a day, and it pulls all the toxins out of your body from the abscesses.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works too.
What the fuck? Yeah, oil for the win. I just use peppermint oil when I have headaches and stuff on my
Most
temples.
headaches come from a lack of water.
Yeah, I realize that. And I have these weird waves of like when I'm healthy, and then the time of year when I'm not. So I could go like 4 months and not realize that like I've replaced water with soda, juice, you know, and that can become really dangerous. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I realize how much you know sugars and sugary drinks that I drink when I quit them, because I'm like, damn, I'm always thirsty and I'm chugging back water bottle after water bottle. I'm like, no, it's just that I'm usually drinking this many sodas. And I'm like, damn, whoa, you know?
Yeah, if you take a soda out of your diet every day for a year, you'll lose approximately 200 pounds, they say,
Hmm.
in a year.
I get what they're trying to say. I get it. Like you would ultimately that's like 200 pounds that if you stayed in the house and didn't do anything is yeah, you get big really quick. That's kind of what happened here. Like I moved to Jersey, and I'm nowhere near as active as I was in New York City. Climbing stairs, doing delivery, just back and forth through the city all day. Now I'm just in the house on the phone, on the computer. So it's like if I don't work out, it's just I'm just shit out of luck.
Right. Yep, I hear
But
that.
thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. I had a couple of friends on my Facebook, and they were talking about how
Yeah, my wife taught me
frustrated
about
they
the
were.
oil with the coconut
Mhm.
oil when your teeth are bad. Is there anything else you can think of other than garlic? That guy came on with a tooth problem. Garlic is his best friend. Yeah. He said the same thing. Garlic's your best friend.
Thank you so much. I had no idea, because I mean, other than garlic on pizza and stuff, like I don't really mess with it. Like garlic salt, garlic powder, I guess, but obviously that's not.
That's your raw garlic. Gotta be raw.
Mm. Oh God. Oh,
Just
I couldn't
swallow.
have
Just chew it twice and swallow it like a
Yeah,
pill.
just chew it twice and swallow it like a pill.
3 times a
Oh,
day. It'll
that
keep
doesn't
all.
sound bad.
Yeah, you do. You
Do
chew it
you
more than
drink it
twice.
with anything?
If you chew it more than twice, it's gonna burn your mouth if you got an infection in your mouth.
All right.
And the
Do
more
you
it
do
burns,
you
that's telling you the more infection you got in your body, especially when it gets to
okay.
your stomach. It
Hmm.
kills parasites and all kinds of shit. If you do it 3 times a day for a month, you'll start pooping out worms if you got worms in your body.
First of all, just assuming as a 35-year-old man from New York City, I just accepted the fact that I probably do. I would hate to be shitting out worms, man. I just, but it's also sick to say keep them where they're at. I don't know. It's a very scary place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, most countries have laws that say you gotta detox,
Yeah,
deworm.
that's what like our elders did. You know, that's what all of those remedies. You know, our grandparents had, and that entire the way that things were with our grandparents. Do this, and one thing of this, and I I don't even have that knowledge to pass on to my child because my mom wasn't like that. I just grew up as a child in a world like I could see that that's how the world was, and that was so long ago. You know what I mean? Like nobody today has any idea or any kind of you know care on home remedies or whatever, anything, or just having these things in your natural diet, like detoxing. We don't do that.
There's a book you need to write down. It's called Magic and Medicine of Plants. Get that book.
Medicine. Hold on, let me write that down. Medicine of plants. That sounds very good.
Magic and Medicine of Plants. It's by Reader's Digest.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate this.
All right, I'm going to get off of here. Have a good one.
You too.
Flat earthers are evil. Good news, my friends. Good news, my friends.
Hey, Vlad, what's going on, dude? Recognize
Oh,
that voice anywhere.
oh hell yeah. My surgery's successful. Good news, my friends.
Oh, yeah, good. Happy you finally got in. No, you've been on
Oh,
the wait list for a long time.
I'm still in the hospital, in the recovery bed. They gave me all kinds of slew of drugs, including fentanyl. I pissed it all out like a few hours ago, and I feel good. I don't feel pain. I have a big gash in my fucking stomach, but you know, it's all good. Crazy. They sold me up in 15 minutes. It was crazy. This hospital's amazing. That's why you need private hospitals. Private hospitals are the best. And the best part is, I got my room all to myself. Usually they have two people in a room. And I don't know what happened to the guy beside me, but he didn't show up. So here I am, all by myself. All by myself. Hell yeah. Hey Mackie. Hey Mackie. Drugs are good and gay. Drugs are good and gay. Hey, don't make me laugh, man. I'm in a hospital in a public place. Stop it, Mackie. Good. What's going on? Where's everybody? Oh no, it's that idiot.
Oh, Ham.
Yo, Ham, you can't be unmuted. Can somebody fucking tell him that he cannot be unmuted until the timer runs out?
No, I can unmute him. Unless it was an admin. Like, if it was part of the server, I can't. I'll get a warning that I tried to undo, like, a server mute.
Well, keep him muted. That guy's an asshole. Keep him on mute. Oh shit, I'll be right back. Hey, Mackie's muted too, eh? Good, keep him muted. He deserves the mute. Fucking guy.
Yeah, he could get unmuted, but if he leaves and comes back, he's muted again.
Please unlock Dr. Kindergarten.
Yo, Cam, what's wrong with you?
Can you unmute Dr. Kindergarten, please?
Oh, no, he can unmute himself. He's the room owner, homie.
Yeah, he owns this room, my guy.
Oh, so
Dr.
you can mute.
Kindergarten is deafened. No, he's deafened. He doesn't want to listen to you.
Okay, I come back.
Hey, Mackie. Drugs are good, okay? Unmute Mackie for a second. Let's see what he has to say. Mackie. Oh no, he's full muted. No, he's red mute.
Oh, yeah, he's red. I can't do it.
Yeah. See, that's what I thought.
Did you see the warning message that popped up? Crit attempted to undo a staff mute. User Scott Mackey is invalid. Do not undo staff mutes.
Oh fuck, see?
Yeah. Also, you get a message. It tells you that you done fucked up. if you
Maggie.
do it too many times, then it will
It locks in.
yeah, it locks me. Yeah.
No, it's red on the other thing. If you look at it, it's red.
On his end, it'll say suppressed, channel suppressed.
You staring back at God after he calls you by your username. Don't make me laugh, man. I mean, I think it's okay to have a little laughter, but I don't want to destroy the suture. I don't even know what they did, but they did not use a mesh. Thank God. So I assume he permanently stitched my inside muscle with something. It still has local anesthesia on it, so it's still numb. It hasn't worn off, they said. And they said I should have some pills. But I told her I don't want to do the pills. She says, well, you don't have to do the pills. I told her, okay, I'll do the anti-inflammatory pill first. But I don't want to do the Tylenol. You don't have to do the Tylenol. I'm okay. I don't do the Tylenol. Yeah. No Tylenol for me. And the crazy part, it's freezing outside. You know, so it's like the best time to be in a hospital is when it's fucking freezing outside. So I don't have to go nowhere. I miss my dog. Today's Monday. That's why it's not hot. That's why everybody's not even here. Sydney Pixie. Who's Sydney Pixie? Sydney Pixie. Is Sydney the flat Earth mom or no? Or is that
What?
another Sydney? Sydney, this girl here, she's a flat earther, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because she changed the profile pic, so I didn't recognize her. Oh. It was like fucking, I was like, they put me last too, so like, I came in the morning yesterday. They did all the pre-analysis and shit. Put me in my room. You know, I had to stay the night, just chilling. Getting on their diet, so they feed us here, so. And then, today I was the last one of the last people in the surgery rooms, right? And, I feel like when I'm walking around, I'm like the only guy that is up and at 'em. All these other guys, well, they're kind of old. I'm probably one of the more younger ones here. And you know what's crazy? It's only white guys. Well, predominantly white dudes. And maybe one girl. Right? So this is crazy. This happens to a lot of fucking white dudes. Turn your shit. And it happens to Eastern Europeans a lot. To the point where in this hospital, multiple ladies, they speak Russian, Polish, or Ukrainian. It's crazy, man. It's one of the best hospitals in North America, they say. Who's this? Nobody. Man, I thought I'd be here fucking yelling and screaming again, but nope. No yelling and screaming for me. I guess that's a good thing, man. You know, God works in mysterious ways. He just fucking helps me out all the time. That's why I say thank you, God, all the time. Jesus. Troll much, man. Troll much. Nazarene, probably a flat earther. Oh shit. We got somebody. We got a hit, boys.
What?
Welcome to the channel, Isabel.
Thanks.
How's it going?
It's alright.
Are you ready to learn the truth?
Sure.
Why you laughing? Why you, oh, okay, cool.
I
I
don't.
mean, if you're not ready, you're not ready, man. Listen, Isabel,
Hmm.
what do you know about the Earth? Let's start it
Um,
like that.
Land masses are generally green. Oceans blue.
What about deserts?
I said land masses are generally green. I mean that like leaves room for deserts, which are not green.
Well, I mean, like what about mountains? They're not necessarily green.
I said generally, like that. We're not talking about every landmass.
You don't, okay. That's not really the question that I can. Whatever. And then she's gone. And she's gone. She couldn't handle the first question. Amazing. Dr. Polar Bear.
The Earth isn't flat. It's a disc.
No, it's not a disc.
It's a disc.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's a extended topographical plane.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, you know what a plane is?
Yeah,
Like a
it's
plane or
it's a flat.
surface.
Yeah, it's just a yeah.
Well, but what do you know what topography is?
Yeah.
Like mountains, hills, and valleys. Well, yeah, so it's a plane that's extended and it has mountains, hills, valleys, lakes, rivers. All right, but when we say it's flat, right? What we really mean is the horizon is level, eye level. Well, it's not.
It is, bro.
Not always.
It is.
It's level.
It is always.
Always, no matter how high you go, it's level, right?
Yeah.
And then we're not a disk floating in space. That's another one. That's like a psyop. Like this, a lot of people when they first get into this, they hear this shit, and they start thinking that, oh, these flat earthers think we're a disk in space. But no, that's not what it is. That's still the heliocentric model. You just replace the ball with a disk. No. We are the center, right? And all the stuff in the sky revolves around us. And we don't know what the stuff in the sky
Sky
is.
revolves around me, bro.
Well, I mean, if you're Polaris, are you Polaris?
Yeah, I am Polaris. All the stars rotate around me.
Personification of Polaris right here. John.
No,
Jizz.
I am Polaris speaking to you.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You're John.
No,
Jizz.
no, I'm not. I'm not personified like I have a voice.
John Jizz. Yeah.
John Jizz.
No, I'm Polaris.
What a
Okay,
stupid
John Jizz.
name.
It's a
Dr.
stupid
Polar
name.
Bear,
I
you
think it's
sound
really
more
catchy,
smarter than
actually.
this John Jizz guy, that's for sure.
I'm smarter than you, dude.
No, definitely not.
You're fucking midwit. You're fucking midwit.
Well, are you a globe earther than Dr. Polar
No.
Bear?
Why would that's retarded?
Hey, Dr. Polar Bear, are you a globe earther? Yeah, I'm talking to
Dr.
you,
Pooper
Doctor.
Bear. Dr. Poop.
I think it's
go
more
ahead,
like
Dr.
an
Poop.
oval.
Dr. Poop.
I think it's more like an oval.
Oblate spheroid, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Did he say the same thing like an oval?
Well, he said, yeah, it's an oblate spheroid. Oblate spheroid means like ovalish.
Yeah,
A little
it's
bit.
ovalish because there's opposing magnetic forces. So I think it's oval because they push in on each other.
You know what this magnetism thing, you know what the problem is?
Go for it.
You know how they say the Earth's core is like lava and magma and super, super hot?
There's some weird theories, but keep going. I have a different theory. I don't believe this.
Well, you don't believe that there's an Earth core with all this hot shit coming out of it?
I actually don't.
Okay, so explain to me what you believe then before we get on with this.
I believe that there is a harmonic vibration and that the core is hollow and there's a bunch of crystallites and the crystallites have harmonic vibrations that we've never seen before that create magnetic forces. That's what I believe.
Right. So at that point, that's just speculation, right?
Facts. Yeah, I have no proof.
Okay. But since you said it was a ball or a spheroid or a oblate spheroid, there should be a curvature rate. Do you know what curvature rate is? Or drop over distance?
Yeah, and I'm not too sure about curvature. I'm not too sure because it's so inconsistent. The math is inconsistent. The observations are inconsistent. That
What kind of observations are we talking?
you know they've done studies of like a stick that is super super flat for a mile long, and they tried to do a rope that's a mile long, and they'll go to like the flattest place in the earth, and it will have some dips and twines. But is that really the Earth?
How about do it
really
over
that there's a
water?
curve, or is there something
Hold
else
on.
going on? Yeah, go ahead.
That's why when we do these measurements, we don't do them over land. Because land has topography. Remember I told you it's a topographical plane?
Yeah.
It has mountains, valleys, and hills, so it's not even, right? It's not smoothed out,
Yeah, it's not even.
right? But
Yeah.
what if you measure across large bodies of water? What are the properties of water?
Yeah,
It finds its level.
It finds its edge. Yeah.
No, it finds its level.
Yeah.
Right? So you can measure across large bodies of water to see if that water's curving or not.
And it's super inconsistent. The math is inconsistent on this one in particular, because you'll see like oil rigs, and the math say, well, at a certain distance, the oil rigs should not be visible, but they always are. Like they always are. So they're so big. They're always.
Well, there is no
always visible.
curve. There's no curve then.
It's rough.
Listen. Okay, here I'll send you a picture in the side chat.
Yeah.
Look into that. Let me I'll tell you when I look. Okay, so I live on Lake Ontario. You know Lake Ontario? Do you know the Great Lakes of Canada?
Yes. Sorry, I was laughing about the Jeff putting the womp womp. You're staring back at God after he calls you by your username. Excuse me? No way.
Yo, listen. So I just posted the a picture in the side chat. That's me taking the photo. That shadow you see, that's me on the ground. Do you know how wide from the north to the south, how long that distance is on Lake Ontario?
I have no idea. Not
It's
right now.
about
Off the
30.
top of my head.
Well, I mean, if you Google it, it'll show you. But I'll tell you anyways. It's about 30 miles.
Oh wow.
Right? Yeah. So you see those lights? Those lights.
That's what I was going to comment on. You shouldn't be able to see any lights like that, because you shouldn't even be able to see the structures emitting the lights.
You shouldn't be, because the curvature of the Earth would block it, right?
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. The math is so inconsistent. Like that should not even be possible, but it is.
So welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Do you understand what I'm saying to you right now?
Yeah. I just.
There's more observations, but then there's also, you can use laser tests if you don't, because light travels straight, generally, unless you start putting like glass in between water and stuff. Like you can do stuff.
There's something called
refraction.
There's something called Chernobyl radiation, and it's when light will pass through molecules and it bends a little bit, So they actually.
You're talking about refraction.
Yeah, the light actually never well, they call it Chernobyl radiation because a Russian guy called it radiation because it actually radiates light radiates molecules whenever it passes through them. So it never actually travels in an actual straight line. How crazy is that?
No, it does. It does. Because if you look at my photo, right, if light wasn't traveling straight to my eyesight, right, that whole horizon would be all fucked up and weird looking. But it's straight. Where those buildings are, they are there, you know what I mean? There's no light bending. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so light will deviate or change its direction